Hold on. Okay.
Motion to call the meeting to order. Is there a second?
A second.
Roll call, please.
Trustee Marshall?
Aye.
Trustee Coe?
Aye.
Trustee Lanfair?
Aye.
Trustee Lickett?
Aye.
Mayor Plummer?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Is there any board member who has a conflict of interest or anything to disclose regarding the agenda items before us this evening?
Yes, I would like to mention one item. We are talking about item 15 is consideration of a retainer agreement for the Ethics Board. And since I am a subject to the investigation, among others, I will, and I think that this is not just a matter of reviewing the legal agreement, but we also have issues to look at, such as the fact that this investigation has gone on for almost 2 years, and the Ethics Board has not issued us reports about their current status. So I think there are some complex issues there to look at, and I intend to recuse myself in that discussion.
Okay. Yeah, cool. Mhm.
Given what Justin has pointed out, I would agree that I might have the appearance of impropriety and a conflict to consider a retainer for the Ethics Board.
I'd like to weigh in on that, and I'd like our attorney's opinion, because it's my understanding any of our boards, whether it's the Ethics Board, the Planning and Zoning Board, or the Historic Preservation Board, certainly has the right to legal counsel if requested.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And so how would that interfere if any of us are witnesses to something or part of something to simply?
I mean, I've sort of covered this before. I think that the two are not necessarily joined because you're not doing anything that would necessarily impact on that conflict of interest or appearance of impropriety. You're merely fulfilling your obligation to provide counsel to the ethics.
That was my understanding, that it's the duty of this board, if any board makes that request. And we don't know necessarily why they're making the request. In other words, whatever they're looking at. So I'm not so sure.
No, I mean, it would be similar to if there was some disagreement between the boards, say, special use permit, parking variances, and the ZBA asked for counsel. We would not be really dealing with the crux of the issues.
Mhm.
We would be supplying them with counsel as they are entitled to be.
Mhm. For that reason, I will not recuse myself. I can appreciate what the other trustees are thinking. I think it's pretty clear cut. It is a straightforward request from a board. There was something else I was going to say about that, but I forgot. Okay, anybody else have any?
I don't need to recuse myself, but I just want to make a statement. There's an application for Breathe Yoga. I'm a yoga instructor there. I don't think it's going to affect my ability to vote on this. It's pretty simple, but I just wanted to put that out there.
Disclosure, thank you very much. That's proper, yes.
I do not.
Okay.
Lisa, can I ask if you should reconsider that? Because if you are being paid by Breathe Yoga.
I don't get any of the retail money from
No, I understand that.
They're not doing yoga outside of
If
the
you are
tent.
being paid by Breathe Yoga, I think that would be applied under the ethics.
Okay, that's fine. I can certainly do that. I have no vested interest in it, so
Be
yeah,
the prudent course.
that's fine. I will recuse myself then.
Okay.
If my
Yeah, that's
attorney says I should.
based on legal counsel. I do want to just swing back again to the item on the consideration of the retainer agreement for the Ethics Board. That's the only thing that is before us tonight about the Ethics Board, and I just wanted to make that clear. So with that being said, could the village clerk give us sort of the big overview on the open meetings compliance certification?
Yes, normally I have my script, and that takes about 20 minutes to go through, so we're going to skip that tonight since we have a long
Highlights.
agenda. We're going to do the highlights. So everybody's just going to give their name, whether you're on Zoom or here, please give your name and address, unless you're part of a protected class. If you can, come to the front, great. If not, from your seat is fine. We ask that everybody just be nice to each other and go from there. That's
Thank
short
you.
and sweet.
Very short and sweet.
Okay, with that being said, the first item up this evening is the proposed Eagle Scout project.
You guys want to do?
Yep, sure, come on up, name and address. Welcome, good to see you. Yeah, sure, that'd be great.
My name is Griffin Miller. Address is 23 Conwood Lane, Pittsford, New York. And so my project, thank you all for having me, first of all. Pleasure. I go to Pittsford, New York. I'm a junior going into my senior year. My dad and grandpa were both Eagle Scouts, so I'm a Life Scout, and I'm trying to get my Eagle Scout project. And it's it's a butterfly garden, and it's 4 different different gardens, and they already have signs there. And they're going to be like 50 feet-ish each, 2 large plants and 8 small plants. And that's
Just right along the path there.
yeah,
Yep.
they're pretty close to each other.
Now, was that changed from when you last presented? Didn't you just have one area? Or
This is my
was
first
it
time
always?
presenting. No, this is
Oh,
the
first
first
time.
Oh, this is
He's a
something
new
nice.
Eagle.
Oh,
Yeah, there's 2 of us.
Yeah.
There's 2
Okay, I'm like,
members
wow,
of
you
the-
look a little different, maybe your hair grew.
Yeah, there's another Eagle Scout doing
Okay,
butterfly projects.
good, all right.
Yeah.
Did you mention about the signs that the second graders did previously? Have you seen those along the canal path? They still exist, do they not?
The signs?
Yes.
Yeah, they are
Yeah.
there, yeah.
So those will be incorporated into your project as well?
Yeah.
Will they be
Yeah, we're gonna
parameters?
use the environment
Around
to
it.
kind of rebuild the garden.
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Just along that edge of the canal.
Yeah,
From sign to
exactly.
sign,
So then
basically. is
people
what
can
you'll-
stop by and look at them and stuff, yeah.
So what's nice is there's a sign talking about the butterflies and what they
Yeah.
need, and now they'll actually have the plants they need.
Yeah.
Because they haven't had the plants that they
Mhm.
need.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And what else?
It's gonna be probably 1,000 around there, $250 each, and I'm gonna raise it with GoFundMe.
Oh.
And like my relatives, and I have Boy Scouts and stuff, everyone pitching in, so it's gonna be good on the finance side, so it should be fine.
Always hit up the family.
Yeah, exactly.
And you'll give the village the dates of
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, the dates.
installation?
We're probably gonna think June 10th, probably start, June 10th to the 21st, around there.
July 10th?
July 10th,
July.
sorry, July 10th.
And also, we would want you to coordinate with our DPW.
Yeah, Mindy and all them,
Mindy,
yeah, I've been
everybody,
talking to her
okay.
and stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
She has like tools I can borrow too, I also have tools I can bring too,
Okay.
so I've been in touch with her too.
So it would start around July 10th, and then how long would it take him? So,
Probably like July 21st around there.
okay.
Yeah, not too long, just like,
Okay.
yeah.
Justin, do you have a question?
Let's, perhaps. I'm just looking at some of the coordinates right now, and I'm wondering specifically about the westernmost one. So we're considering eventually perhaps constructing a trail that would go through the Canal Corporation land along the western part of the village parcel there. And that would go up, so the trail that you see just further west of that is to the town's park,
Mhm.
and this is just below the village park. And so I'm wondering if this westernmost garden might interfere with the entrance that we were thinking about to that trail. Otherwise, I think the concept is a good one, and I think more pollinator gardens are fine. I'm just wondering about that location. I just plugged it into the map for the first time a second ago, so I haven't had time to fully assess it.
Well, I
It
think
seems
it's,
like it might be right from that.
I mean, I think it's a great project, but maybe you guys can sort that out.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
that it's solvable,
Mhm, yeah.
one way or the other, I would think it would be,
And just to note, Doug Miller, Griffin's father, one of the scout leaders, that GPS was based on the sign. So if the sign actually moves, then the garden probably would move as well.
Okay.
Yeah, you may have to move the sign then, is what you're saying.
Yeah, we could probably move the sign too, and then entrance could start there.
Okay. And as far as the material and the construction here, how permanent are the beds? And what's the plan if at some point there's a change to the area landscape?
So we're planning on using the environment, because we want to like keep it sort of just, I guess, the
Natural.
environment, yeah, natural stuff. And I guess just using the materials we have there and keeping it natural, and then just planting the plants in that area, so
So adding in, essentially,
adding plants into the
adding
environment,
into
yeah.
the existing area along the path.
Yeah, kind of cleaning it up,
That's the way I was looking at it anyway.
yeah.
And then as far as like care and maintenance of this property, like weeding, watering, when you first start to get the plants, is that, are you
yeah.
guys gonna?
I think the DPW was gonna take care of that.
It's a gift to, it's
Yeah,
a gift to our
it's a gift.
community,
Okay, great.
that they're setting up for us. So, and that's typically, I think, what the way it
Yeah,
has been handled in the past. And I don't know if you want to add anything, like the Auburn Park, the plantings there, that kind of thing. That was another project, Zach.
Yes.
Right.
Whatever you guys do there is going to be minor in terms of maintenance. So it really shouldn't take as much effort, time to be able to keep up with the demand.
And the nature of the plants that you're planting, my understanding, if they're for butterflies and the sort of
Yes,
natives
yeah,
and
they're
all that,
all-
once they establish, they're pretty tough.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So,
They are all for like butterfly and they kind of match the sign, so.
yeah.
And then the certificate of insurance, is that something that, yes?
We're covered, aren't we? We're covered for people we went through this with our insurance company.
That still falls on Canal Corp property.
Yeah,
So it's the same situation.
so they would want, okay, you're right, because it is right along that
Yes.
edge of the path. Okay.
Actually, I believe the application to the Canal Corp should be made by the village because it's going to end up being fall under our jurisdiction, especially if we're going to care for it.
Yeah, I guess so, but we'd
But I thought
essentially,
the insurance is more for protection of the scouts that are on the property.
The
doing it.
initial work that they
Yeah,
would do.
using
You're just
tools.
saying the initial work when you're
Yes,
going in
the
there.
initial work.
yeah.
I could see to get a rider to cover
Okay.
the
Okay,
workers.
that would be great. Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm not sure,
Mhm.
because I was thinking
The
the other
Canal
way.
Corp will most likely,
Who's making the, I guess
Require
who makes
that.
the permit application to the Canal Corp is the question.
mine.
Yep. please,
So
Zach.
going along with the other Eagle Scout project was the application was supposed to go to Canal Corp to get the permit.
Mhm.
And they were just asking for any maintenance agreement that the Eagle Scout would have with the village of Pittsburgh for maintenance thereafter. But because it is on Canal Corp property, I believe it is the Eagle Scout project, the Eagle Scout would be required to furnish all these to.
The Canal Corp?
Mhm.
Okay,
So
so this goes back to you.
Yeah, so,
From us?
Just something stating that we would be responsible for maintenance after the project is complete.
You?
Yep.
The village. Or for me, writing it, it
No,
doesn't matter.
I'm wondering who's signing it.
I didn't hear.
Well, I think it's probably the village, it's a board action. Right?
That is a board action, because we're accepting the garden, right?
So accepting the responsibility of maintenance, that's what you're looking for, a motion for that?
What did we do for Auburn Park? What did we do for that? That was a while back. Remember Auburn Park? What did we do for that in terms of accepting responsibility for the maintenance of Auburn Park?
Going forward,
Yeah. Was there anything written up?
I don't think that was ever formalized. It fell under the village. It became them, the
Yeah.
villages.
It was
That's-
RG
that's-
land.
Also RGV's right of way through there, so I'm not sure
Yeah,
if anything exists with that building,
so it just sort of happened.
Yeah.
Okay.
perhaps.
Mhm.
Well, I thought you said that Canal Corp was over or something.
Canal Corp, so where this proposed
Mhm.
project is, would be on Canal Corp land,
No, but I thought you said as part of the application, they want something from the village talking about maintenance.
yes. So that would be a requirement, at least that's how it went with the previous,
Mhm.
this one project.
Okay.
So I think a motion accepting the park and agreeing that we will be responsible for maintenance, and then give them a copy of the minutes.
I can do a certification of the motion that was made.
Mhm.
To include the certification of insurance is going to be through the Boy Scout rider as well, so we can just make that one motion as well.
So I'll entertain a motion.
Can I just
Yeah,
clarify
sure.
first which one? So this is the map that we're looking at of the plant
Yeah.
park up in this area. So this essentially is where the trail would come.
okay,
And I don't know which one of those, I feel like one of the gardens is pretty close to that.
Yeah, we could always move it to left or right, whatever works best. The signs, I think, is movable.
Want to work, we can work. that.
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
work with that. So we'll just make a contingent on coordinating at some point before that to
Yeah.
make sure the location of the garden is not impactful on future plans.
Sure, there's a map in the folder.
Mhm.
It's actually a different map.
They have-
Oh, it's a different
Oh,
one?
okay.
Ah.
All right.
This actually has that path you were talking about.
This might be, this is a path that we're thinking
Yeah,
of
they're thinking-
constructing rather than what is
Future.
there. Yeah,
That's
this
the
is,
current one.
Yeah.
let's talk afterwards. We can make a contingent
I think it can be
on possibly moving one of the gardens or
Yeah.
whatever.
It can be sorted. Okay. Any further discussion or motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve the proposed Eagle Scout project with the consideration that the village will be responsible for maintenance of the project, as well as a certificate of insurance will be granted through the Boy Scout Rider Plan.
Lisa, I would just ask that you amend it to also include working through the location of the western gardens to ensure they don't impact future plans.
Western end.
Yeah,
To also include that the DPW will work with the Scout to make sure that the western piece of your project will be flexible to coordinate with possibly our new trail, or our new trail. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Trustee Lightgev.
Aye.
Trustee Coe.
Aye.
Trustee Marshall. Trustee Lanfair.
Aye.
Mayor Plummer.
Hi,
Motion passes.
thanks,
Good
Greg.
luck.
Good luck,
Yeah,
yeah,
thank you.
Butterfly.
Good luck.
yeah. And the butterflies, thank you, too. They're excited.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. Okay, next up, we have the review of some non-municipal applications. The first one up is the annual Duck Drop Derby. Any ducks out there?
No, I'm gonna guess not. I
Yeah,
think I
it's
usually.
every year.
Duck drop.
Yep.
So as you said, this is for the annual Duck Drop Derby. I think it's kind of self-explanatory. So
And this is the same that we've done every year.
every year.
Anything new?
Nope.
I make a motion to approve the duck drop.
Say that 3 times.
Conditions we impose every year.
With the same condition.
We don't need a waiver, do we, because it's way out?
Yeah, we're fine.
It's way out, yeah.
I make a motion to approve the duck drop derby application. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Trustee Lanfair.
Aye.
Trustee Coe.
Aye.
Trustee Lightgev.
Aye.
Trustee Marshall.
Aye.
Mayor Plummer.
Aye.
Motion passes. The next application I have for the board, I can't count. I'm going to say no, we don't need 45 days. Breathe Yoga and Juice Bar, they're looking to have a tent sale. Is there? Great.
Hi, how are
Nice to
you?
meet you in person.
Yes, it's good to finally
So
see you.
it's good to see everyone else. It's been a while. Yes, I'm seeking approval to put a,
Name,
Oh, I'm
and-
sorry.
yeah, just for the record.
yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
Cindy Weiss, Breathe Yoga and Juice Bar, 19 South Main Street. Yeah. I'm seeking approval for a 20 by 20 foot pole tent to have a sale in the parking lot closest to the building. It'll probably only take up 2 to 4 parking spots. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, August 3rd, 4th, and 5th. We'll probably have to install it late Wednesday, probably take it down Monday morning.
Steve, did you have any, because I know you, okay, great,
Okay.
okay.
You checked it for the fire lanes and access and all that.
Yeah, the place we're planning on putting in is out of the way, not
And then-
easy traffic.
Okay, and you inspect it once it's up to make certain that it's stability and
Yeah.
going forward. Okay, great.
Is this right at the bend behind the building?
It's like that L area.
Yes.
I thought it was.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. That sounds great.
I'll make a motion to approve as provided.
A second, and for the record, we do have the required insurance waiver. I think it's part of the packet, so I want to make certain that we have.
I don't know if
that.
that was,
No, I don't
that's
think
not
I
in there.
have the
You're gonna need the
I
insurance.
have the insurance for the duck drop. Did you provide us
I
insurance?
didn't ask for it on the application that I
Usually it does.
I can send that. to
Yeah, if you
I
can
don't-
just give it to us before the event.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Needs to be an
You
additional.
can see it at the bottom of the
Yes.
application, yeah.
It's,
So we'll make it conditional upon.
Condition upon receipt.
Okay,
Continue, yeah.
all right, in that case, I will second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Trustee Coe's going to abstain, trustee Marshall,
Aye.
trustee Lampier,
Aye.
trustee Lightgev,
Aye.
trustee Palmer, or Mayor Plummer. Wow. I have to get four.
It's been many
trustees.
years, I know.
have
no,
Four
I
trustees
know.
before I go to. a
I know, yeah, that's right, you have your
I have
cadence
my
down.
own thing, yeah.
I know.
Thank you, motion passes.
And again, happy anniversary, 20 years in the
I know.
village, 20 years for free.
Thank you very much.
Great.
I still remember the
Great.
first meeting. Thank you all.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
Take care.
Okay, next up, the review and the setting of the public hearing for the short-term, retail business application for the Buffalo Bills training camp, for the buses. Any, yeah, Steve, okay.
The application for Buffalo Bills is the same as the previous years. The route will now change back to the route that they originally used, using the Main Street
Mhm.
bridge. They had gone around because the bridge was down last
Oh, yeah, it was closed
round,
for-
but now they're going back to the original route.
Mhm.
Same hours, same personnel, they have parking monitors, 8 buses running over at Southern High School. One will be dedicated for ADA compliance. And they may extend a few days this year, a little bit longer camp.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So,
Steve, the route goes Sutherland down
down
Sutherland to
Sutherland, right on
Monroe.
Monroe, left on Main.
Left on Main Stage.
It is the most efficient route to the college.
Yeah.
Last time they did this was 2019, that route?
Yes, yes,
And how many years prior to that have they done that route?
23, 24?
yes.
Great.
Yeah. It's been here a long time. It's a tradition here.
No complaints?
Yeah.
We've had
Any
no
other
complaints.
comments?
No,
or-
there have been no issues, no complaints on any of the previous years in regard to the function.
Never had any.
Great.
Yeah. Any other comments from the board? Or- I'll entertain a motion.
We'll set a public hearing for
Oh, that's
Yeah,
to set a public hearing. Motion to set a public hearing.
It would be a July 11th. My question to
It
the
wouldn't be
board.
much, you just said it.
My question to the board is timing. We used to set public hearings for 7. We're starting meetings at 5:30. The thought is we'll get out earlier. I'm going to suggest we move the public hearing time, but
Yeah.
I wouldn't move it too much to allow public, so maybe 6:30.
6:30, okay. I know, Jeff's going, what about it? Yeah. No, that's right, because it changes everything, doesn't it?
6 is fine.
Yeah. Does 6 work? I mean, I'm
So that's for the
thinking.
public hearing, but the meeting will stay at 5:30.
Meeting will stay at 5:30. We usually,
That's fine.
Yeah, public
Yeah,
hearings
we
get
get paid and then we
That's fine.
open up.
yeah,
6 is good.
that's.
And then
all.
what's the date again, please?
July 11th.
July 11th. And when does the training camp start? It's August,
end of July is when
end of
they,
July is when
yeah,
we start.
yeah, the July 11th date will allow.
So we can do, we might have to do a waiver then.
No, we don't leave on this.
We don't have to waive on it? Oh, it's a, that's right, it's a completely different thing. Wow, long day. Okay, so we have the date. So we're good?
We just need a motion.
We just need a motion.
I'll make a motion to set the public hearing to July
11th at 6 PM.
11th at 6
I
PM.
Okay, we have a second roll call, please.
Trustee Lightgev.
Aye.
Trustee Marshall.
Aye.
Trustee Coe.
Aye.
Trustee Lampier.
Aye.
Mayor Plummer.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Steve. Good.
And thanks to the Bills. It'll be good to see them. Okay, next up, the review and the setting of the public hearing for a proposed special permit application for 14 South Main Street. Hello, welcome.
Aye.
Your name and address, please, for the record.
My name is Andre. Address is 31 Glen Hollow, Rochester.
Great.
And I'm here for the special permit at 14th House Main Street. And the proposal is to have a Italian coffee shop. And we have this business for almost 2 years in Florida. And since I moved here to do my dental residency here.
Oh, really?
Yes, I'm bringing my business here so we can stay close to it.
Are you at Eastman?
Yes, I'm in Eastman. Yes.
Oh,
You know?
we need to talk. Oh, sure.
Yeah, so I just started it, so I'll be here for a while.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah, and I like to stay close to my business always
Sure. Where were you in Florida?
in Sarasota.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm actually from Brazil, so
Okay.
we, during the last 15 years, we had business there, so we're always working with business.
Yeah. Well, I hope you brought your parka up here.
Sorry?
I hope you brought your winter coat up
Oh,
here.
yes, I've been here last week. It was a good winter, but.
Okay. Any questions for our
So you
friend?
said you have this exact business in Florida right now?
Yes, it's closed now, so
Okay.
I have all my equipment.
Relocating.
So you're kind of
Yeah.
moving it?
Yes, yes,
Wow.
yes.
How long was it active in Florida?
And
How long?
almost 3 years.
3 years.
Yeah. So we had used to have a franchise, now we're trying to make it more local, just our own products and.
So is this this will be the only restaurant with this name?
Yes.
This is not a franchise.
Any other? Ooh, tiramisu.
Yeah.
I know, I'm looking at what, yeah, okay.
All Italian sweets and
Yeah,
paninis and.
sure.
And you claimed in here that you were going to have your hours longer than,
Yes, we usually do. I'm not sure the hours, she told me those, but they. Huh?
Yeah, that's
9
what I
AM to
see.
8 PM.
Monday
okay?
through Sunday.
We have good parking spots here. We have a lot of parking that so we can work more better
So every day of the week, you're not going to be closed at all?
every day.
Monday through Sunday?
Yeah.
Oh, you're
Every
not
day,
getting it
wow.
all.
Wow. we
Yeah,
love
we used to
that.
we always worked in malls, so the malls don't close. So.
Yeah, we love that.
We're happy with that,
Nice.
absolutely. Okay, any other comments from the board?
I saw, according to the information that you provided, that you have accommodations already for trash. You have a dumpster enclosure,
Yes.
which I think might need some repair, but it does exist. I think,
And we don't usually, we don't have much waste, it's really.
you don't?
Yeah, it's all
Okay.
disposable, but it's not big stuff.
Okay, and your hours of operation are from 9 AM
9
to
a.m. to
8 PM? Okay. And you anticipate 3 to 4 employees at any given time, or is that just behind?
Yes.
You also
so
have
we-
servers or no?
We're gonna start with ourselves working, and we
Okay.
have a partner, so we're gonna build it up first, and then start hiring, for sure.
Okay,
I hope so, we start hiring. Very fast.
okay.
And how many seats, did I miss how many seats you have?
She just did that.
I know, I'm just,
How many seats you say? 15? 15 seats.
15.
You know, it was always a restaurant, so we don't need to do
Mhm,
much renovations, it's just,
mhm.
we have the grease trap, we have water, we have everything ready.
Yeah, it's already kind of built out.
Okay.
You have the shell.
Can I ask out of curiosity, is this going to be a service restaurant where there'll be people taking orders, or is this going to be counter serve?
It's counter serve. Yes.
Go up, you take your
it out,
order, and then
yeah.
come back and sit down.
Okay. Well, it sounds great.
So one of the questions just I have is the waste and the recycling disposal. Is that handled here as part of the special permit process, or is that going to be handled by planning and zoning? So Steve, I'm just looking here, describe how trash refuse will be handled. And I know we have some concerns about timing of pickup and various things, and this application didn't have specific times reference. Do we need to include it?
No, the
When we do
time
special
reference
permit.
for garbage pickup is already established in the town code,
In the village code.
or village code, sorry. And they already have a pre-existing enclosure for recyclables and garbage on the site.
Mhm. Okay, so the timing of pickup is embedded in the rest of the code, not specific to the permit.
I think when the board considers the application during the hearing, during the public hearing, that we would go over point by point the special use permit criteria. And at that time, if we felt that special accommodation needed to be made for time of trash pickup due to the proximity to residential, that we would discuss it at that time.
Okay, great.
So,
And it would be part of how the permit would be issued.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Do we have a date that we're
Yeah,
thinking of?
was it same date?
Same day.
Same
July
day.
11?
At 6 PM.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Yeah.
I will make a motion that we set a public hearing to hear the application of, name of your cafe again, I'm sorry.
It's Dolce Gelato, Dolce Cafe.
Okay,
Oh, don't take,
I said. for July the 11th at 6:30 PM.
Or 6 p.m.
So all the public hearings are going to be set at the
We
same
set
time,
them at
6
the same
PM.
For all time
Okay.
certain, yeah.
I'll second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Trustee Lanfair?
Aye.
Trustee Coe?
Aye.
Trustee Lightgev?
Aye.
Trustee Marshall?
Aye.
Mayor Plummer?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, now the public hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks
for having us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much for coming in.
I'm sorry, before the board was on, there was a hand raised online by Margot Foss or Dr. Foss, and I didn't see it. I neglected to see it. I tried sending a question to see what item it was on. She didn't answer, so I just want to open it up real quick and see what the question is.
Okay, sure, take a minute. We'll scroll down here.
Dr. Foss, you're recognized. I'm sorry we missed you.
No worries. Thank you, Dorothea. Actually, chat was disabled, so I couldn't answer you. I tried. I just wanted to say about the Eagle Scout project, I'd really like it to succeed. And generally speaking, perennials should be planted in the fall or the early spring rather than in the summer. So if the DPW is going to be responsible for maintenance of that property, it needs to be watered once a day for a week, and then once a week for a month, and then once a month for a year. And then it should be well established. But that was all I wanted to say.
Thanks, Margot, thank you so much. Okay, duly noted.
Sorry about that.
Okay, we're good, that's it?
We're good.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on, the next agenda item, Bernard P. Donigan. Hi, how are you?
Hi.
You received these in your packet, but I realized they didn't really come through clear. So I reprinted them.
Does everybody already have all the hand? We need to bring extra copies just in case. I don't know if you have them.
I have what you sent me, so
Yep,
you
it's
got
all the same
more.
information, so if everybody's already got it, we're all set.
Squeeze in here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Yeah, it's actually pretty clear in the packet, too.
Was it? Because when I printed it, it didn't print right.
Yeah, I thought.
It didn't look like it all printed, all the dates.
Wasn't entirely clear to me.
Oh, thank you, Jeff.
Good evening, I'm Jason Schwartz, I'm the president of Bernard Donigan Incorporated. We're the village's financial advisor, help assist with, set up and managing capital projects for any of your financing needs. So we had met with Dorothea a few weeks ago. We understand you're looking at a possible project for South Street and Wood Street sidewalks. I think you've been working with your engineer to kind of quantify the cost and get that going. And it sounds like that is looking to start moving forward in the near future. So we provided some information for you tonight on, what a possible financial plan could look like and kind of some of the key dates for establishing a legal authorization for any financings you might need. So we figured we'd just walk through that real quick. And if you have any questions on the process or any information we provided, we can answer those questions for you. So the first handout that we'd sent was this timeline with the boxes on it. So essentially what we would be looking at doing is in the purple boxes here, setting up the legal authorization. So that's what we'll talk about in a minute with the timetable. And then really this plan is kind of fluid as far as the financing goes, or depending on what makes the most sense for you. And that's what we're here to assist with, is give you different options, help you evaluate those. But just as a starting point for tonight, we assume that as you start the construction, we would go out and do a bond anticipation note or short-term financing for 1 year for $750,000, which is the current estimate of the project cost. You are anticipating receiving a grant of $100,000. So when that comes in, we could use that to pay down the short-term note and then ultimately bond the remaining $650,000 long-term for whatever term we would like to do that for. So that's kind of the general process of the timing and the types of borrowings. And then included behind that, we had 2 maturity schedules, just as a sample, one for 15 years and one for 20 years, to give you an idea. I know that the rates on there, if you look, they're probably pretty scary. That it's not quite that bad right now. We want to give you a conservative look as a starting point, kind of hopefully a worst case scenario, and then hopefully the rates are a little better than that when you actually go to finance. So we assume 5.5% for the bond anticipation note, 6.5% for the serial bond for a 15-year bond. Just to give you a frame of reference, we had a few sales today. A note this size was going off for like low 4s. And I'd say a bond, this size for 15 years, current market might be like around a 5. So there's some cushion built in there. But, we're not talking about bonding for potentially a year or more. So that's why we built that in. But so you can kind of see on the right there that the anticipated debt service on the 15-year schedule would be a little bit higher, be about $70,000 a year, about $1 million in total to pay this off. And then if you go to the 20-year schedule, the benefit there obviously is you get lower annual payments. You get that down to about $60,000, but you're going to pay about $200,000 more in interest expense over the life of it. So nothing you're deciding today as far as that long-term plan, but that just kind of gives you an idea of kind of the range of potential impact for debt service that the village could be looking at if you move forward with this project in terms of what you'd have to repay. So any questions on the financing side of it? And then if not, we can kind of talk a little bit about the timetable.
Jason, typically, what is the length of how long does people, do villages or anybody debt road service? Can it go like 30 years? It's the life of the road, isn't it?
The road, yeah. So what'll happen if you move forward, we'll talk in a minute about the legal authorization, but you'll have to adopt a bond resolution as a village board. And in there'll be a very specific section that will refer to local finance law, period of probable usefulness, or PPU. So that just sets up, based on what the scope of the project is, what the maximum term you can go to bonds for. Depending on what you're doing, like what the type of sidewalks is, that can dictate, but I believe it was
sidewalk
30.
and roads.
Right.
It's the whole road.
Right, the whole thing. I think it was 30 years we were looking at with bond council, but we can confirm that.
And so that the 30 years comes from where?
So in local finance.
Okay, so it's in the law, just so
based on
everybody's
the type of
understanding,
work
that's how
you're
it's
doing.
derived.
Right.
So that's what we would work from.
Yeah, so there's
Okay, just so
different
everybody
things.
understands.
If you're financing a police vehicle, that's 2 years.
Right.
If you're financing new sewer lines, that's 40 years. So depending on the scope of the project, when you adopt a bond resolution, that sets a very specific maximum term you can bond for. And then you can always do something less than that if you want to, depending on what you can afford to take on in terms of paying back the debt. So.
Zach, how long do these roads usually last?
30 years, I think that, he's spot on with all of those timeframes.
Yeah, with looking at 15 years, the reason I was going there is it's pretty aggressive. So although, obviously the sooner we want to pay it off, the better off we are, but sometimes it's better to go a little longer to make it affordable.
Is there a penalty for faster prepayment, for paying it down faster? Is there any penalty?
So setting it up, when you first set up the bond, if you have a shorter payback, that actually would typically lead to a better interest rate.
No, but if you, like, say
It's callable.
Once you're into the bond, usually we're not going to be able to call it for a certain time frame. Probably like 8 years is kind of like the standard. I mean, we could put a call in at any time, but if we go anything less than 8 years, you're going to have to pay for that with a higher interest rate, because it's not what the market expects. But that 8-year call, when we place that in, anytime, once you reach that, there's no penalty.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get at.
So after 8 years, you can call and pay it off. You can potentially refund it if rates are lower, or you can call and pay it off if you have fund balance accrued. And there's no 102% or anything like that.
So then our window's 8 years.
Yep.
Okay.
But that's if it's callable and you pay a premium on the interest to have that.
No, the premium would be if you want to go less than 8 years. We typically put an 8-year call on any of our debt, and that's what's expected.
And there's no premium right now.
Yeah, no, I think if you issue a bond with an 8-year call, that's
Okay.
industry standard. That's kind of like baked into your rate. You're not going to pay anything extra.
So even if you remove it, we're not going to get a slight discount on the rate right now.
Yeah.
So this is
That's kind of
matter
like just like standard for
Okay.
municipal debt, that an 8-year call is what's expected.
If the curve was steeper, would it be different?
The yield curve?
Yeah.
Not really. I mean, we're kind of seeing like a kind of odd yield curve right now. It's inverted. The short end's a little bit higher than the long end. We really haven't seen any change in the market in terms of what they're expecting.
Okay, so it's still the 8 year, pretty much yield maturity, yield to call is the same right now at that 8-year mark.
Yeah.
Okay. And just talking just briefly on that, the bans, that's a 1-year max, right? We'll go beyond that.
I mean, technically you could go longer, but the expectations is usually 1 year or less.
Okay, so is that interest rate?
The ban, no, there'll be an interest rate on that.
Okay, so that's not indicated here, is it?
In the maturity schedules, it's within the interest, it's embedded in there. So you see the footnote on that, we assume that first year was on the note.
Yeah.
So that 41,250 was based on the bond anticipation, no interest for 1 year. So this is a kind of a combined schedule showing the payback
Okay.
of the note and the bond.
All right, so the interest, so by taking out the band, you're paying interest, it's just getting embedded in all the future interest. Or it's not just that first year.
Well, so the note is the first year, and then the bond is all the remaining years. So this is the debt service for the entire
So
project.
the interest is paid in arrears, essentially. Okay, so I see, like you take it all the way to the bottom, the 4,225 is after the principal payment is 65 in the prior year. So okay, so all you're doing is delaying the interest till the following year.
Right, you're paying the interest at the end when the note comes due, just,
Right.
and then you'll have on the bond, it's typically semi-annual interest payments and annual principal payments.
Yeah. So then there is a first 6-month payment, right? Once you issue the band, or that it gets.
The note, the payment will be due at the end of the note. So if we do a 1-year note, there's no payment until the end of that first
Okay, so the
year.
band basically is a 1-year note with all the interest at the end.
Yep.
And then once you
The bond
put it
would
out there,
typically have
it's semi-annual,
semi-annual
right.
interest payments with annual principal
And
payment.
the band, you don't have to, there's no solicitation of that, it's just something, who's holding that?
Whoever gives us the best interest rate.
So we go out for that as well?
Yeah, we help you conduct the sale. We put together a notice of sale and send that out to our prospective bidder list that we've accumulated of people who are interested in these types of
In these short
financings. And we conduct a sale, on a Tuesday at 11 a.m. Everybody gives us their best bid, and then whoever the low interest rate is. For a note this size, you might see some local banks win it. If you have like larger debt, a lot of times it's like underwriters down in New York City.
But you're doing all this
Yep.
through your house, you've got that.
We don't provide the financing, but we're like the intermediary that does all helps you do
Solicitation.
everything. We coordinate with bond counsel for after the sale to do all the closing documents. Give those over to the village, so.
And other than the amount that we had authorized before, there's of course some underwriting take, I guess, if you will. There's a portion of the bond and the underwriting that comes to you.
Right, so there'll be cost of issuance, you'll have invoice from our office and bond counsel. If you got over $1 million, there could be like a credit rating fee and some publications as well. But it's at this level that you're looking at, it's really just the fees for our office and bond counsel.
And is it better to issue, and so you mentioned there's fees, but you get a better rate. So in aggregate, is it better to issue bigger or smaller?
In the market today, I mean, if you have the needs, over $1 million is getting a better rate than under $1 million. But if the costs are what they are, I don't know, you have to go find. If you had other projects that could be paired together with that, then you might get some economy of scale with a better rate with rated, because typically what the market's looking for right now is if you have rated debt, they prefer that to non-rated debt. And really, generally speaking, we only go get bond ratings over $1 million because, there is a substantial fee there.
Does that fee eat up the interest rate discount?
Exactly. So if the bond's too small, then it doesn't, even if you get a better rate, it's not really helping for that extra cost.
It's just a push.
But once you start getting into a larger bond, the cost savings on the interest on that larger bond can start to pay for that credit rating.
Do you have a question? Oh, I thought you were, I thought I saw movement next there. I have a quick question. What if, so interest rates start to really drop, what does it take to refinance, or how does that kick in?
Yeah, so right now, under the current tax law, you can only refinance when you're at that call date.
Okay.
So it used to be you could do
So-
what's called advance refunding, and if it worked financially, then you could call at any time
Right.
in advance of the call date, and it would just kind of go into escrow until then. Now, if you're more than 90 days ahead of the call, you have to do it as a taxable financing because they changed the tax law back in 2019.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
so technically you do it, but it's hard to do because taxable rates are higher than tax exempt. So really, we have to be close enough to the call. I would say, this size project, you're probably not ever looking at refunding realistically, just because of the cost of issuance of doing that.
Just
and
to go through
paid
it.
off about half of the money at that point, there's probably not enough remaining money in that bond to refund it. You're probably looking, the call is really your opportunity if you want to just prepay some of it if you've got
Okay,
money
that's
available,
helpful.
which you're probably not realistically ever looking at refunding regardless of where rates go.
Yep, I'm seeing a little
Yep.
hand go up.
We issue debt over $1 million, then we have all kinds of disclosures we have to do.
Correct,
every
yeah.
year.
Yep, yeah, so there is extra undertaking there when you go over $1 million.
Okay. Other things kick in, as they say.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's always my concern, because been there, done that.
Another level of reporting, another
It's a
level of
whole different-
administrative.
You have to
element.
basically, the document that we create for the sale, you basically have to update every year.
Oh, okay.
And submit that to a public database, municipal.
Less than $1 million will under the radar.
Yep.
But I think also you're required to do financial statements along with that, and we don't.
With over $1 million, they do, I mean, depending on what you have, you can use like the annual.
Currently,
update
we use
document.
that, but I thought over
Right.
$1 million, then they start looking at for the financials.
They want the financials, but the annual update document qualifies as
Well,
financials if that's all that you have.
Okay.
So you do still have access to the market if you needed to issue over $1 million without having to do audit reports.
Right,
But there
that's-
is the reporting of updating those documents, there's
Right,
material
which-
event notices you have to do, so there's
Okay.
definitely some extra legwork if you're over $1 million.
When is the date that the bond would get brought to the public to find that rate?
So we assumed here that we would go issue that in May of '25, but that'll all get defined, kind of refined. It's essentially when you're ready to go when the project's done.
What's the fastest it would take, or the shortest amount of time it would take?
I mean, technically, you can go issue the bond as soon as we have all the legal authorizations in place. Now, we would recommend recommend against going into the bond before you get at least open bids, especially in this climate. You don't want to, get locked into a $650,000 bond and then all of a sudden have to reject bids because they came in over and you can't award them. So there's reasons to do that. But, typically, we recommend go through a note, issue the bond at the end when construction's complete. So you kind of know all your final costs. If you ended up underspending, you can, not bond that, not pay interest on that extra money. On a project this size, if it's relatively straightforward and it's a relatively short construction timeframe, we certainly could have the discussion about maybe you skip the note and go straight to bonds.
Can you do the 1-year note, the ban, and pay that off early, or is that a?
We could put a call in it. You probably, again, pay a slight interest premium. It's probably not on a note this size. You're not talking about a ton of money, so it might be worth it if you think you're going to be ready to go.
Especially if the yield curve is still inverted.
Yeah.
Because right now, on a 1-year note, you're probably over 5, and on a
Low
longer note,
fours, yeah.
low 4s. So you got a 1-point spread, so if you pay an extra quarter point on the,
Right, it's not changing this.
it's not a big deal.
Yep.
So, okay, so the ability to go into the ban when we need the money, and then if at some point along the way, we're like, hey, let's just get this note issued, we can do that.
Right. Okay. Yep, so that was the other thing we handed out was a timetable. So that essentially goes through, what your timing is. So we assume, tonight we're kind of laying this all out for you. If you're ready to move forward after that, then we can coordinate with bond counsel to get you a bond resolution for your next meeting on July 11th. And then essentially the process from there, if you adopt the bond resolution, you have to make sure seeker's done first. And if seeker's done, you can do the bond resolution the same board meeting as that. And then from there, there's kind of 2 steps you have to take. First, you have to publish a permissive referendum, which has a 30-day clock on it. And then if that goes through without any challenges to put the project to a vote, then you publish the notice of estoppel, and that has a 20-day clock on it. So essentially, that's what this timetable is showing. If you adopt it on July 11th, publish the permissive referendum, shortly thereafter in the paper, and that expires in step 6 on August 11th. And then you can deliver the notice of estoppel to the paper, assuming there's a little bit of lead time there. We said that maybe that goes in the paper August 24th, and then that expires at the bottom of the page. There's step 10, September 14th. That's when you kind of have the green light that after September 14th, we can go out to borrow at any point then. And then typically the process, if it's notes, figure it's about like 6 weeks that it takes from when you give us the green light to say we want to go issue that note for $750,000 before you have the money in your bank account. For bonds, it's about 8 weeks.
But you can do either at that moment.
Yes, as soon
So
as
we
you
can
get
skip the
September
ban.
14th.
We can skip the ban and go straight to the bond.
Yep.
Dorothea, you were going to say something?
Yeah, the only question I have is, we have the grants, how would that play?
Right, so that would be another factor to consider if Because is that going to be coming towards the end? You're not going to have that money up
That's can't.
front?
The hope in the project is to get the sidewalks done as soon as possible so we can submit to the dormitory to get the grant, which could take, they're doing better, so hopefully 12 months to 18 months.
Right.
To get the grant money.
Yep. So that could be one consideration for why you might want to be on short-term financing longer, is if you can't cash flow that 100,000 grant yourself and you're going to need financing anyway for that, then you can borrow that in a short-term note and then pay it back when the money comes in before you go to bond, so you're not paying that 100,000 and, interest on that 100,000 for the next 15 or 20 years.
But this is a general purpose note, right? It's a general purpose bond, so you could use the money for anything, so money's fungible, right?
Well, no, it has to be used for this specific purpose of this project. Like, so when you do the bond resolution, it has 4 key parts. It's got that period of probably we talked about.
Yeah.
It's going to say what the scope of the
Oh, no,
project is.
let me say it slightly different. If we issue a bond for 750 and get 100,000 on the back end, that 100,000 can be used for any purpose.
That I have to check. It's all in how we tell the dormitory we're doing the project. If we're saying we're banning it all, I think it has to go towards the debt.
Yeah, typically what we would see is if you bonded the 750 of the grant afterwards, then you would probably want to set 100,000 aside in debt service reserve and apply it to the future debt service payments.
Okay.
And so that's okay. The only downside there is now you're paying interest on that 100,000 while you're waiting to pay it down. So
But also earning interest, which could be a wash.
Yep. Make a little bit more.
As long as we have the reserves set up appropriately. Right.
No.
The only reason I'm asking is by issuing a bond sooner rather than later, with the short-term rates being a point higher than the long-term rates, if you like where the rates are, you just get it done. And then you remove the risk that rates move against you. And if they move against you, they move against you for 30 years. Or however, 15 or 20, or 15 or whatever.
No, I get that, and my concern is just applying that 100,000 to make sure where we're going, and there's always the hope maybe the rates will go down.
But if we have the reserves structured appropriately and push the money into reserves for debt finance or debt funding.
And that's part of our role in the process, is when we get to September and you get that resolution, we're starting to talk about borrowing, we can run options for you too and say, hey, if you're going to go straight to bonds, this is what the impact of, like, if the rate moves, quarter point, 50 basis points versus if you didn't bond that 100,000, how much does that move?
So at that point, we can make an assessment.
So we can give you some options, and
Okay.
see what makes the most sense, and give you the pros and cons of the different financing options.
Perfect.
Yes, Jeff?
I assume bond council is doing, everything starting with adopt secret resolution.
I would, when the board is ready to move forward, I'd reach out to our bond council and start with the process.
Okay, so that's not a question for you, that's a question.
Right.
No, you
Right.
bond council.
They will do the bond resolution for sure, and then provide the subsequent legal notices that you go in the paper. Who you guys use again? Is it, do you use Tim McGill or?
Yes, it's Tim McGill.
I don't believe Tim usually does the secret resolutions, so that would be something that would have to be coordinated with the engineer, and possibly a local attorney or another entity that could provide that. I don't believe, in my experience, I don't believe Tim usually provides a secret resolution.
So everything here just gets pushed out depending on when secret gets done.
Right, you can't do the bond resolution until you have a secret.
What do we need to do to start the secret process?
Well, I think first we got to get an engineer and everybody agree what the project actually is.
Okay,
Yeah, and that's good.
great. Oh, yeah.
Oh.
All right.
So,
Okay.
but, yeah, until you agree to move forward with the project, we can't do anything.
Yeah, we have to circle back with it.
I don't have any other questions, sorry. Got a lot.
I don't have any questions.
Very thorough.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Appreciate the questions.
Yeah, really.
Thank you.
Jason. Yeah.
Typically, though, because we are looking at other debt financing, smaller amounts, well, doesn't matter, we can still put it together still pretty quickly if we have the HVAC concerns, we're in the building repairs we need to do. What, 90 days, you would say?
For the financing, for getting the legal resolution in place.
All of it. How close to that cash in my hand?
Yes,
So
there we
it
go.
depends. I mean, if you're doing, there are ways to kind of cut it down, but if you're looking at, start to finish, if you give us, if you have a project and you say, let's go get some money, assuming it has to go through the permissive referendum and the notice of estoppel, you're at, 60 days right there. You might be able to get 90 days if we start, skinning down, we kind of start the borrowing process while we're in those publications and just don't conduct the sale till after. So there's ways to skinny it down, but I'd say figure maybe closer to like 120 days.
Okay, just so I have that, the board has that in mind, because we are looking at some
It's at
heating and
least,
cooling.
90 days.
Yeah, we're
if
going
not
into
a
winter.
little longer.
Yeah, I'm thinking winter, we do summer, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Dave.
Yeah, so tell me a little bit about additional notes issued after this might be issued. Size matters, so if it's 100,000, 150, the rates are going to be different than if it's 650 or 700,000?
I don't know that it matters that much on like that granular of a scale. I think the big threshold is over under $1 million, because it changes what the offering document is. The bidders are going to get a much more robust document.
Right.
They're going to get a credit rating when it's over $1 million. So they just tend to like that more. And they also have a certain, if you're an underwriter bidding on something, you have a certain cost to, do QSIPs or things of that nature. So there's a certain minimum, cost that you have to get in the return of the interest expense to pay for, to make it worth bidding on that. So they're able to better get economies of scale on a larger issuance like that. So I'd say that probably the biggest thing is over under $1 million. Once you get over $1 million, you can also get some benefits. The larger you get, you might pull in some investors who are not interested in smaller pieces, so they may give you a little bit more competitive if you're on a more national underwriting.
But we shouldn't
scale.
try to consolidate additional projects into this, is what I'm asking. So if we have another 100 or 150,000 that we might want to issue a bond for.
Well, the benefit, if you had something else that was going, the benefit, especially if you're staying under $1 million, so you're not getting into that, credit rating or that additional ongoing compliance disclosure, the benefit to putting two things together, let's say you add another 150 this, you go from 750 to 900. If we time those to go together, the benefit you're going to get is that we're going to consolidate those, and there's only one cost of issuance, as opposed to if you do a $750,000 note and then 2 months later do a 150, we have to charge you for both of those because we have to go through the process twice.
What is that cost
If we
again?
put it together, then it's all, one.
What does that cost again?
Cost on a note under $1 million is about probably like 4,000 or 5,000 for us, and then whatever bond counsel is.
What do you think that is?
They're probably maybe half that, so you might be like 7,500 all in for a note under $1 million.
So there's an opportunity to save $7,500 if we have projects that we can identify in advance of issuing this note.
And you roll them all together.
Now,
time together.
So coming back to the timetable of seeker getting done, there would have to be, we could go through the seeker for this project. There might be other things that we need cash for, that if we identify, it just has to be identified in the issue. The money will be used for A, B, and C.
Right, so you could either do it all together, or they could also be separate bond resolutions. If you're ready to move on this one, and you have another one, that needs another month or two to develop. Because we said you can go, September 14th, but you may not be ready to go for the debt yet if the engineer is just designing, you could cash flow the engineering fees.
Right.
Because again, we might not want to go out until we actually have the bids and the construction's about to start.
And is this the benefit of the band? It gives you that flexibility to kind of work things through.
Yeah.
Well, but if you're looking for the cost savings, you want to have it all in place before you go to the band, because we can't
The
issue
band
the
too.
band and then add on top of it later. That's a separate.
You can't.
band,
So we
right?
couldn't issue a band
No,
for
no.
750 and then one for 100, and then at the end do a bond for 850.
You can. We can consolidate with the bond, so you get the savings on the bond, but that
Yeah.
would be two sets of issuance costs on the band if you're.
Oh, okay. So now, we just talked about 750 savings on the issue. Is
That's
that-
on the note.
That's on the note. Is
Right,
it
and if you
also the same on the bond?
consolidated it together, it'd probably be about double that on the bond.
Okay, so if you could get all the band,
If you put it all together, you
the
might.
band and the bond, so there's essentially $15,000 in costs, and it also speaks to trying to, if possible, eliminate the band because you can issue just the bond.
right? So if we just do the bond, not the band and the bond, then we save
Right.
$7,500.
Then there's no band.
But
No, I'm
I mean,
good
these
with
are
that. I
all
know
like
where you're
considerable
going.
differences. I mean, we could identify, if we consolidate things appropriately, we could look at
And that's what the
15,000.
village did with its first step issuance.
Mhm.
We did multiple projects into one
Mhm.
big band. We did the band.
You did the
See where
band
we wanted
first.
to go.
So if there's other needs, there's always, benefits to being able to consolidate stuff
Sure.
together. Again, with that consideration in the back of our mind that if we go over $1 million, then that brings some other negatives.
Other things.
Right, but to get up to $1 million is going to be a benefit.
So if we go
Well,
999,000.
it's a benefit, but there's a lot of extra work on the village to do the disclosure and those disclosure
I think they were
statements.
saying.
We're saying
up to just.
Up to,
Just
no, up
like-
to, right under.
If we stay
Yes,
under $1 million.
stay under $1
then
million,
we
yeah,
have
I got
to-
it.
Drop it by $1.
Yes,
Right.
but Dave's got a good point, that's a
And just coming back to
$15,000.
the bands can be paid off early,
If we put a call provision in.
which doesn't cost us a lot from what you were saying, because it's such a short-term note.
Right.
We want to get a project moving here, right, relatively quickly. We may not identify the other projects that we want to do in a timely enough fashion for one band. But because the bands can be paid off early, we can work to additional resolutions of additional items, have a band. Can you issue a 6-month band?
Yeah, you can go anything.
Okay, anything else?
Anything.
So you could issue a second band if we decide to move forward with other things that basically comes due at the same time as the first band,
Mhm.
and then just do one bond.
Correct.
That would save us $7,500. If we figured out a way to do one band, then that would save you another $7,500 possibly, but the odds of that are pretty low if we want to get this one moving forward.
We probably could do, if we're looking to really save, we just go straight for the bond.
Yeah.
And given the timeline to put all the pieces together and see from bid and all that, we could get the other pieces we know we need, like the HVAC and some of those big things.
We're
Those are
looking for a
pretty.
bid in the spring of next year, right, or like late winter.
Anticipation of the project to start is next spring.
The South and Wood Street project next
Yeah.
spring.
So if you're able to cash flow like the engineering design
Mhm.
fees without a financing, then like spring is probably like your time frame that you'd want to have all your ducks in a row, whether you're doing notes or a bond, because that might be the first time you're gonna go out for a financing if you're.
Right, my concern is also I'm looking at a heating system that could go into the winter.
Yeah, so you
Well,
can solve.
So.
The
my
heating
thought is-
system is pretty
Yeah,
crucial.
So we got to talk through this to figure out the
Yeah,
timeline.
And we have the
I
workshop.
wish we could time it all together, get one bond.
Yeah.
Get the money and pay off do all the projects all at one time. That would be great, but with not knowing what construction costs are going to be, that's
Okay.
challenging.
Excuse me, Zach, you had a comment or a question?
Yeah, I was just going to ask, and you may have already answered this, but is there a way, because of the timeframe, to get the cash on hand to reimburse from that? So if we were to upfront money toward the cost of something, once the money was received from the bond,
We would reimburse.
to reimburse the village.
Right, so if you adopt the bond resolution for 750, that's covering you for all the costs. So if you pay some of that up front because you want to hold off on borrowing, then when the borrowing comes in, you repay yourself for wherever that money had come from, as long as it's part of that 750 project cost.
Right, we could decide to take it out of fund balance to cover those things.
It's essentially an interfund loan.
Right,
due
to take care of
capital
it,
fund.
and then pay back that when the money comes in.
Yep.
So whether, you threw the heating systems, everything into the bond all at one time,
And then we just repair the fund balance. when the-
we just repay ourselves.
Make restitution.
Yep.
Right, your fund balance actually should never even really drop, it's all kind of like a balance sheet.
Yeah, it's
entry.
a-
Just a do to, do from with the capital fund,
Mhm.
and then when the money comes in, you reimburse the general fund from the capital fund, or whatever fund you're taking.
It's all going to happen in the same budget year, so it's not going to be an issue.
Right, so it's really more of like a balance sheet thing versus a fund balance thing.
Okay, so we have some thinking to do, and we have our workshop coming up also next week, which I think will be helpful for us to really sort through this, it's meaty stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and it's the good stuff. This is the stuff we want to do for our village, so.
Yeah.
This is all good.
Okay, well, if you need anything else from us, information-wise, let us know, or otherwise, when you are ready to move forward, anything, Dorothea and us can work with bond council and get the necessary resolutions over to you for whenever the board's ready to consider those. So.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jason. Really helpful, really, really helpful.
Go local.
Definitely. We're pulling item number 6. It was the review of the GPI contract. Our village engineer couldn't be here. There's a few other moving parts that are still kind of kicking in on that. So we're just going to just defer that. Next up, the consideration of the Arboretum dedications.
Great. And actually, I would appreciate if we could have a couple additional resources to help us talk about the same agenda items printed out. I did send those to the board earlier, but maybe this is a good time to take a 5-minute break to get those in front of us.
Sure.
Yeah, that's a nice idea. Yeah, we can
So
go
I'll make a
ahead.
motion, we take a 5-minute break.
Second.
You know, 5 or 10.
I got a print. Just the copy
That's what I
of
was
the
thinking.
wire.
I know, maybe 10.
10-minute break.
Okay.
All right.
And was there a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Trustee Marshall?
Aye.
Trustee Lanfair?
Aye.
Trustee Lickett?
Aye.
Trustee Coe?
Aye.
Mayor Plummer?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay.
Great.
Dorothea,
10 minutes,
email,
everybody. Almost.
You're live.
Okay, video's on, everybody's going.
We're not Memorex, this is live.
This is live, okay. Where are we here? Motion to open the meeting?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Trustee Lightgev.
Aye.
Trustee Lampier.
Aye.
Trustee Coe.
Aye.
Trustee Marshall.
Aye.
Mayor Plummer.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, we're back, live. Okay, next up is the consideration of the Arboretum dedication. And yep.
Great, well, just in case anybody's eyes were glazing over during the previous financial discussion, I'm not going to say that I saw anybody nodding off, I won't name any names. No, but let's try to liven things up by talking about parks here for a moment. And specifically what we're talking about is the park in the northwest quadrant of the village that's been under discussion for quite some time. It was named after the dedication as the Robert C. Corby Arboretum and Wildlife Sanctuary. And what is under discussion tonight is what I would like to do is clarify the boundaries of the Arboretum, because there's been some discussion about where the boundaries actually were from the original dedication. So I think it helps everybody in terms of the usage of the park and for the safety of everybody in the DPW and the public in that area to know where things stand. And the original dedication was based on a map that was largely conceptual. It indicated the rough area. But there were some parts of the map that needed to be refined. So that's what we're doing here. So we've had in at least the last couple of meetings, I think during the last couple of months or so, we've had pictures of the boundaries of the Arboretum as they're proposed. So we're talking about a larger section that's kind of in the northwest that most people have walked through for quite some time with their dogs, and also a sliver to the south of Village Lane as you're entering it as kind of a visual buffer. And if anybody needs to, there are materials around if anybody wants to look at these maps. There are different variations of the map, but they're all pretty much the same. So I guess what I wanted to address first, kind of jumping around the Arboretum items, are one of the concerns that's been raised is about sufficient space available for the DPW for future needs as well as safety issues. So, and Mayor, I know that you had brought those up, so
Yeah.
Did you want to say anything else about that, or?
Yeah, and Zach's here too, and I know, I don't know if any of the crew's online as well, but this really has been an ongoing concern, and feel free to jump in, but it's been a concern that was raised even a couple of years ago. We are certainly in Monroe County and probably in most of New York State, we are the only DPW facility that is not secured in terms of proper fencing and true definition of the area for, in terms of public safety and also for the security actually of the facility and of the equipment. And so, this, again, you're right, this has been brought up because the land now behind the DPW has been activated with a different use. And so there's more people, there's dogs, kids, bicyclists. We now have actual kids from the middle school biking through. You may want to speak to that. I know there's been some near misses. And there's also, there's heavy equipment going in and out. And so we really want to, we want the Arboretum. We want to make sure that we kind of delineate where that is, absolutely. But we also know that the DPW is the underpinning of taking care of our village and our infrastructure. And so we want to make sure that their current needs are provided for, their future needs are provided for in a safe way that's safe for the DPW and also for the public, because they are accessing a public land adjacent. So did you want to add anything to
Yeah,
that?
everything that you just said, going back since, I've been here since 2012 now, this has always been an issue and it has increased since this park has been opened up to the public. Since these trails were basically became a park. For previous years to that, it was mostly used as a means for us to be able to jump and teach drivers how to drive, because there was a hill back there where we could bring someone in a large dump truck to learn how to shift a vehicle on a hill rather than bringing them out there. We lost that. The storage then came down to the yard that we are currently occupying, except for a couple of piles of mulch that is now being used by both Arboretum and general use for the village. But since it's turned into parkland, it has been opened up to people on bikes, dogs running wild off a leash. Last couple of years now, one of the schools has been bringing bike tours of middle school age kids to our the other day, one of the employees at the DPW had a close call with someone who was riding a scooter through. They're back where we park our own vehicles. This is nowhere even, near where the road would be, which most people use. It's been a difficult couple of years having to deal with this. You're driving through, you're coming around a wide, it's kind of a blindfold in some spots. And there are people that are cutting through our gated area to access the trail systems. It's been difficult. I don't know if anybody is online that would like to talk.
Yep, we do have,
Sure.
Jason, you are allowed to speak.
Hi, you guys got me?
Yeah, hi, Jason.
Hi, sorry, I'm at a soccer game here, but I'm going to do my best. So yeah, foreman with the Village of Pittsford, and some of the concerns that I have are, everybody's touched on it, and that's the usage of our grounds as what people would probably think is public use. Our parking lot where we park our own personal vehicles, we have people cutting through behind our cars, in front of our cars, and walking right through with their dogs, sometimes off leash. We've had dogs come into our break room while we're sitting eating lunch, off leash, and then owners saying, "Oh, I'm so sorry, they're a very friendly dog." But, there are people that are afraid of dogs. And whether the dog is friendly or not, that's a major concern that they can just come, running in through the garage doors and into the shop. Off leash is a whole other issue, but nonetheless, them walking, right up to our back door, that's our private space to be able to open the door, get a breeze during lunch, kind of kick back, and not expect to have to interact with the public or dogs trying to steal our food. I mean, so that's just one instance. There's been a lot of close calls, very close calls with, our toothed bucket that, is designed for ripping ground and tearing ground up. And, a person on a bicycle riding right by the shop doors and cutting right across the grass of the canal path. Now, I understand it's a very delicate balance that we need to find to allow these people to have a space that they can use to access the canal path, but also access the Arboretum. I think there's definitely a way that we can, compromise a space where it's defined, whether it's painting a line, painting a path that they are supposed to be on, and also clearly defining what's expected of them on some sort of signage, like stay to the right, stay in the bike lane. We've had numerous times where we've come into work and there's beer cans by our back door, beer cans by the fuel pumps, beer cans up in the Arboretum, beer cans down by our lower barn. I can personally say that I came in for a late call at 2:00 in the morning, and I found two people doing, let's just say, adult activities behind one of our barns, and I spooked them out of there. And I'm not expecting to see somebody come walking around the barn while I'm opening it up in the dark, and they're going, "Oh my God," like that's just unexpected, just very, unsecure and unexpected. So those are some of the concerns I have. We've also had homeless people that are using our charging. There's a electrical outlet by our back door, and it's right by the back entrance door to the employee door, and they use it to charge their phones over the weekend. They basically camp out, and I think that that's also where the beer cans are coming from. If we have an employee that has to come in for an on-call issue, and they spook somebody that may have been drinking, that's a very unsafe situation for, let's just say, anyone. Nonetheless, a woman to come in, let's say Mindy or even Danielle, to come into work and have to possibly deal with some sort of, intoxicated or someone under the influence of drugs. And it does happen. There is a lot of drug use back in these woods, and drinking, and a lot of, not just kids, it's adults too. So, these are some concerns, and I think that there's a way that we can give ourselves our own space, via fencing or just some sort of defined boundaries to, separate the two. There's definitely a way that we can make both parties happy. And I guess that's my main concern, is just being able to have our employees safe, but also the public safe too, so that they know what's expected of them, so they don't get run over by a front loader that's backing out of the barn, or, a toothed bucket going through the chest of a 7-year-old because he's running by with his mom chasing their dog. That's the last thing we need. And unfortunately, it's going to happen. It's not a matter of, if it's going to happen, it's a matter of when. And that's pretty much all I have to say about it. Thank you.
Thanks for your input, and for expressing the concerns that I'm sure are not only from you, but also on behalf of the crew, And is there someone else also?
Yep.
Okay.
Sean, you're allowed to speak.
Everybody. Hello.
Hi.
You guys got me?
Yep, we do. Welcome.
I would just like to share an incident that happened to me last year. Last year on the weekend, I decided to go for a walk, me and my family. It was a Sunday afternoon. I decided to park in the DPW parking lot since, I work there. Me and my wife and child decided to go for a walk for about a half hour, come back, and needless to say, my car got broken into. My wife's purse got stolen out of the back. Luckily, there's no money in there, but some of her belongings got scattered through the backwoods. Knowing that people like to walk through there, me and the police officer just needed to walk back there and find the belongings. So long story short, there's, not the nicest people walking through our property. Just to touch on what Jay was saying the other day, people constantly walk through our property, walk by the doors. For example, working on vehicles, I got up in the air, I'm underneath, and a dog runs in, stuff is hanging. It could, needless to say, I could cut that dog, and now we're responsible for a dog. Just some stuff to touch on. That's all I got to share.
Okay, thank you so much, Sean, for calling it. Yeah, Zach.
I just wanted to add, along with the safety and the security of our facility is also the needs of where we're going to be in the future. In the last few years, we've grown in staff. We've added 3 new staff members, 3 new positions. So we've grown to fully max out the capabilities of our shop, which means that we're in need of more equipment, a larger facility to be able to house everybody. And as the DPW grows, we are going to need land to grow with it in order to do our operations that we need. We've lost a ton, and this is a sacrifice. We all love the woods back there. The wildlife that it brings out on a daily basis, that we get to see fox, turkey, deer, 2 families and ravens. It's just really neat. We love it. We want to work with it. But the future needs that the DPW will need is up in the air. We can't really say for sure, where that's going to be, or what in fact we're going to need.
So I have a question, because I know this was actually, I believe with the previous board, there was direction to you and the village engineer, Scott Harder, and Justin, you were going to sit down and kind of sort through that and really kind of come back with, sort of at least an outline of kind of where you are now, what you need in the future. and, kind of help with planning on that, and where are we with that?
Well, we're still at this map that Justin had drawn up, and I think that's where we left off the one time that we did.
So you had one meeting, okay, so there really wasn't at that meeting resolving anything, or, are you moving forward with something to kind
Not currently.
of
I
shake
think
that up for the board so we can understand?
The conversation's still open, on needs and wants for the DPW.
Okay, so it really hasn't been closed out, I guess, is what I'm hearing. Yeah, did you?
I have a couple questions. You said that you have 3 new staff members.
Correct.
Have the needs of the village grown, that we needed 3 new staff members, and do you foresee it, and how have the needs grown?
Well, drainage especially has become more of an issue as
Replacing
the drainage systems are failing, seems to be all at once, about 60, 70 years old.
next to my house.
Yeah.
You see it
You can
every
see
day.
it.
You guys are great.
And honestly, lighting has become an issue as all the streetlights that the village owns are aging, so those will become more maintenance heavy. Keeping up on the painting with everything, we still have yet to get into staining and painting pavilions, the deck work that goes on around all of the docks and pavilions. It really has become more labor intensive, everything that we're doing, our aging roads. The more time that we spend patching roads, because we have not had the funds to be able to repair them properly, paving, and, moving in the direction of the schedules that we're supposed to. The equipment, we're getting to a point where everything's closer to being on schedule for replacement, but the older equipment still requires more maintenance. So having someone in the shop being able to do that stuff, and just the maintenance that pops up on a daily basis.
So the needs have grown?
Yeah.
Okay.
Really quick, I just want to add in also Shane Place, because Shane Place, there really has been, between events and increasing tourism, and the canal's really activated, there's a lot of wear and tear really in our village, just in terms of, and it's great, I mean, we're excited to have all of the visitors and everybody use it, but it does make a difference, yeah.
And then the other question I have is, have you noticed more safety concerns and more crime since the Arboretum has come about? Because to me, it seems, I've been here before the whole renovation of the walking paths and the trails. To me, it seems safer because it's more out in the open and people can see, as compared to it being all wooded, where you would think that more people would be out there drinking and causing havoc. So to me, it seems like it would be a safer environment. But I'm hearing that the safety seems to be, a bigger worry than it was before the Arboretum.
The last year and a half, we have not had to remove any people that were living in the woods, but there still are the party spots back there, which we have to go out and clean out regularly. As Sean was just saying, his car was broken into last summer. We try not to leave equipment outside because we are exposed to everything. So unfortunately, because we're maxed out in space within the shop, that we do end up having to leave stuff outside once in a while. And it's always a gamble whether we're going to come in and something's going to be.
So if you had a fenced-in secured yard to store it, because that was something that had been proposed my first year of office. Yeah, so I'm glad we're circling back to that.
Yeah, so fenced in, something that's fenced with some more security, because I see that, on the other, if you walk down the canal to where the other DPW, I don't know whose that is, the town?
It's the town.
Sewer department?
Or the sewer department, right, they're quite closed in, I mean, they've even blocked off the trail, which is quite interesting. So
that's New York State Bridge Authority and the Canal Corp.
Yeah, so would fencing be something significant?
Fencing would definitely help.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that would satisfy, some of the needs of security and safety for sure. The redirection of people to be able to access canal path from the trails out back, that's another need.
Right.
And also the consideration of storage space, because once we're contained, we really don't have anywhere to go. That's another problem with,
It's finite in terms of what you would have.
Right. It's a defined area that we no longer have to move around outside of those areas.
So do you think the Arboretum is affecting your ability to fence entry space? Or, I mean, I guess I don't understand the correlation.
It's not that it's affecting it, it's just the need is there because of the increase of pedestrian traffic that we have through there.
Right.
I mean, it's always been something that we've needed.
The need's always been there.
Yeah, it's always been there.
Okay.
So we did a
Should-
canvas,
should have
every other
happened.
DPW
It never
around
has.
Monroe County a couple of years ago. Every one of those is fenced in. One of them had a moat going around it, you know? So we're the only ones that are exposed, you know, on all sides.
Sure.
One of them's got an existing path that connects it to, you know, from one end of the city to the other. And people use it all the time. Like I said, we pulled out camps back there where people
Sure.
set up tents and we're living back there. It's a need that has always been there, but just it has not been met yet.
Sure, so what I'm going back to is why are we bringing this safety need up in correlation with the Arboretum? When we-
Because the Arboretum has increased the amount of pedestrian traffic.
Needing more safety, going back to the fencing issue. Okay, so you're just kind of saying that now that the public has kind of been more aware of the space and there's more use, you're feeling a need for safety more.
The need was always there, but it's been heightened.
Okay.
The need was always there from the moment that DPW actually went in. The need was always there for decades to have a secured, safe facility. Absolutely, 100%. And we, again, I will say this, we are the only facility probably in most of New York State that is not a secured, fenced-in DPW.
So why have we not had a fence put in all these years?
Well, we're bringing it back to the board, so that's, that's a great question, and I'm right there with you. Yeah, excuse me one second.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
If you have a public
I
comment,
didn't-
that's fine.
No, I know you were a comment, I had a comment.
Okay.
Just from insurance end, we had an our insurance company came through, Selective, did a review, and they recommended fencing as well. It is a concern because it's not, if people cut around the DPW, that'd be one thing. They go right through the facility, and it's just asking for trouble.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, now.
That's what we're talking about.
You see, I mean, you,
Oh, yeah, I mean,
one of the people who walk right past the front of our garage is
totally
proposed.
understandable. I mean, I don't know if there's anybody that would not think that was an issue.
Yeah, and so, so it would also be, the idea of securing the facility, but also taking care of the foot traffic of our people who want to visit the Arboretum and making sure they're
Provide a
properly,
safe place for
properly
people.
directed.
Okay.
So, it's nothing more than that. Like, let's figure out how we balance that, because we want both of those. Yeah, Justin.
Well, Dave, if you wanted to go ahead, that's fine too.
I just had a question about the space that the DPW uses now. There is the southern part of the barn that juts down into what looks like it probably used to be Canal Corps land.
Still is.
Still is.
No, I'm sorry, where this section here, where the barn is built. You see how, so like the line comes across the bottom, left to right, and then all of a sudden it right angles down, goes right through the canal, comes out a little bit, and then diagonals back up and reconnects with what probably was an original line that just went straight across.
That could be.
My question is this little spot where the barn is, where it juts down and then kind of goes back up, do you know when we acquired that, how we acquired that?
So a long time ago, I think before, the office buildings that are across from our shop, that was the old treatment plant for the village.
Sewage treatment plant.
And I believe the access road to get to the DPW, that building that we're currently in, and also the treatment plant, was actually routed along the canal underneath the train bridge. So once the transfer of ownership happened, I'm not sure, and even back then, I'm not even sure if there was.
I know, I don't know how the records are.
An ownership of it,
I know.
or if it was just a use.
But at some point, that
What are you
land,
talking about?
this
Here, show Jeff,
this
you might have
section
some.
here, right, this southern section that kind of comes down and
Right.
goes up, this probably was part of the canal path, and.
No, this has always been,
Village?
yeah, where this outline
Yeah.
has always been village-owned property. When I say always, going back to 1934.
1934. Okay, so we don't know why it came down like this. The reason why I was asking is, from a space standpoint, where you're operating now, there's some that you're utilizing already on the Canal Corps land. Have we ever submitted a request to obtain that land in any way?
From the Canal Corps?
From the Canal Corps?
I'm currently reaching out to them, and I have correspondence here. There was correspondence between Scott Harder and then their regional permitting engineer. And evidently, and it goes back, and we can forward this to the board, there was a permitting agreement that was entered, going to be entered into by the village. Jeff, I don't know if you recall the date, was it 13 years? No, longer than that. It was 16 years ago, I think.
Yeah.
And so the Canal Corp sent the agreement, but it might not have been, it might have been right, yeah, with John Osborne. But anyway, the agreement was sent to the village to be signed, and it was never signed.
Okay.
So I'm going back in and saying, hey, can we get a lease to take care of all this
But
land?
right now, this is owned land.
That is the Canal Corp land that you're.
Where the barn is, or where the building is.
That's ours.
That's ours.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was concerned
Yeah,
looking.
so
Yep.
this is ours.
Mhm.
And the land to the west of that you had just referenced the lease on, would the Canal Corps sell us all of that land, going all the way to our western edge?
That could be an ask. Generally, I think that they would, I know that they would certainly permit it to us. Jeff, you and I, we had spoken with Scott about leasing, that it would probably be preferable, because when you look at the L shape of the barns on the map, we are, and this was approved by the previous board, we are finally building proper bathrooms and shower facilities and laundry facilities and lockers for the DPW. And so part of what this agreement would be with the understanding that we would be building that bathroom facility on the land.
On the Canal Corp land?
Yep, absolutely. So they still may want to keep the canal frontage, or be concerned about how they would activate it in the future, because that's their goal. I don't know that they would sell that to us. That's
I'm guessing that a lease would be easier than.
The lease would be
sale.
far easier.
And you don't want to build non-permitted land, because usually the permits are revocable in 30 days notice.
Yeah, and for example, down on Shane Place, there's permitting down there from the Canal Corp for us to use that land, and it's kind of like being a tenant at will. They could revoke it in 30 days, so, and I think, our advice of counsel here is good, let's try to get a long-term lease here. And I think they'd be willing to do it. I mean, I have reached out, they have been receptive. We're kind of going back and forth a little bit now, so.
And I'm asking that question because as we think about long-term plans with the DPW, that's some space there that is not currently included in the map of the Arboretum Wildlife Sanctuary. We would want the use of it for a pathway, right? Coming down from that little corner, if that were to be dedicated straight to the canal. And then
Are you
there's-
talking on the far end?
Yeah, the far left.
That's what I thought, okay.
Yeah, so you have a pathway that goes in from the canal and possibly greater utility for the DPW on the south side rather than venturing into the north side into the Arboretum. To me, from how that land is postured and positioned, it seems like going south is easier than going north. It's just a matter of it's not ours. But it's certainly with a government entity that is probably amenable to some degree.
I might have to disagree with you on that, because I think that that's prime pedestrian
I'm with you.
land. I mean, who wants to
I know.
walk down the canal and look at a whole section DPW? It's bad enough we have to look at that one.
Kind of in the money
Yeah,
shot.
it's almost like
Well,
the parking lot there.
So my thought there, though, being that this degree of vegetation may not be as much as required, right? And so having some sort of fencing, I'm just trying to figure out how can you fence in enough space so that you can expand into.
But a fence can be moved.
Oh, and you have a lot of ideas on fencing. I mean, the crew has really been working on this. This is something that they know.
Yeah.
How, we've looked at the yard on the side.
Some of it
Yeah.
can be naturally fenced, certain berms, around
Yes.
the southern and western edges of the property.
Mhm.
So and a thicket of trees, which create a natural barrier.
Mhm.
Not too many people, I don't want to fence it, it's, the wildlife also, so having some access for it to be a good.
And weren't you talking along sort of the canal, a little closer to the canal?
Yes,
The
so-
split rail?
Yep,
To
so
be a
along the
visual
canal
cue for
path,
people.
to separate the canal path from the DPW, like from where we park, which would be
Mm-hmm.
on the western side of the building, all the way down to the access road meets the canal path.
Mm-hmm.
They have a split rail fence there, just something to show
Little
that there's a
softer.
separation of properties and use. That was one idea, and then Justin and I think we also agree that the Wyatt Road, putting some sort of separation there with a gate, with some painted lines.
Oh, right when you come around the
there.
bend? Is that where we?
Yeah, I mean, this is where we did not get to, is the
Okay, so we
actual
still need to solve some of this.
Yeah, this was part of the process that we have not seen yet.
Okay.
Is discussing the designs to make this work, which I don't know if it's the next thing to do it, but we have plenty of ideas.
Yeah, I appreciate the ideas and I appreciate the concerns. I think that when it comes down to it, a lot of the safety issues we've talked about are because of the failure to clearly demarcate these uses. And once we achieve that, we can move ahead and put in some of the redirection, use some of these natural barriers.
So that goes back to site plan.
When you look at the initial designation in 2020, the line actually of the parkland actually cut through the back of the DPW. That was the line from the comprehensive plan. It cut off the yard. So when we're talking about people using that parking lot, breaking the cars back there, loitering back there, that was actually part of the designation, I think, if you want to look at the map that was pointed to at that moment. So what this is, the map that we've been looking at for the last couple of months, is based on Scott Harder's work, the village engineer, to figure out what the usage patterns are of the DPW and of the undeveloped land. And so all I did was kind of connect up those dots and say, well, really what we meant back in 2020, and even before that, 2018, when we did the survey and most residents said they wanted to see the space undeveloped and left green, 2019 in the comprehensive plan, which had a map and said the highest use for this is as a public park, and also in the zoning code, which made parks a permitted use as part of the open space district. All these things have led us down this path, and what we need to do now is make sure that we're clear in the actual space that is designated based on the work that people have done. And based on that, we can actually take steps to make it safer. I appreciate the talks about fences and everything, but really what we're talking about here is making sure that the dedication that already happened is clear based on the maps that we have in front of us.
That's a really good point, and I just would like to speak to that because just so people understand that my understanding that the original dedication was, what was it called, an incomplete dedication, Jeff? Because it was based on the fact that there was the thought that there was 13 acres. The village engineer did a survey and came up with 11.2 acres. And so there's 10 acres supposed to be set aside for the Arboretum based on the actions of a previous board. And what does that leave for DPW? So if we're looking at this map now, how much land is here for the DPW to use?
Let me pull up the work that Scott did today. So,
and then, okay.
Is this all DPW land right here? This is all the land, right?
This results in remaining lands of 1.78 acres based on the meets and bounds description prepared by the village engineer.
So we're at 1.78.
Zach, do you have this?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, so this land is all DPW land right here. It's not developed.
I wanted to.
Okay, so.
Yeah, I believe that's, nothing's defined.
But I mean, that's.
Potentially, let's say potentially then, how about that? So just so to help me understand this then, so there's 1.78 acres now, and you've just had the one meeting about the current use and the current needs. So are we all just assuming that that's enough land for DPW? I mean, I'm trying to understand, is there like a site plan that has been done for this? For growth?
No site plan yet, and still no future considerations of where we're going to go with DPW.
Okay.
Again, we're at capacity with our current facility. We are going to need another one, a newer one, more expansive one.
Well, at some point, yeah.
Where are we going to put it? Are we going to add on to what's already existing? And I think all that needs to be considered, in the space that we're going to need to operate.
So we don't fully have the answer now with the 1.78, that is something that is.
Yeah, and I'm not sure.
I mean, I'm just trying to understand, because I don't know.
1.78 would look like overlaid on top of this map motion.
So
Okay.
I just want to go back to the point
Sure.
that when this dedication was originally made, even though the map was a concept map, the idea was that the DPW had room to expand within the existing footprint, which is the footprint that Scott, our village engineer, helped us to define.
Well, the original
This is-
dedication said that there was 3 acres for DPW based on 13 acres, and now you are down to 1.7.
That was an incorrect statement based on an understanding that the entire piece of land includes part of the RG&E easement up to the north and also the Canal Corps lands down to the south. So based on the mapping and the survey that we paid for by our village engineer, we now understand what the boundaries are, and I believe that this is in line with the intent of the original dedication. It allows us to take reasonable safety steps, and it ensures room for future expansion of the DPW.
Okay, so you
I am
just
going
made an
to-
important point. It ensures room for future expansion of the DPW. I don't know that we have that answer yet.
And we may never
That's
have.
why I keep coming back to it, you guys. So I don't know that we do have that answer. You've had kind of one meeting with, between you, and I think that's important, that we really kind of nail that down. Like, what does that really look like?
And I think this is going to kind of go along with our next meeting, which is the projected 5-year of where we're going to be. That should include the discussion of the DPW facility. I mean, hopefully you guys will be able to come through and see what we're working with down there. It's an aging building that's rotting from the ground up. We
I
need
think-
something new, and we need to.
I think that'll be a good step in the right direction. I think that if we're actually looking at DPW needs assessment, we're probably years down the road. We've got to secure funding for having an outside firm do the DPW assessment. We need to do planning with that. The fact is, the Arboretum was already dedicated. It's not complete in the sense that we needed a more precise map, which the village has now prepared and which we have in front of us. This helps us to make the land safe, the land that was already dedicated, and we can move forward in order to ensure the safety of the DPW and staff and the people using this space that was dedicated to the public.
I see them as
So
two
I'm
separate
going to-
issues. Excuse me one second, there's a couple, I think there's comments online, and I think Steve had a comment as well.
Yeah, just curious on the map, did Scott develop this map with Zach and you, the boundaries here, or was that done by you?
This map is primarily the result of,
Was it developed by Scott in regard, and Zach, for their needs, or all three of you together, or was it defined by you?
this is mostly based on Scott's survey lines, and I connected up a couple of those lines together based on the
You
current
answered my
usage of the
question.
DPW.
Oh, okay,
So I guess.
all right, but
let's
hang
go
on,
ahead
there's
and
some comments
let's
online, so
move
let's,
on.
Matthew, you're allowed to speak.
hello?
Matthew, you're allowed to speak.
Maybe in the chat if they can't. Are you muted?
I'm not muted. He is.
No, but I'm saying, is he muted, I should say?
Yeah, I just sent him a request on mute.
Okay,
He had his hand raised, that's why.
okay.
Anyone else?
Okay.
So I want to bring this back to the board here. We've had a good discussion. This dedication has been years in the making. This is what the public wants us to do with this land. It was in the survey, overwhelmingly supported in the survey of what people wanted to do with that piece of land. It was in the comprehensive plan, it's in the zoning code. There was already a dedication that was made, and the land was named. What's left to do is make sure that we're clear about these boundaries so we can take steps to ensure that the dedication is complete, and so that we can make sure that people using the park and the DPW are reasonably safe. That doesn't mean that we can't change it. If we secure the funding for the site plan and we decide that we do need more land for the DPW in the future, but this gives reasonable opportunities for expansion in the existing footprint. And so that's what I want to move ahead with tonight.
Okay, so changing it means that we might have to go to the legislature in Albany. John, I know you had your hand up, didn't you?
John Lindberg, 62 State Street. I don't want to say I can hear me, but I know that there's a good working relationship between the town and the village. They share equipment, they share manpower. Has anybody looked at the opportunity of co-locating with the town's highway department? They're right around the corner, we might have to go to Bay, but they've already got a secure facility, and then there's a new cell tower going there, but if we could do that, we might be able to open up some very valuable land in the village and get these guys what they need.
Yeah, I've reached out, and they have concerns for their own growth as well, so, yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you, yeah.
I think that's a good point, though, in that, everything that we might do with the DPW is purely speculative. It might expand, it might be able to be reorganized, it might contract, it might go elsewhere. And if we say that the park dedication, clarifying that boundary, is put behind any of those speculative plans, it's a disservice to the public, because we've already been postponing this for 5 years, I guess it is, since the initial survey. It's time to move on.
Is there a motion?
There is.
We have another comment here, and did you get the comment back online? I'm sorry.
I'm waiting.
Okay, well, okay.
Can I make a quote? So the land that we currently use, and with including fencing and some sort of delineation for pedestrians, and with the possible intent of within 10 years, giving more land back to the park, why don't we, or would it be more suitable to include the land where the leaf mulch piles are currently as DPW use? And then again, in moving forward, creating a plan where we're going to be with the DPW, and maybe ultimately ending up with all of the land that DPW currently occupies, if we can find a suitable place for the DPW to have that as all park land. So we are not crunched in without room to move. For the time being, it doesn't have to be permanent, but to give, with the intention of giving land back to the park.
Okay.
Or giving land to the park.
Understood, okay, thanks for your input, yes.
2 questions. What's the difference of if there are needs that the Arboretum gives the land back to you? I mean, if you're being, open, why would the DPW have to give the land back when maybe the Arboretum could give the land back to you? That's one question. The other, can you just come up here real quick, staff? I'm a visual person. I mean, right here, this is looking like all of this is DPW space, right? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a lot of space.
Depends on what you're doing.
Well, I know, but if we're going to fill this space with buildings and parking lots, I mean, that's not really good use of this nature reserve or what people want to do. I mean, that's a little space right here that you have the DPW. That's what, 5 times the space you need?
Yes, but
I mean,
we
that seems
also have a lot of equipment. This area here is this is storage, this is fuel pump sitting right there.
So we have all this. So the growth that would happen to fill this land, we're talking 20 years.
And we still need
30
room
years.
to be able to operate.
Okay, but again, if we need to borrow space, I mean, I guess what I'm saying is the Arboretum could be dedicated.
This is a lot of land for the Arboretum too. All I'm asking for is just to hang on to this little bit right here.
What is it, right here?
Yeah, just through the gate right here. It's just a small little section.
Because you guys have the shared use.
Yeah, right now it's.
Okay, and that seems reasonable to me. I mean, Justin, is there a problem?
Well,
I mean.
We can have these discussions for quite a long time. We've had them for 45 minutes to an hour tonight. We've had them for the past 4 years. I think what we really need to do is move ahead with this. We do have the meets and bounds description prepared by our village engineer. I'll get to that in a moment. Right now, my motion, this is about dedicating this land. It's not about big construction in the Arboretum, but I make a motion that we classify the dedication of parkland as a type 2 action under seeker. And just to let the board know, the type 2 actions for seeker are defined in the law, and one of the provisions, seekers 617.5C39, says an agency's acquisition and dedication of 25 acres or less of land for parkland, or dedication of land for parkland that was previously acquired, or acquisition of a conservation easement. So this is land that was previously acquired. It's the villages. We're dedicating as parkland. To me, it's clearly a type 2 action under seeker.
Yeah, okay, we do have
I will second.
We have a
so that we
motion and a
can
second,
discuss.
and it's brought back for discussion, and I know our attorney wants to weigh in, and I also want you to weigh in on what it means to somehow give parkland back to the DPW, if you could, what that process would be.
Well, I mean, you mentioned earlier, I think Justin might have mentioned earlier, Dave mentioned it in the previous meeting, you have to make application to the New York State Legislature, and they have to actually pass a law. Not impossible, but
It's
cumbersome.
a big deal.
If you are going to classify this parkland dedication as type 2, I think there are a couple of predicate steps that you have to take to get there. First of all, in our village code, if you're creating parkland, it's a site, it requires site plan review. Site plan review is an unlisted action, but it is adjacent to a historic resource, and it meets the threshold to be a type 1 action. In addition, creating parkland requires LWRP review and approval, notwithstanding whatever secret classification you attach. So you would either have to go through the site plan requirements of the code and the LWRP requirements of the code, or decide that using the balancing test in the Monroe County case, that you're not going to apply your zoning regulations to this parkland dedication. So once you decide that you're not going to apply your zoning regulations to this dedication, then you're free to go on and say it's a type 2, and then you're free to make the dedication.
Understood.
Yeah, and then my understanding too is that when the town put together their plan for their preserve, it was listed as a type 1, and they did go through that entire process and did the LWRP and did the site plan review as well, and you know, had best practices in terms of how they put that together. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, David Ferris, 27 Monterey Avenue, just a point of information. When we did the comprehensive plan, which included having Yard Green Park in that plan for parkland, we did an LWRP and seeker over the entire comprehensive plan. We should have covered this being part of that plan.
Except it doesn't cover site plan.
Doesn't cover.
So site plan is a separate action.
So we don't need seeker then.
Yeah, we do, because
It was already through seeker as part of the comprehensive plan.
the site plan wasn't divided, so the site plan was not part of the secret process. So if the site plan comes later, it's an unlisted action. It requires a type 1. And if you're going to waive site plan review anyway, which is required by the code, then you can declare it to be a type 2 action as a parkland dedication.
So if the board permits me, I'd like to table my motion to designate it as a type 2 seeker action and instead proceed to the material in the packet about a balancing test.
Okay.
So we've gone through this test in the past, I think with the new members as well. And basically the village is able to choose whether or not to apply certain zoning regulations to itself. We'd be considered essentially the encroaching municipality on ourselves, and we can go through this 9-factor test and decide whether to subject ourselves to LWRP and site plan as applies in this case. So with that, then, I'd like to begin this test, and are there any questions, first of all, about the test or the purpose of the test? So the first item in this test is the nature and scope of the instrumentality seeking immunity. So I believe in that sense, the Village of Pittsburgh would be the instrumentality seeking immunity from its own zoning regulations. Any other points or clarifications on that? Okay. Then I'll proceed to the second point, which is the encroaching government's legislative grant of authorities. The encroaching government is the government that is looking to complete an action inside of the municipality. So we would be the encroaching government on ourselves, and our legislative grant of authority, I believe, is pretty clear because we are the legislative board, and so we have legislative authority. Any other questions or comments on that? The kind of function or land use involved, we're dedicating park. Anything else?
With no development at this one, it's just simply a dedication.
Yes.
There's no action being taken, no bridges being built, nothing being taken down.
Any other plans would be speculative, and this is just the dedication of parkland, as we've discussed. The effect local land use regulation would have upon the enterprise concerned. To me, when I'm thinking about this, site plan is essentially, most of it is for building. It's for construction, things that would have other implications in terms of the structuring of the use, and really we're just dedicating this piece of land. I would also note that for LWRP, if we choose to go through this and say that we are not subjecting ourselves to our own zoning, LWRP code says that it is not intended for use with type 2 seeker actions. So if we did say that this is a type 2 action and we're not subjecting ourselves, LWRP doesn't really have a lot to say about this.
Can I stop you right there?
Yep.
In the zoning, it says that LWRP will apply, so if you're contemplating waiving site plan, you should include the LWRP.
Absolutely, and I intended that this would also include the LWRP. I would say that as LWRP is intended to ensure the integrity of the water resources in the area and the scenic viewshed of this of our village, dedication of parkland is one of the best things that I can do, that I can think of doing to make sure that space is usable for that purpose. I'd like to go through the rest of these first, and then I'm happy to take public comments too. So number 5 is alternative locations for the facility in less restrictive zoning areas. It was actually mentioned in the comprehensive plan that this is the last remaining place in the northwest of the village to do this. And I think that we've carved out space in the open space district, which this was rezoned as, in order to build a park. So I don't think this one really applies. Anybody else? The impact, the next one, number 6, is the impact upon legitimate local interests.
I would simply say this is the comments that we've heard tonight about the DPW, and if there is a risk to the dedication, creating a impediment by going through the state legislature to amend or encroach or bring back, it does add an element of time. But I think, as Justin, you had pointed out, to get to the point of understanding what a full site plan for a DPW might look like, that's going to require a lot of time as well, right? So I think some of the things, the longer term planning, just in this particular instance, there is an impact. It may not, to Lisa, your comment, there's a good amount of land there that we hopefully can work within, and we may have to make some considerations down the road. But I think while there is an impact, it's part of the balancing act.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that, as far as the impact upon legitimate local interests, the first thing that strikes me is that this is the dedication of a park, and the public has said they want a park. So it seems to enhance the usage for local interests. And I think that it opens up doors to providing more safety around the DPW, because by clarifying this boundary, we're able to channel traffic and make sure the recreational uses stay apart from the municipal uses. Number 7 is alternative methods of providing a proposed improvement. I don't have a whole lot. The village is basically built out. This is one of the last remaining parcels. It was originally discussed for development of housing, I believe, and public sentiment has shifted 5 years ago or so. And as it started before that, but in the public survey in 2018, people wanted to set this aside as parkland. And I don't see a lot of other ways of doing that. Number 8, the extent of the public interest to be served by the improvements. A lot of overlap with 6. I think that public parks speak for themselves as far as providing public interest improvements. Any other comments on that? Number 9, intergovernmental participation in the project development process and an opportunity to be heard. I would like to mention that since 2018, we've had public surveys, we've had a comprehensive plan that slated this place as a park, we've had a zoning code rewrite. I was on the planning board when all of that went through. We exchanged emails and we talked about the fact that the planning board was consulted with this. They talked about setting aside this land as a park. And I think that, so it has a long history of being in the public domain. And this map has been in the public domain for a couple of months now in meetings as we've been going over iterations of this, primarily starting with Scott Harder, the village engineer survey that helped us to refine this boundary. So I think that, I can't even count the number of meetings we've talked about this. 20? I don't know. There's been a lot of, it's been out there for quite a while. So.
I would just add here too that the dedication is different than development. So if there are substantial changes to the property that might take place in the future, that would still be subject, right? It's only this action we're taking with regards to the dedication that we would be granting immunity from zoning, but future actions would still be subject to. So things like a pathway in development of whatever may come next, that all is still subject to that, as would anything with the DPW and or a coordination of both of those things, should we try to work with a consolidated design in the future of any sort. It doesn't change that ability to occur.
Yeah, I think that the intent behind this has been to leave the land as public and undisturbed as much as possible, not to build it up with complex infrastructure or a lot of trail work, but future improvements are speculative, and if they merit it, then I think we can also consider going through site plan and other parts of the process at that point. This is really just the dedication of the land as a park to the public, finishing what we started in 2020 and before that. So we've gone through this balancing test. Maybe this is a good juncture to hear from the public as well.
Yeah, there were some comments. Oh, okay, Steve.
I guess I'm still not understanding. Zach asked for a little accommodation for what their land where the mulch pile is. I still am not understanding. The original dedication was 13 acres, proposed 13 acres. Having that, assuming that the DPW gets 3, now the DPW has been cut out because that was not a correct assumption at the time. I don't understand why the village would be willing to bypass the rules that it imposes on all the residents of this village. The town, when they did their trail, they went through the proper steps. They filed a site plan. I don't understand why you would not present the site plan to the planning board, give them a chance to weigh in, and they may say, it's okay. They might choose a different seeker thing, but I don't understand why we as a village would not impose the same rules on ourselves that we do on our residents.
Okay, thank you. Are there any comments online or anything else?
Not at this time.
Yeah. And Susan, you.
Susan Loda, 85 South Main. I'm also on the planning board, but so to term something a simple dedication sounds like, naming land, when actually it is memorializing boundaries. When you have a conversational partner with the DPW who is asking for some type of conclusion about what their needs are, in light of the fact that the land that was originally thought dedicated to them has been almost halved. So certainly we have a history of having long conversations about big and small projects, but I think an important conversation is with DPW, with Zach and Scott and Justin and whomever, to come to an understanding before this is memorialized. Dedicated sounds just like a naming. Before this is memorialized, and it would take literally an act of the legislature to make any changes. So that's how I see it.
Thank you. Okay.
I appreciate the concerns. I think that we've been over these points about the acreage many times, about how we arrived at the original acreage. And, I think that there is a lot more planning that can be done with the DPW. I think that, everyone has been advised of this dedication for the last 4 years since it occurred, and part of the DPW yard was cut off. This is a refinement of the existing boundaries based on the best information that we have right now. And so I'm going to make a motion that based on the balancing test that we just undertook, that we waive the requirements of LWRP and site plan for this dedication of parkland.
I will second. Roll call, please. Do you want to have a discussion or no?
I don't know. Is anything to add?
Just a quick comment, Jeff, to you. The space, right, this is specific to the dedication. That doesn't dictate the space, or does this comment dictate the space as outlined? Meaning.
No, if you waive, no, I'm not sure I understand the question, but I think you.
I'm asking the question whether or not Zach's conversation about use of the mulch, right, the pile, is that something that if we wanted to, never mind.
No, I think I understand the question now. You're merely, the word merely is probably inappropriate. You are waiving zoning as it applies to this project.
Okay.
It does not prohibit you from changing the meets and bounds of what you are going to dedicate.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, roll call.
Trustee Marshall.
Aye.
Trustee Coe.
Aye.
Trustee Lampier.
Aye.
Trustee Lightgev.
Aye.
Mayor Plummer.
I'd like to make a statement. I really find this process flawed because we have only really taken a look at one piece of this in entirety in terms of, yes, it's only a dedication to memorialize, and I appreciate, Susan, your input on that. We have not sufficiently addressed the needs of DPW, and to look at a map and say, yeah, that looks like a lot of land for you, we don't have enough empirical data to really move forward this way. And I find the process flawed, and I don't think, and of course we wanted an arboretum. I was one of the early advocates for saving this land and for public use. We want that, but I would like to see the process done correctly. I think it would have been a type 1. I don't know why we wouldn't have just done that and really done proper site plans and looked at a parcel that has 2 different uses and 2 different sets of needs and give the same thoroughness to what DPW needs as you have with the Arboretum. That's how I'm looking at this going forward, because the DPW is an underpinning of our village. Without a DPW, we don't have a village. And so now the message, I think, very much to the DPW is, hey, we got the Arboretum, good luck with whatever the land is left on the map. So with that being said, I am not casting a vote.
Understand, but I would like to say that the DPW has always had my support. They will continue to have my support. Every thing going forward, I have never had any intention to shortchange the DPW as far as land or their needs are concerned, and that will always be a focus of mine. So I do see other alternatives, but I think that it's going to take some time to create a plan for the DPW to ascertain specific needs, specific land use, and I think with some reorganization of a new building, perhaps sited differently on the property, you might end up with exactly what you're looking for. We don't know any of this, but to stop the movement, the momentum forward of your Arboretum, which has been going on for several years and which we know the public supports, in order to wait for that plan to happen, I think is unfair. And so that is why I'm looking at it through that lens.
We're in the mess with the Arboretum because of an improper dedication to begin with. The DPW has been on this land for decades, for over 80 years. Somehow, gosh, gee, they have needs. They've always had needs. They've needed a bathroom for decades. They're finally getting one. I mean, this isn't like something new that just fell out of the sky. This is a fundamental way we run our village. It is the largest portion of our budget. We want the Arboretum, but we want to make sure we're taking care of some of the most basic needs for our village. I just think, I mean, I don't think your vote reflected, these votes reflected the interest in what the DPW needed. I don't think it does.
So let me make a comment. Again, it's for the DPW, but my question is that this has been going on for 4 years?
At least.
Yeah,
Okay.
the DPW's been there for 80.
No, the conversation about.
2018.
All right,
was the survey
2018,
residents.
okay. So if the DPW's needs were so conclusive, I mean, like, that, I mean, why hasn't there been any?
They weren't considered that.
But why
They were
hasn't
ignored.
anybody brought to the boards over the last 4 years, look at, we think that we're gonna need to do this, no, I mean, has it been brought to the board, it's
Yes.
been turned down?
Yes.
It has?
Yes.
Totally.
Yes,
It has been brought to the board.
totally.
Yes.
Fencing, great idea for fencing.
it's been
Came
brought.
up in the first 3 months I was in office.
We've been talking about it for a long time. I've been trying to get a deep bathroom here since 2017.
So it's been presented to the board and it's been voted down.
Voted down.
It hasn't even been acted on.
ignored.
It hasn't been acted on.
bypassed.
No action, nothing. For the first time, the DPW, they work in sewers, they take care of our infrastructure, and no one cares about it until they can't flush a toilet or, they can't turn on a faucet. They work in the sewers, they don't even have a place to shower, and they're in contaminated clothing going back to that shop.
Mayor, I don't think that this board is preventing them from getting
It's
new
not about that, but I'm
facilities,
trying-
and I don't think that we're
This is a-
disrespecting them. I think that they're seen as a very integral part of our village, but
And where's
what
the
we're
site
saying.
plan for DPW?
I'd
Where's
like to
the
proceed.
concern?
That's right, so, excuse me, Susan Levitt, but Lily, what you were requiring of DPW, you just said it wasn't required for the Arboretum. A site plan, a plan, when is that not in everybody's
There should be
interest?
site plans for all of it.
If
Period.
we just waived the requirements for site plan. I think we're
Yeah,
having, respectfully,
sure
I think
did.
we've
Yeah.
had the same discussion again. I do have other items on the same topic that I would like to attend to.
Okay, let's move on,
I'd like
because
to
the
bring
action's
back-
taken.
Well, part of it. I would like to proceed by bringing back the motion that I made before to classify the dedication of parkland as a type 2 action under seeker.
There's a motion made, is there a second?
I will second for discussion.
30 seconds.
Jeff,
Okay.
Did Jeff have a comment as I seconded?
No, I said you already had seconded it.
You did second.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So that we could have discussion.
Okay, is there any additional discussion? Okay, we have a motion, roll call.
1 second.
Oh, is there a comment?
Well, Mr. Pierce put in something in the Q&A, and now he has comment. Okay, our Pierce, 70 State Street, as far as DPW's future needs, how much more can the village grow, which would require additional DPW buildings?
Yeah, please.
So again, we're at capacity. We're every year we reinvent the shop, like we're reinventing the wheel, just trying to find 1 square foot of space. We're already trying to accommodate everything with our yard, moving things about, trying to make more room back there to be able to store stuff as we need it. It just, it doesn't matter. I mean, I've argued this for years.
So it sounds like more like, not so much space, but more like you need a new facility, you need to expand your facility, but there is space there to do that right now. We're not saying that we're building this huge
We don't know that
complex.
there's enough space there to do that right now because there hasn't been any kind of site plan.
Facility, you lose the space you have for the other uses, like storing things and the equipment.
I would just like to remind the board that this is about classifying this as a type 2 action under seeker. This is about the environmental impacts of parkland dedication.
Okay.
So if I could just bring it back to that specific
So the
motion.
board's reminded. Any other comments? Yes.
Mr. Pierce made another comment. Would
Okay.
the board like to entertain it?
Sure.
Art Pierce, 70 State Street, why has not specific needs and buildings been presented to the board and residents?
Anybody want to take that one? Yep, that's where we are. That's where we are, Art. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Trustee Lightgev.
Aye.
Trustee Lanfair.
Aye.
Trustee Coe.
Aye.
Trustee Marshall.
Aye.
Mayor Plummer.
I will not cast a vote.
Now I have one more piece of business to attend to. We have in front of us the meets and bounds description of the land. And there are two pieces. These are primarily the same as the maps that have been circulated for the past couple of months. And what our village engineer has done is prepare a legal description. So if anybody would like to take a moment and read these things point by point. Basically, you start from a couple of survey points and proceed geometrically around the piece of land as indicated in this map. So this map is 0.04 acres apart from the last map. It's basically a matter of refining and curving some of the lines. And I would like to establish this as the formal boundary of the Arboretum. So that's what is in front of us right now. Are there any questions or
Yeah, Steve.
concerns from the
Yeah, I'm
board?
just curious if you're just going to completely ignore Zach's request for a little more of the space for the mulch pile. He is the head of DPW of this village.
I appreciate I did talk to Zach about the mulch pile.
Well, shared use with the Arboretum.
Well, I'd like to, if I may, talk about that. So we started collecting leaf mulch from villagers a couple years ago, was it, Mayor?
First year I was in office.
And that's been stored in the inside of what would be the bounds of the Arboretum according to this map. They're basically just in on this trail right here. I don't believe that we've had a board vote on whether or not to continue that practice. Overall, I don't necessarily have a problem with collecting leaf mulch, but this is something that impacts the resources and the logistics of what we do in the village. If we dedicate this land, then those are inside of the Arboretum. With the parkland dedication, legally, if the leaf mulch is intended for use inside of the Arboretum, then it can stay there, or even form a different part of the natural boundary around the Arboretum, which I think can be productive and helpful for safety purposes. We would have to move it if it's also for public use outside of the Arboretum. And I think that in the future, we should consider as a board whether we want to collect more leaf mulch or continue the practice of putting it in the town facility as we did before. So that, just wanted to describe what's at stake there. I guess what I would propose is that for now, we consider this leaf mulch exclusively for use inside of the Arboretum for weed suppression purposes, pending a discussion of the environmental impacts of that. I do want to be sensitive of spreading invasive species in the Arboretum, but I think having that there and just saying it's for the Arboretum satisfies our requirements in the board.
Zach?
We will need a place for all the invasives that are going to be removed to be staged.
And proper disposal.
And proper disposal. So that would serve as a good place for staging of these materials. I would recommend that this area not be developed in the way of public use freely.
So as far as, so a couple of things. If we're using that for staging weed pulling from the Arboretum, I believe that's an Arboretum use, and that would be fair inside of the parkland. So I'm not concerned about that. We can talk at some point about how to, where to put the piles. That's not a big deal. I would prefer not to change the boundaries further. This is essentially the map that's been in front of us for a couple of months now. It's based on the developed area that we've talked about based on Scott Harder's surveys. That area is a prime location for getting into different parts of the Arboretum. It's a trail through the core of the Arboretum there. And while part of it might still be for DPW use related to the Arboretum, if we're talking about going back from that, we're talking about Scott pulling his hair out and preparing a different set of meets and bounds legal description of the property. And I'm not in favor of doing that right now, since it doesn't really seem to have a benefit. We can use that one.
I see where you're going with this. I just want to ask our attorney a question. I didn't realize sustainable efforts like mulch piles were controversial, but I guess they are. So if this is in the Arboretum, and stays in the arboretum, this mulch pile, would it be inappropriate or somehow illegal to have a shared use of a mulch pile so the arboretum can use it? It can be supported and furthered by the DPW when they do the leaf collections, and then also our village can use it too. Is that something that violates some kind of law, that once it's in that arboretum, it is only ever for the arboretum? I just really want the public to understand that.
When you dedicate parkland, use must be for the parkland.
Okay.
There actually is case
So you
law.
can.
Okay, now that's good to know, because I
So
just
you
think
can
the public
develop
needs to know that
parking,
too.
You can develop
Mhm.
roadways,
Mhm.
anything that's for the benefit of
Mhm.
the arboretum.
Fencing.
What?
Fencing.
Fencing.
Yeah, the case law on that, I believe, was about a municipality that tried to make a general purpose composting facility inside of a dedicated parkland, and the
Good
court
to
said they
know,
could not.
good to know. So that helps us understand all of that, doesn't it, Zach?
Yeah, so is your intent to, the area that the leaf mulch piles are currently occupying, is your intent to turn that into a fill system for the public to use?
I think we can discuss that later. I think my intent right now would be that.
Because I'm worried that that is also going to promote more pedestrian traffic through our road.
That was a concern that was also raised 2 years ago, people trying to cut through, and now with the escalation and
So is it possible to ask for some sort of commitment from the board right now to start working towards a site plan for the DPW to secure us?
I think that would be great, and I also think that we should have some kind of certainly like a public charrette or workshop about, where these trails are gonna go. Let's get the community involved. Let's say, hey, we want, what about a trail here, what about that? Maybe there's other ideas from our residents, rather than just making predeterminations. I think we've never once actually had, I don't think, any public workshop at all about how we would use the arboretum. Like, you had the idea of the dog park, and we thought, well, maybe not, Those are the kinds of things, though, people should really be able to weigh in on.
In fact, coming up, we're going to have our strategic, or kind of our long-term planning meeting, and that certainly needs to be discussed at that time. It's only a week away or so. So
Yeah, let's.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, Dorothea?
I know it's going to sound crazy, but can Zach go and get some quotes on appropriate fencing and where it would lie for the safety of the DPW?
I think that would be great.
Considering what is going on.
Before we get to that
I mean,
point.
if we already have the meets and bounds, if
Yes.
we're doing this, that's already been determined, the space of the arboretum and the
So that way
DPW with your
we can
action
fence it.
tonight.
Yeah.
Lines
Wouldn't
are
it be a-
defined, now we have something.
Wouldn't it be appropriate for DPW just to get quotes so the board can understand, because it is a major safety issue,
Yes.
and we don't want someone to get hurt.
Oh,
I'm looking at the insurance end.
Yeah,
On that
yeah.
end too, though, right? So where the leaf pile is, where the invasives may go, right? If we're moving forward with the idea of improving the parkland over time, like some of that might include leaf mulch, some of that might include invasives, it is very reasonable to say parkland under repair, no access, right? You can leave a large amount of the park open and just simply block it off while it's under repair and under.
As it currently exists, that would be a support.
So in my perspective, dedicated parkland doesn't mean open use, walking through everywhere. It's a parkland. We got to figure out how to use it. We can put a sign under repair. You can use it as mulch as long as the mulch is for the park, and you can use some of it for staging invasives.
If that's more of a quarantine area, I would be fine with that. I mean, as long as it's not exposed as a through trail for people to be using on a regular
I
basis.
get the risk, put up some fences, figure out how to have things under repair. I mean, when the town was building out their park on the west side, people were wandering around while this was happening. And so if we have a period of time by which we're trying to figure out, how can we move this forward, right, with the invasives, with leaf, I see no reason to allow free rein access.
Also, through that gate there, that's our only access to be able to get equipment up into the arboretum. So that has to maintain as our access point.
And understand, if I'm correct, that has never been a trail per se. It has always been a gated access road
Yeah.
for those reasons.
And the only reason why
Or
the gate was
DPW.
there was to keep people from driving back there, that would go back.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So I guess what I'm saying, though, and this is to Justin, your comment, and to the parkland alienation document, everything's got to be for the purpose of the park. Doesn't mean you have to have access at all the time, right? But as long as it's for the purpose of the park.
What do you mean, who would have access to that all the time?
Well, what I'm saying is that the DPW needs some of it in the interest of the park. And there's a longer-term plan that gets put in place this year, next year, 5 years from now, whatever that may be, that comes next. If buildings or roads or bridges, that's site plan, right? Same thing with you guys, site plan. Right? By doing.
So you're going back to.
No, not at all. No, the dedication of a park, the dedication of a park in no way changes the needs for site plan.
All right, so that's why I'm sorry.
With regards to the DPW or with regards to the park.
So that's why I was asking for that.
Specific to the dedication. The challenge is, and this is to Justin's point, we can very reasonably give you the ability to use that as a staging area for purposes of the park.
For purposes of
the park. And if you're collecting leaf mulch for purposes of the park, then there seems to be a reasonable use.
All right, so this is why I was asking for that area in question, or the leaf mulch piles are currently, to be more of a gray zone, not defined either to Arboretum or DPW, so we can still use it as we need to. There's a lot of mulch that sits back there that we use for the beds around the village. This is your village. I mean, I feel like it's very odd to have this conversation like you guys are doing me a favor, and the DPW a favor, by granting us certain permissions. This is still something that, it's your village, you know? So, I mean, keep that in mind, that, you know, we are not necessarily trying to be adversaries to you guys.
No,
you're allowing, you know, us the use of something, but
what we're working
it's for
within,
everyone.
yeah, what we're working within is, I mean, that space in that parkland where that staging area would be is a very unique area to the park.
It's a buffer zone.
And so, anyway.
I'd like to bring this back to the item at hand, which is looking at the exact boundaries of the map here. And I have a resolution that I would like to propose. So if you can just bear with me for a moment. The Village of Pittsford Board of Trustees Board wishes to dedicate the land designated by the accompanying meets and bounds description for permanent public use as a park in the northwest quadrant of the Village of Pittsford Village. Whereas the 2019 comprehensive plan on page 71 adopted by the village states that the land in the northwest quadrant of the village is the last remaining option for a park in the northern part of the village, constitutes one of the most significant collections of wetlands, ponds, and vernal ponds supporting a variety of wildlife in the village and the northern part of the town, functions as a recharge area for the Irondequoit Valley Aquifer, is a nexus of the town's trail network, which includes the Auburn Line and the Erie Canal Trails. In 2 independent surveys of 400 residents conducted between fall 2018 and spring 2019, there is found an overwhelming preference among residents for preserving the northwest quadrant as green space in a nature park. Whereas the board took action to dedicate land in this area based on conceptual maps on July 14th, 2020, whereas the land designated above was named by the board as the Robert C. Corby Arboretum and Wildlife Sanctuary on March 23rd, 2021, whereas a survey conducted by the village engineer and delivered to the board in January of 2023 helped to more precisely understand property boundaries and usage patterns of the Village of Pittsford Department of Public Works, which shares the same village-owned parcel of land. Whereas the village acknowledges that the boundary of the parkland needs to be clarified, both to ensure that the area permanently dedicated to the public as parkland is clearly understood, and to ensure that the Village of Pittsford Department of Public Works is able to use their distinct portion of the parcel in a manner that is safe and independent from the dedicated parkland. Now therefore be it resolved that the land designated in the accompanying meets and bounds description is hereby permanently dedicated as parkland to be known as the Robert C. Corby Arboretum and Wildlife Sanctuary. I make a motion that we adopt this resolution. And again, this is all of this verbiage is basically just a geometric description of the map that's also in front of us.
We have a motion,
I will
is there a
second.
second? Okay, is it back, you second, okay, Lily seconded, it's back for discussion. Oh, Susan, you had a hand up.
clarification, so Justin, you mentioned before that the map you're referring to includes lines that you drew in, is that right?
It does have some lines that I drew, yes,
So
connecting.
you're asking this board to sanction a map with hand-drawn lines,
I'm asking the board.
that you connect, that you made those connections.
I'm asking, actually, the final adjustments to the lines were done by the village engineer. So I submitted my shape, that's actually true, Steve. So what happened is that I drew the lines using the lines drawn by the village engineer, delineating the different usages of land. I submitted those shapes, the geometric shape file it's called, back to the village engineer to create a formal description, work which was funded by the village board a couple of meetings ago to pay for the legal description of the land to be done. The village engineer simplified a couple of the lines to remove a couple of points that were unnecessary and which did not contribute to the definition and delineation of the land. And based on that shapefile definition, he created a legal description of the land, which is done verbally. I read that verbal description, and line by line, I went over that, and I entered that legal geometric description back into a map to make sure that it corresponded with the shape that I originally provided to the engineer. That is what is in front of us right now.
Okay, if there, any further discussion? Are there any comments online?
No comments.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. Roll call.
Trustee Marshall.
Aye.
Trustee Coe.
Aye.
Trustee Lanfair.
Aye.
Trustee Lightgev.
Aye.
Mayor Plummer.
Again, I think this process has been flawed. I fully support public land and an arboretum 100%, and I fully support our DPW 100%. And I think a mixed message has been sent this evening, so I will not cast a vote.
So is that an abstention?
No, it's just, there's no vote cast by me. As mayor, I don't have to vote unless it's to break a tie.
Okay.
So the record stands for four trustees. Anything else, Justin?
No, thank you. I
Okay.
really appreciate it.
Yep, thank you. All right. Next up, appointments to the short-term rental committee. And so the intention of this committee is to be just an advisory committee of citizens, residents in our community, some of them, and to perhaps do a survey of maybe existing codes that are out there regarding short-term rentals. Perhaps throughout the state, there's a number of good codes in place, and take a look and do a little bit of a survey, and then make a recommendation whether or not we need to take actions as a board. You know, do we adopt a code? Do we need a code? And so it is a short-term committee, really, just to kind of get us going. And John, I'm glad you're here tonight, because I want to publicly thank you. You brought this issue up to the board, and you've given a lot of tremendous input as well. And I know we had a conversation earlier today. So thank you so much for thinking about this on behalf of our community. So with that being said, I also just want to read a letter that I sent out to all of the people who did express interest in serving on the board. I'll just read it so it goes into the record. Thanks to everyone who contacted Village Hall expressing interest in the short-term rental advisory committee. Every applicant received consideration, and clearly every applicant really could contribute to this effort. You would have been contacted if your name is to be placed in nomination, and if you're not contacted, that certainly does not in any way eliminate your voice from this process. And as we move forward, the work of this committee will be brought back to this Board of Trustees for a full and open public discussion. And we look forward to everyone's participation. And again, I mean this, my heartfelt thanks to everybody for stepping up, for your desire to participate in Village Matters. And it's my hope that whether you are on this committee or not, that you will continue to be engaged in the village's public discourse. So I believe the board has received the slate of the nominees. that was sent out.
Can I just make a comment, Mayor?
Sure.
Thank you for sending that letter. That was wonderful. So I'm not sure when you had developed your slate, if it was, I don't know how long it was that you had developed it, but we as a board, as well as residents, were not able to access your slate coming forward until just recently. And my concern is out of transparency, that I think that the residents should have had some kind of heads up, as well as us, as to who you were choosing to put on their board, and that was not done. So I would like, moving forward, I think that out of respect for everyone, that there needs to be transparency there, and it needs to come before right now. If we could do that in the future, please.
I so appreciate your input. Jeff, can you speak to the process of how these appointments happen and the role of like the mayor and the board, and, you know, just so the community's aware of that?
I mean, the mayor makes the appointments, and they are not official until they're approved by the board of trustees.
Yep, so, you know, that's where we are.
But it's part of the agenda, right? And when we send the agenda out, that's available to the residents and to the trustees, the packet is also available. Right? Okay, so that was not in the packet.
It wasn't provided until yesterday.
So that's all I'm saying.
And
No, I know, I'm just saying that for future, I would like it to be available for everybody besides the.
Sure, let's do that.
Okay, understand.
Thank
I'm
you.
going to say this, and I'm not trying to say to, I want you to understand, the board, the packet is updated as it is practical. It's not always practical.
It isn't.
I spent 2 days at emergency with my husband. The board is aware of that. I could not update the packet last night. I came in at 4 o'clock today. I could not update the packet at 4 o'clock. We had a meeting at 5:30. Had to get some other documentation together for the board. We update the packet as practicable. I can't be updating the packet every 10 minutes, so we do our best we can. The packet went out on Friday. All the information I have, and I've explained it, once I get it, I give it to the board. Maybe inadvertently, I might leave a document out. That's going to happen when you have a packet of 135 pages. I'm not complaining, I just want you to understand. It's what it is, and we do the best to update the packet.
And thank you for that. I'm not being accusatory. I'm
I
not
just
claiming
want you to
anything.
understand.
No, I think you made a very valid point.
Yeah,
I understand.
We understand that
If
going
it
forward.
would have been updated today, and it would have appeared.
Yeah, no, we understand that going forward, and we have a small staff, and there's a lot of moving parts. And so what we see before us is only one bit of a whole bunch of things that do go on. Yes, Lily?
Thank you. I'm asking for clarification regarding the way the board received it was referred to as a slate. So is the intention of the mayor to nominate each of these individuals individually? Then I would like to clarify that I did not receive any information regarding some of the individuals on the list. So if the mayor would like to proceed with her motions, then we'll.
It was all sent out.
Go ahead.
Any applications that I received, I forwarded
Some people
on.
didn't have them, I guess.
No.
I didn't get any application.
Well, there's not like an application, it was an express.
It's just the-
expressing
a letter. Okay.
Yes,
It's just an
expressing a
email.
letter of
There was no
interest.
I understand, with an
Wait a second
email,
here, we're going down a different path.
It's just an email that said I'm interested in serving on the short-term rental. We
This
don't
is-
have an application for.
No, there's no application, there's nothing like that. It's just some people gave a little more information, some people didn't, you know, I met with all of them and, you know, followed up with different people. You know, that's just the process that, as mayor, that I do to put together my list of nominations.
And I respect that.
And okay, oh, I'm sorry, you go.
I had one
I'm sorry, I could tell, I sensed it
And that is
coming.
that the trustees also, since they vote on each one of the applicants or interested parties, also need that information so they can make a decision regarding whether they would approve that person or not.
And that information was provided to you, and you also had their contact information, and you could have certainly reached out to every single one was sent out, every
Okay.
single one.
So Mayor.
And I know that because I know what Dorothea did. I
Mayor,
know that.
I have a request, maybe this might help rectify this. When you're reading off that person, could you just maybe give us a little background
I
as
was
to why?
intending,
Great.
I was
That would be
intending it,
helpful.
and
Okay.
and why I'm putting forth
Yeah,
them
that'd be great.
as
Okay.
nominee, yeah, yep. And I also want to just talk about my philosophy, just about boards and just how people want to serve our community. We have so many amazing people who live in our village We have 1,100 residents. And I so respect the people who really show up so consistently to meetings, and we always hear their voice, and I think that's really great. And so my intention was that I know those people will always weigh in on matters of importance to them and to our community. So with that being said, I took a look at a sort of a larger lens of people that I think could bring a different lens to the process, in addition to voices that we always hear consistently in our community. So the first person I'd like to place in nomination for the short-term advisory board is Carl Fleischman. He and his wife moved into the village a couple of years ago. He grew up here in Pittsford, graduated from Mendon. I'm Sutherland, won't hold it against him. But they really love the village. He has lived all over, traveled all over, and really came back because his roots are here. Many of you know he bought a very well-known property. It was the former home of one of our wonderful residents who just recently relocated, Bill McBride's house. It's the house on Monroe Avenue. It's a wonderful historic property. It's iconic, and they have fully taken on the stewardship of that property. So they have a background, grew up here, moved away, now back, and so I thought that Mr. Fleischman would really be an excellent person to serve on this board. So I placed his name in nomination. I'd like to entertain a motion. I'll make a motion to approve Carl Fleischman for the board.
I'll second.
Okay, roll call, please.
I have a question.
Oh, sure.
David Ferris, 20 Sutherland Road. I don't know how you can vote on a candidate without knowing the entire slate and the backgrounds, because the criteria are, so many residents, business owner, do they have an interest in an Airbnb already?
I'm getting to that. Each one will be described in that fashion about.
They vote on a person not knowing if it meets the total criteria of the slate.
I would ask. Then why don't I say it up front, and then I'll go back and say it again. Okay, so we can hear it a couple of times. How's that? So just so we understand the makeup of this board, and my thanks to Lily, because I know you came up with sort of the formula. I think that was a really solid one. I think it gives a larger spectrum of the makeup of the board that we were looking for. 7 members on the board total. 5 members shall be village residents. Let's see, I want to make sure I'm getting this correct. One member, excuse me one second, I'm speaking. You do not have the floor, please. Excuse me one second, I'm speaking. One member of the committee will be an owner of a short-term rental in the village of Pittsford, but who is also not required to be a resident, or they may be a resident of the village, depending. And then one person shall be a business owner in the village and may or may not be a resident of the village. So that would be sort of the general makeup of the board.
And if I may, just clarification, the owner of a short-term rental, that can be or doesn't have to be owner occupied, nor do they necessarily need to be a resident of the village. So
yes,
it could or couldn't be, depending on who you appoint. And then the same is true with the business owner, doesn't have to be.
Yep, as stated. It's in the resolution. The resolution is available to the public. It has been posted since last Friday in the packet. So if anybody would like to revisit that resolution, they certainly may do so. So we have a motion and a.
May I make
yes, sure.
clarification? I understand Mr. Ferris's point. I think it's a valid one.
Okay.
Maybe it can be dealt with by representation from the mayor that your nominees for these positions meet the criteria set forth in the resolution.
Exactly what he said. Thank you. No, that's true. And I guess I was looking at it differently, that I would go through and, as I name the person, talk about how they met the criteria. For example, Mr. Fleischman is a resident of the village, and I stated that up front. Yes, excuse me, yeah.
Just want to let you know, he's Dr. Fleischman.
Oh, thank you so much, Dr. Fleischman, yikes. Oh, note to self, okay, yeah, I know, he has a really interesting background.
Not that he pats himself on the back like that.
No, but that's important, it's you want to have the proper respect for, thank you so much, Maria, okay. Okay, so we have a motion and a second here. Roll call.
Trustee Lightgev.
Aye.
Trustee Lanfair. Trustee Lanfair.
Aye.
Trustee Coe.
Aye.
Trustee Marshall.
Aye.
Mayor Plummer.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, the next person, and I think many of you know Bob Michaels. Bob is a longtime resident in the village, I think almost 40 years. He is a business owner in the village, and I think he also lives on State Street, and I think that's important because there were so many residents on State Street that really were concerned, obviously in addition to other areas in the village, but they really did step up, and again, John really brought this forth to the board. So I think, again, Bob he's a resident, he is a business owner, and I think he has sort of the larger and longer term view because he is a long-term resident. And I think he'll bring that lens back to the board. So with that being said, I place Bob Michaels in nomination to be on the short-term rental advisory board.
I'll second.
Okay. Discussion, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I just wanted to express appreciation for having the business owner be also a resident
Me
of the
too.
village.
I do too, thank you.
Yeah, I kind of thought the same, so, just so, I think it's a lens, Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, so we have a second, and,
That was a nomination, is that in the nature of a motion?
I make a motion. Thank you. So I stand corrected. The hour's getting late. Okay.
Trustee Marshall.
Aye.
Trustee Coe.
Aye.
Trustee Lanfair.
Aye.
Trustee Lightgev.
Aye.
Mayor Plummer.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, next up is Anya Pierce. Many of you know her, or certainly know of her incredible accomplishments as a fine athlete, a world-class athlete. She is a gold medal Paralympian. She has lived in the village for over 20 years. She loves this community. She also is, and you'll see these people are from sort of different parts of the village. She's in the north part of the village. And so that was another factor that I looked at. We're kind of trying to cover as best we can of as much geography as we can. That was my thought as well. And she really is excited to serve on this committee. And also she's traveled all over the world, stayed in all kinds of situations. And I think, again, she brings that lens back into our community, along with her love of the community. So I make a motion to approve Anya Pierce for the short-term rental advisory board.
I second.
Any further discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Trustee Lightgev.
Aye.
Trustee Lanfair.
Aye.
Trustee Coe.
Aye.
Trustee Marshall.
Aye.
Mayor Plummer.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, next up is Erin Eder. She does own an Airbnb in the village. She does not live in the village, she lives in the town. She has successfully operated Airbnbs for quite a while. In fact, her most recent guest in an Airbnb stayed at the Airbnb for about 5 months. He was the director of the PGA tournament. He and his wife fell in love with the village, and they want to come back next year and have a vacation here, so I'm sure he's going to play golf. Erin is excited to be on the committee. She really understands that we may need to have some legislation, and she's really for that, and really for trying to understand what the needs of the community are. She really successfully renovated a property and is a stakeholder. She really cares about it. And I think she would be an asset to the committee. She also fulfills the requirement of one of the board members being a short-term rental owner who may or may not live in the village. She just happens to live outside in the town. But with that being said, I nominate Erin Eder to the short-term rental advisory committee. Is there a second?
Can I get a clarification?
Sure.
Is Erin the partner with Dee Dee DeMarco?
No. Erin had there are two women, she has another woman partner.
It's not Dee Dee?
No, it's someone else. I don't recall her name. It's not her. I don't believe it is. I don't know.
Did Erin?
Secret deeds is what they are.
What is it?
The name of the company is
Cedar
Cedar.
Deeds, that's how I know. They
I
renovated
think it might be DD Marco.
Jackson Park.
They're the ones that did the Washington renovation just
They
recently
just
that I looked
renovated
at.
Washington.
Yeah, so it is
Yeah,
part of
they do a lot of, they do a lot of
Yeah.
work in the
I
area.
will say this, women are world class as far as what they do to property.
Yeah, they do great jobs on renovations. They own quite a number, like 2 or 3?
Pardon?
They own 2 or 3 Airbnbs, just 2?
Well, 2 in the village, they own others, but. they-
Yeah, I mean, that's their business, I
Yeah.
believe, but I think, they-
That's just for clarification, thank you.
Yep, sure.
Even though it wasn't seconded, may I ask a question? Would this candidate fulfill the short-term rental position? Because that's a requirement of one of them. Or is Len Parker the candidate for short-term rental representation?
To me, he's a village resident. I mean, I didn't realize that he'd had an Airbnb. They had just started it evidently a month ago, maybe. So he's a village resident, and, I see them as, I don't see it as one or the other, I think Erin Eder, she's really running this as a business, as a short-term rental operator, an Airbnb operator, that's what they do. So I thought that's a piece for this committee, and it was identified in the resolution. Len Parker's lived in the village for over 14 years and loves the village, and I didn't fully even understand that they had an Airbnb until the last meeting, and I'd already spoken with him. I mean, he's only been operating it, I think.
But he would also satisfy that.
I guess so, if you want to look at it that way.
Just for point of reference, I did second because I don't know Erin at all.
Yeah.
And I didn't know to reach out to her until just recently. So that's why I didn't second.
Well, all of those letters went out, over the last couple of weeks.
That's true, though. We didn't know who, let's say we had 100 of them. We didn't know who we would actually call, and I wasn't going to call all 100. I would
Well, we
wait.
didn't have 100, but I mean,
Right.
okay.
I was going to wait for the appointment.
I think there were so many that you already knew anyway, and.
Yeah, and I knew so many.
So, I mean, out of the group, I think maybe there was, possibly a few to contact, but,
And,
that's
I didn't
okay.
know that I could
Right.
contact
So-
you.
Sure.
I thought it was.
Yeah.
That's why they're all sent, they were sent out, but.
So like with Supreme
Uh-huh.
Court justice
Uh-huh.
appointments, you wait for the appointment and then you reach out and you figure out who these people are. So I didn't know Erin, so
Yeah.
again, that's the reason for
Okay.
no second
Okay.
and not even to bring it to vote for me.
Okay, so there is no second at this point? Okay, so then the motion dies. Okay. Next up is Benjamin Richards, and Ben and his wife and his little newborn girl moved into the village, I think it was last year. You know where the Dunphys used to live?
The who?
The Dunphys, the White House, right before you go over the bridge leaving Monroe. And they love the village, and he just finished a long stint in the military, and recently, in fact, he just completed a couple of weeks ago his MBA from Simon School, and he actually really wants to become engaged in the community. They're just a great young family that just is moving here to raise their family, really put down roots. So again, I think he's on that part of the village, and he kind of brings another lens of, young family moving in, and what does that mean if we're looking at short-term rentals. So with that being said, I make a motion to place Benjamin Richards on the Short-Term Rental Advisory Committee.
I'll second.
Okay, any further discussion?
I've met Ben as well when I was campaigning, and they are a great young family,
Yeah,
and they're very, they've just fallen in love with the village, and they're great for representative.
Okay, roll call.
Trustee Marshall?
Aye.
Trustee Coe?
Aye.
Trustee Lanfair?
No?
Trustee Lightgev?
Aye.
Mayor Plummer?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, so now we're up to Len Parker, and we already spoke about Len Parker, and, I guess as we now know, he does meet this requirement of being a short-term rental owner. He's new, I think he's only had it, I think maybe just before the PGA, actually. So again, Len's lived in the village for a number of years. He is a retired businessman. I believe he was with Xerox. He also has had, I think he owns other properties out west, and has managed them for a number of years. So I think he brings a lens as, someone who's lived in the village a very long time, but also has that business end of it, to take a look at that as well. So with that being said, I place Len Parker's, or I make a motion to have Len Parker seated on the short-term advisory committee.
Would you be appointing him as a resident or as a owner of a short-term rental?
Well, I guess based on how the board is responding, I think at this point, he would be the short-term rental person.
Okay, I'll second that.
Yeah, that's where I thought it was going. Okay, so we have a motion second. Is there further discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Trustee Lightgev.
Aye.
Trustee Lampier.
Aye.
Trustee Coe.
Aye.
Trustee Marshall.
Aye.
Mayor Plummer.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, last up is Maria Vanette, and not least. Maria has lived in the village for quite a while, loves the village. I think she brings a unique lens as well. Recently retired from the Brighton School District. Congratulations. And also she's a renter, so she brings another lens of someone who really puts down the roots here and wants to serve our community. So with that being said, I place Maria Vanette, I make a motion to place Maria Vanette on the short-term advisory board.
I second.
Okay, is there any further discussion after the second? Okay, roll call, please.
Trustee Lightgev.
Aye.
Trustee Lampier.
Aye.
Trustee Coe.
Aye.
Trustee Marshall.
Aye.
Mayor Plummer.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Maria. Thanks so much for stepping up. Yep.
May I make a statement?
Oh, please do. Yep.
I appreciate everyone who volunteered. I think there were over 20 people who sent us letters of interest. I appreciate that very much. I would like to point out that there were a number of the letters that I read, that we received from not only long-term residents, which I think should also be represented on a committee such as this, because their lens is different than the newer people, which are well represented on this committee. The other part of it is that as a municipal board, what we are looking for as far as input, I believe, and guidance regarding moving forward with any possible legislation with short-term rental, is someone on a committee such as this that would help guide them through the process of what we would, as a board, as a municipal board, would need from them, are looking for, and not anecdotal, that we are looking for actual code and information from other municipalities and how they have dealt with the issues. So someone's experience, I think, would go a long way on a committee such as this. And I don't see this represented in this slate. So I would respectfully ask the mayor to consider, among the 20 other applicants or candidates who wrote, to consider one of them as a member of this committee, to represent a different perspective than the new person who just moved in with the young family, or the person who owns an Airbnb, so on and so forth. And so that's one area of expertise I would like to see represented.
No, I appreciate that. Thanks so much for your input. You do know that there is a requirement for somebody to own a short-term rental.
Yeah, so we have a business.
So we have that.
We have a business owner, which is super.
Yep, 40 years. And
then we have Len
40 years.
Parker.
Long-term resident, 40 years.
Yes,
Yep.
short-term. But
Len
there
Parker,
are
15 years. Yep.
Yes. There are individuals whose letters of interest I read with very deep institutional knowledge regarding code and what we would be able to do as a board and not do, and maybe would like to avoid pitfalls. So some expertise.
Yeah, I don't think that this, my understanding is this, and that this board is not writing code. That's what we do. This is really a board that's taking a look at the community that they love, and really doing a survey of kind of what's out there, what do we think we need? Do we ban them all? Do we say, yeah, let's let them all in? That it is definitely, I think, at a more macro level, It's a short-term board, ad hoc board, kind of gets us up and running, comes back, we get some feedback, we're going to bring it back, we're going to discuss this publicly. I do appreciate your input, but I think these are all people that are so willing to do the homework and really willing to dig in.
I do as well. And I would like to publicly acknowledge that resident, John Lindbeck, who did also apply for a position on this board, who brought the issue to the board's attention in the beginning, and also requested that the board institute a moratorium until the board could consider any possible legislation. And I think his input was invaluable, and I think he is would be a valuable asset, certainly also to this committee, and that's my little piece.
Thank you for that, and I'm glad you're in agreement with my public acknowledgement of him as well. Okay,
So Mayor, what do we do now?
so we have 6 members on this board right now.
Okay, and then
That's what we're doing.
we
With a
have,
quorum
then we
reached.
can keep it?
With a
Yeah, we have a
quorum
quorum.
reached, they can move forward, and then we just have one appointment. Yep.
Okay.
Yep, we have a quorum.
And they've got, basically, their direction is as stated in
Yes,
this resolution.
yes.
Okay, great.
And they, and they can ask for resources
Yeah.
now, it's a group of residents that,
A lot of really good people.
what did I just do with the agenda? Okay, so we move forward, and next up is, I believe, the moratorium.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have that, what did I just do? All right, let's take a look at that.
Were you satisfied with the changes that we wanted to see? Okay.
Yeah. It serves the primary purpose that I think, so we're just getting right into it. It's one of the reasons why at our last meeting, I had brought forward the idea of moratorium is more than anything out of respect for buyers. For somebody to come into our community and purchase a property, it is really important for them to know what they can do. And in particular, if we're building code out, like we've just talked about with the appointment of this committee, if we were to move forward with short-term rental resolutions and ordinances that are restrictive to a non-owner occupied short-term rental, but yet that person is purchasing the property at a premium this summer, understanding that they're non-owner occupied, possibly like Erin Eater, who you just appointed. If they
She was not appointed.
No, well, you had appointed, just, well, how that works out.
She was appointed, not confirmed.
She was appointed, yes.
Well, she wasn't approved.
Yeah, so there we go. All right.
There we go. Let's make sure we're clear.
Linguistics.
Yeah.
But the point being that for somebody to purchase a home in this community who wants to occupy a non-owner occupied short-term rental, we owe it to them. And when they look at a property here, the first thing they should do, if they're looking to operate, while it's not technically a business, it's a short-term residential rental, still, the first thing anybody should do spending this type of money is to call Steve and say, can I do this? Now with a moratorium in place, you say, not right now. They're working on it. We don't know where it's going to go, but they're working on it, right? That's the most important courtesy we can provide to anybody thinking about purchasing a property in this town, in this village. That's why, the first reason why I brought it forward. The second reason is we owe it to residents to let them know we're working on it and to have a pause so that there's not this rush to get everything in advance that might be grandfathered or the risk of grandfathering and all these things. We owe it to residents that live here now, that have families here now, that are concerned, to let them know we're thinking about it and doing the work. And that's why we put this committee together, and there's the resolution that appointed it talks about that as well. So I'm very happy with it. With the results of it, I just had 2 quick questions, which is the question of tenant landlord. This came up in a conversation I had with a property owner over the weekend. They have a property that they're renting that then gets subletted. How does that work with regards to owner occupied, non-owner occupied? The way I would see that is they don't own it, so it's non-owner occupied, so they wouldn't be, so the moratorium would apply to them. In essence, a moratorium would apply to subletting, regardless of whether or not they had done it before.
Right.
Right?
Absolutely.
Wait, what do you mean? What would they have done
So, meaning,
before?
if a month ago,
They did it,
somebody sublet
and then they
to a
Airbnb it.
short-term, that would be a pre-existing.
No, owner means a real property owner.
Right, so then this would be a non-owner occupied. So what we're saying is future non-owner occupied short-term rentals cannot occur. Previous, right, already existing.
In that fact pattern, it's not an owner, that was a lease. So it's not the owner that's doing the
Subletting.
short-term rental.
Right.
Short-term.
So then, so they just simply
They can't do it.
couldn't do it. So non-owner occupied. So a renter is a
It's up to- I
non-owner.
mean, but we're really getting into that stuff between the landlord and the tenant under the terms of their lease.
That's what I said over and over, and I just want to make sure that this essentially is putting a moratorium on subletting as well.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, in this code, is there pre-existing non-conforming, or is it, how is it?
There's no such thing as pre-existing non-conforming because this prohibition is effective only on the date of
their forward.
Date of moratorium.
Yep.
Can I just make a comment, Dave, and I probably should have brought this up before. Mike, I have a bit of a concern about the 6-month time period. I'm not sure that that's long enough for us to get the feedback from the committee, and then come back to the board and then officially get together, full regs.
We can extend it if needed, so long as we're working diligently on it, nobody would have a case.
And I think the 6 months kind of
Makes us move, yeah,
you
okay,
know,
as long as we can
because you
extend it.
can't extend it. They've been
Yeah, I just
extended
don't want to do
before.
it, I want to do it right, so, okay.
The next question I have is, Jeff, it looks like you lowered the violations. Does everybody feel good with the violations where they stand? I personally don't feel like this is in place to be aggressive with violations, so I don't mind making it a little lower. It's more about the notice than anything else.
What was it before, I'm sorry?
I think at one point, Jeff, you might have mentioned nearly.
I think, you know what, this is supposed to be per day.
Oh, in this
Yeah.
section?
Yeah, okay.
So I can make that correction and set a public hearing with that change.
And it would be okay to do?
Okay, so just so we're understanding, conviction of a first violation, that one,
Yep.
150 per day. Okay, just so everybody's clear.
And again, for the public, this
Section
doesn't.
6, penalties and offenses.
Dorothea, you know what you have where it is? Then I'll send you a new word.
It's section 6, Dorothea.
Yep, I'm looking at it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do I have the Word version?
Yeah, Jeff.
It's going to be per day at the end of each sentence.
Okay.
Okay, and you're going to send me the Word version?
I am, once you remind me.
All right, you guys will work on that, that's good. Administrative relief. Was everybody okay with section 7B? I mean, the idea that somebody's going to come here and this is the concert venue, festival hall, I'm fine with the way it's worded. Like it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's, for somebody to come and present relief specific to that, it's great.
I mean, I think the one time, that sort of encapsulates, I think, the thought, the intention of that paragraph.
More than anything, it's Steve notifying future buyers and residents know, hey, nothing more is happening until we get this done, we're gonna get this done. So,
great.
What would I do here, move it to a public hearing?
Yeah, but hang on one second, was there a comment there, and then Zach had a question?
Question, sorry.
Oh, you had a question? Yeah.
Yeah, I was just, what is the term length for a short-term rental? Like, what defines a short-term?
3 days.
3 days?
Less than 30 days.
Yeah, it's in the front, it's in the top.
Sorry to interrupt.
Okay, just so we're.
So are we making a motion for a public hearing, is that what we're doing?
Send the public hearing as revised.
Yeah, so I'll make a motion to set the short-term rental moratorium law to public hearing as revised.
But we
need to say date.
On
July
July 11th at 6 o'clock.
Wow, we're going to be hopping on July 11th, you guys.
I'd say there's no more agenda items but that.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, I'll second.
Okay, is there any further discussion?
Nope.
Q&A just popped.
Not by me.
Okay. Too soon.
Okay, Peggy Caraveras, 81 South Main. Will the meetings of the short-term rental committee be open to the public?
Of course.
Yeah, but it's all open.
Well,
Open meetings.
They're advisory,
They're
advisory.
advisory
Oh,
board.
yeah, that's
Right,
true.
they're advisory.
I think it's just subject to open meetings law. They do not need to necessarily take public input, but the public may be present.
Not
Maybe,
certain
but they need to be
about that, but
notified.
I think they ought to be public, so.
How about
I mean, I
we make a motion to have them be public meetings?
Well, hang on, we're in the middle of something else here, so let's stick to the, hang on.
Okay.
No, right, I think you need to finish this work.
Yeah, and then we can circle back, but,
Yeah.
you
Are we
know,
circling back?
not right now.
Okay.
We are with the
We're in a motion.
Motion.
Push it to the bed, hopefully. Okay.
moratorium.
Very good.
Did we have a motion?
Justin seconded.
No, we had a
Okay.
second, and it was just, is there additional questions on this particular topic?
Go quick, there's no comment.
Okay.
Everybody pounds, roll call.
Trustee Marshall?
Aye.
Trustee Coe?
Aye.
Trustee Lanfair?
Aye.
Trustee Lightgev?
Aye.
Mayor Plummer?
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay.
I'm
No
not certain
Like a-
about the answer, and I'm not certain,
It's my little tiny world.
you probably could do a motion requiring that board to have, to that advisory board to have publicly.
Can I,
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
my concern is that means that they're gonna have to post their meetings, it's gonna have to be 3 days ahead, it's gonna make a lot of work for you, and I'm just not sure. I mean, I think that it can be open, but I don't know if we've got to go, I don't feel comfortable having to go through that whole process only because
Well,
they don't have a long amount of time to get.
I
this
would
done.
just ask the
Just be
board
on
the
the
question,
calendar.
the comprehensive plan. I think,
No,
I don't remember
That
that.
wasn't-
Yeah, I
was
didn't, right.
And that was an advisory.
Yeah, that was a steering
This is
committee.
an
like
advisory board. The public has access to the committee, and they can certainly
Yeah.
call the committee and give their input.
I,
And we bring back they're going to bring back their recommendations and their work to the board and in the public.
Right,
I thought
right.
that this board set up that committee to be more in the nature of a think tank.
Yeah, just
Like
So
an
just-
advisory.
They
some
do the
comments and
work,
stuff.
and then they report, and then the
Yeah,
right.
public talks to the board.
Exactly.
Right, that's what
But Lily, if they have to act publicly, they will.
Okay.
Here we go.
May I read from the resolution?
Sure.
Thank you.
Well, no,
Yeah.
it's okay with me, but I don't count.
Okay, may I read from the resolution, please?
Oh, please do.
Thank you. I want to go back to the original intent, and this was resolved and voted on by the board, and that it was resolved that 5 members of the committee should be village residents,
Mhm.
and 2 would be short-term rental and business. The committee shall be composed of 7 members. I just want to say that was the resolution, so I do believe that we are committed to having a committee of 7 people. I don't know that we have that presently.
No, we don't, but,
Well,
hang on, go ahead, Jeff, because,
Yeah, the legal answer to that is you have enough to form a quorum, so the committee can do business.
Okay, so we don't have to follow this resolution?
If there is an administrative impasse to following that resolution, then you are going to do, well, that committee is going to do what it has been told to do with the members that it has. So
The
it's
committee
not a
can
question
function.
of following the resolution, it's a question of inability to follow the resolution.
so in other words, the
There's
committee
an
can function.
administrative impasse
Right.
between the appointed members and the confirmed members.
So if it's, let's just follow this through. So say if only 2 members were confirmed, then we would not be able to establish this
We wouldn't have a committee.
committee.
It would just,
But because we
Go
have a
away.
majority, we have a quorum, the committee is able to function and do the work as charged.
Right.
Okay.
going to get in trouble if it's 3-3, but that's the way it is.
Okay.
But that doesn't preclude the mayor would be bringing another name.
No, it doesn't.
Right.
It doesn't at all. No, but at least if we get these going, all right, get these
You could
going.
even do it at our next short, or
I
long-term
sure could.
plan.
I absolutely could. And- But the good news is that the committee can get going.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, I mean, I think that's really important, because I think we all feel a sense of urgency here.
And will there be a
You know.
liaison from the board for that committee?
Isn't that provided in the?
It was discussed when the resolution was made.
Right, that they would
Right.
contact the board with any further information or resources they need.
As needed.
So they will appoint somebody to come on the board.
So they will appoint a liaison to us, not us.
It was discussed, the trustee liaison was discussed.
Might be neat to hear from them.
Again, I remind everybody, this is an ad hoc advisory committee, just trying to be, as Jeff said, I think that was a good term, sort of a think tank, pulling it together. As they need resources, they clearly will reach out to our board, and there's no doubt in my mind. I mean, I just think, I don't think we need to overthink it too much. I think we've got a good start with this. Oh, Maria, did you? Hi.
Yeah, I'm sorry. And it's not like we're going to be voting on anything, the six of us. All we're doing is gathering information. So there's no, if three people think that information is important, these three people think that, it's all going to go to the board and be presented as information that was gathered.
Yes,
So-
though you will be making recommendations to us.
You will be
regarding
making
the types of
recommendations
control, so
ultimately.
you may end up voting on what your final perspectives are, or present multiple
But your report
recommendations
could
in the
also
future.
include, the wide range of discussion,
Yep.
points were made,
Okay.
I mean, of course, yeah.
And this is a good thing to think to, this is a good point to have made, because you, as a board, will have questions as you go. You will communicate those questions to the board of trustees, you'll answer them.
Yep.
Yeah, it definitely can be interactive. I mean, you're not, sealed off in a room, really, because you're here to help us.
Goes up.
Yeah, the white smoke goes up.
So I think in this instance, because there's no formal action that they can take besides making recommendations to us, I'm reasonably comfortable if it's not in a public setting. I think subjecting them to OML would be quite ridiculous. However, it would be nice if they decided to gather in a public space, like Village Hall on a night that it's free, or somewhere else in somebody's home,
Library.
and wanted to notice it in our calendar. I think that's reasonable, but I would leave it to them in their discretion rather than on us, because they may operate better without that.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, this is for New York State.
Unless the village attorney does the research and says they must meet in public.
That's right.
Yeah, so Jeff's going to follow.
Jeff's
on it.
Okay,
Ah,
the hour, it's 9:00, folks, the hour's getting late. I think, I think we had a good discussion on that. Okay, next up, discussion of the refuse district.
Okay, based on the fact that we were here at 5, and it is 9, to conserve energy and make sure that we're doing the best we can with the amount of energy we have, I think this is something that I will bring up again, but I just wanted to see, in general, if the board is interested in me kind of just doing a little bit more research on refuge districts. I know that the town, it was just a town meeting, and they have just completed a significant amount of refuge districts, and many of the residents were very happy about that. That's what came across at town meeting. So I know Lily had looked into this a little bit, or have heard from village residents about this, and I know there was some concern about people that are away for the winter, and they don't have a lot of garbage, or they want to have that ability to, personalize their refuge. I don't know if that's a majority, I don't really know, but I guess I just wanted to find out, does our board want to entertain this with a little more information?
Yes.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
So yes, the next step moving forward is to find
All
out.
right, and I did send everybody what
how
the
they
town
function
has
in
on
the
their
village.
website. Did you see that? What the town has on their
I
website?
saw the town,
It's
but not
slightly
the
different.
village.
Right, I'm just saying, but this is what they did as a general guide as to how we would go about moving forward. So, all right, I will bring this back, but in consideration of time and energy, I'm going to, I think if everybody's, defer, or we won't make a long discussion on that.
No, and thanks for following up on that. That's
Sure.
great. Yep, that's excellent. Okay, next up, discussion on the tree ordinance draft.
Yes.
Can I jump in?
Yeah.
I think you're on the right track. I think you and I can streamline it.
The tree ordinance?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
And then bring it back to the board.
okay, So we can just, you and
Yeah,
I will
why
work on
don't
that.
why don't you guys, kind
I
of
think
look at
it
it.
needs a little less control and a little,
There's too many branches, too many leaves.
Well, let's look at it this way, it's better than what we have.
yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
so
sure.
so Jeff and I will work on
And
it.
there's a couple other ordinances I'm going to forward to you guys that I
Okay.
think are really good too. So maybe you guys can take a look at
All
that.
right, sounds good.
Okay, wow, we're cruising now.
Sure.
Next up, review and update on the village board rules and procedures. Dorothea, is there something that you?
This is,
What was this?
I think trustee Lightgev brought it up, I think
Okay.
mostly to bring attention to it to the other trustee members, unless there was a concern on something he wanted to update, but
No,
Okay.
You know, I don't know if I have an old draft of this, but the regular meeting times will commence at 5:30. I think it says 6:30 here.
because that was the old draft.
Oh, I didn't,
I'll have to
okay.
be-
And then under special meetings, I just wrote public notice, questionable. Do we
No.
have to make it-
Public notice is never questionable.
Lisa, if I could just jump in, we did direct the clerk to
Yeah.
update the meeting times based on our change meetings.
Okay.
So this is just.
One other question on the first page while you're there. The agenda, 48 hours, the mayor or any trustee put it on the agenda within 24 hours. Having never put anything on the agenda in less than 48 or 28 hours. Is 24 hours too little?
Yes.
Or should we do 48 hours? There's 72 hours?
5 days would be great. No, I think let's take you to school. You always have the ability to add to an agenda as long as the other trustees are willing to add an item at any given
Right up
time.
to the, right up to the meeting.
time.
Sure, as long as we.
Yeah.
That never disappears.
Yeah.
Okay.
With trying to get the packet out and everything, if I could have 72 hours would be great, because that also follows open meeting law. So
Yeah,
that
that'd be
would give
amazing.
the public portion that you were concerned with, trying to get as much as possible into that first packet.
What if we do 3 business days?
For what?
3 business days instead of 72 hours, because our meetings are on Tuesday. If do
Right, if you
72
can have it
hours
to me by
Saturday.
Tuesday afternoon, that would be beautiful.
You're talking
No, our
about-
meetings are on Tuesday.
The meeting's
You're talking about-
on Tuesday.
man,
I know,
I'm
I'm
still, I
thinking 3
know.
business days, so
So Friday.
it'd be Thursday.
Thursday would be beautiful. If I could have everything by Thursday, that makes putting Friday together.
In case there's something that comes
Right,
up on
by the time
Friday.
I clarified everything with
That's right.
all the members
Okay.
on Friday, I thought I could have the packet done by noon, and it took me until 4 o'clock.
I
Okay.
like Thursday,
I like
and if we
Thursday, too.
agree for it to go onto the agenda, fine.
Yeah, and just understand, if you submit something, let me know if you're going to have additional items to go with it. That way I make sure I have those items.
Yeah, she can plan on it, that's a good point.
I think that's great for the public, I think it's great for us. I know I like to review things on the weekends, and when I'm at work, 7 in the morning today till 4:10 when I'm leaving, and I've got 12 emails that I'm checking between 4:12 and it's nuts. So it's good for the weekend, I think it's good for
Oh,
everyone.
I review during the week.
So
We're all different.
under voting, there's just,
Can I
yep.
jump in?
Oh, yeah.
Second bullet, at the top of the page 2. Placing items on the agenda during the meeting by a vote of the board. And that's your call entirely, but that seems like you're not giving the public.
I don't like
any notice.
that.
And it's up to you.
Well, I don't think it's transparent.
Yeah, and I don't know.
I would generally agree, but in the instance of something that has to happen that we get very late notice on, to be able to bring it to the motion and take action.
Couldn't it be a
Well, that would be a special meeting.
or a member
Yeah, we
item?
do it in that meeting.
No, you never vote on a
It's
member.
happened a lot with
Right, you're
hires.
talking about voting on something?
With what?
With new hires and other
Yeah,
actions related to employment.
I think we
need that carve out to get business done based on what we've had. to
Oh,
do
that's
with
true, the new
special
hires,
events.
you're right, because that's happened. I know, you're right. That's a good point.
Okay, no, it wasn't a legal objection.
Well, I was just worried.
It was a question.
Yeah.
But you're right, there are, the hiring thing, that's a big
I think
thing.
best practice is to have it in ahead of
Yeah.
time, but if it can't be, if it has to be done.
What is it, as best as practicable?
Right.
Practically.
Thank you.
And just because it's available, let's not try to take it.
Further interrupting trustee Coe, the voting section, I know it's somewhere in some law, it's not yes and no, it's aye and nay.
You're right. Let's go with that.
Fine, yeah.
That's right.
I'm sorry. Don't glare at me like.
I wasn't glaring.
And then.
I don't ask aye or nay, I just call the roll call.
Well, I think roll call is always best.
Third bullet down, under the abstentions, do we need to add abstentions must state a reason? We had talked about that last time, when you're abstaining, that you need to abstain with a
I
reason.
don't, is that by law they have to?
I don't know.
Don't you have to say it?
You gotta have a reason.
Yeah.
That's New York State.
So do we add that in there?
We don't have to because it's already law.
Oh,
These are just best practices for.
Yeah, these are NICOM's best practices that trustee.
Yeah, okay. And then I have one more, under guidelines for using recording equipment. I don't know if should go there, but minutes must be available to the public in a certain time frame. Do we have anything on that? Is it a law?
That's open meetings law.
Yeah.
14, they can foil the minutes within 14, no, I have to have them available for foil within 14 days.
Okay.
And no matter, they're in draft form.
Even in draft.
They're
So
in
that's
draft.
covered under.
Yeah,
Okay.
we handle
Okay.
that.
Yeah.
I don't give it to the board until it's been edited, but that doesn't mean it's not available for
Okay.
foil.
Right.
That's all I have.
No. My favorite here is under the general rules, number 5, I can filibuster unless 2/3 of the 5 of us vote against it. So what exactly is 2/3 of 5? We'll leave it up for another day. Yeah, I know. Round up. Anyway.
It's the new math.
It's the new math. That's
I'll
right.
make the updates as requested. Does the board need it back, or are we happy with
I'm happy.
that?
I'm happy.
Pretty straight, you know, it's not a
Okay.
We can always
big
adjust
change.
again.
no.
Do we adopt as, there's no adoption here, is there? Or do we,
It's just,
we don't make
An
a
amendment.
I think we
resolution?
should make a motion to accept it maybe when the clerk brings it back.
Yeah.
Just to-
sure.
Or we can make a motion as, and send it to me later. Why don't I just make a motion to adopt the rules of procedure as presented with modifications?
I'll second.
With the modifications made by the board tonight.
Tonight.
As presented,
I'll second that.
Yes.
what
Okay,
Jeff said.
roll call. Trustee Lightgev.
Aye.
Trustee Lampier.
Aye.
Trustee Coe.
Aye.
Trustee Marshall.
Aye.
Mayor Plummer.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, I'm gonna, let's see, where are we? Oh, the review of the information for multi-year planning.
Yes.
So
I'm
that's,
sorry, I'm jumping in.
do jump in.
Because I'm tired.
I know, you're on a roll.
This is just the information that I talked to trustee Lightgev, the insurance part. I almost called you trustee. Superintendent Dwyer has the sheets for the DPW. They're quite cumbersome. So I will try to get them out to the board and make sure they're additionally available for the meeting on the 21st for the public to review. And I wanted to make sure they were the most updated, and I really didn't get a chance to sit down with Zach to make sure I was giving you all the appropriate information. So
Okay, so you're
that's why it's
pulling
not
it
in
together.
here.
Okay.
Pulling it together for the
Okay.
21st.
Yeah, appreciate
Just
that.
one other quick addition to that. The comptroller is the guide on multi-year capital planning. That's basically what we're doing. So if you haven't looked at it, it's about 12 pages. Download it and read it.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's out loud.
Good lady.
Actually-
You say you're sending that around?
No, I mean.
The link, yeah.
You can Google it.
I also will say, I think they have an upcoming training class on multi-year
Oh,
planning.
great.
They do,
Yeah, and I signed up.
yeah,
Ooh,
they do.
When is
Yeah.
that?
Maybe we can send that out.
Yeah,
We
send
can
that
have
out.
Alexandria send that out.
I would like to.
Yeah.
I wasn't telling you, by the way. I knew you know that stuff.
Yeah, include that too.
Well,
Dorothea, didn't hear that.
Include
Zach gets
that.
the link.
you want to be included?
Yeah,
Sure.
I want to
On
be
the
included.
multi-year
I'll
planning
email the
link.
whole.
On the multi-year planning link, thank you.
What a good idea.
No. Like I'm gonna shoot you. Yes,
Okay,
I'll make sure you see.
okay, great. Good on that, okay, so we're moving forward on that. I'm sorry, it's getting late. Okay, so we're gonna switch 15 and 14, because the hiring, we're gonna, have a executive session.
And I don't need to be here for this,
No.
that's probably.
No, I think we can release you to the universe unless there's,
Well, you don't want me for the retainer agreement?
oh, we do want you for the retainer agreement, but, I thought you meant for the,
No.
okay, got you. Okay, so that's the consideration of the retainer agreement for the ethics board.
So I've recused myself for this, and I'll just go to the other room. and
Okay, sure,
come back in.
sure, yep.
What are you doing?
We're doing the consideration of the retainer agreement for the ethics board.
I was reading and I.
Okay, so go grab a coffee, walk amongst yourselves. Okay.
Lily's recusing, or she has to leave too?
Mhm.
It's up to us.
She did, it's us chickens here, so, and Dorothea, you had received a request?
Yes, I received a request from the Ethics Board for counsel. I requested that they present someone, and we obtained a retainer agreement. It falls short of my purview, so I bring it to the board for your review and approval so that they can have the necessary counsel they need. And apparently, we had a Q&A, and I'm just going to do this real quick. I believe open meeting law requires minutes to be available within 2 weeks. Draft possibly not approved, but must be available. I think I said that.
Yeah, you did. You
Draft
did. That was
minutes are
asking you.
available within 2 weeks. They're in draft form.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was covered. Okay, thank you. Okay, so.
So I've looked at the retainer agreement from a legal perspective. It doesn't appear out of the ordinary in any way. It's a normal retainer agreement. Certainly the hourly rate is within the parameters of what is out there in the community. That's really all the comment I have.
Well, as you know, I indicated earlier, it's my understanding that when there is a request made from a board for.
Yeah, in my judgment, you can really only turn this agreement down on the basis of rate or condition, a legal objection to the language of the contract.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve as presented.
Can I just ask a question, please? Doesn't this board have the ability to get counsel from the County Board of Ethics?
From where?
The County Board of Ethics. Don't they have the ability to seek counsel for free from the
Does the
county?
ethics board?
Yes.
No.
No, there's
No.
not?
No.
Okay. And is this the first time we've had to go get outside counsel for an ethics
For
concern?
the ethics board, I have never given the ethics board advice like, we're faced with this, what should we do? You know, fact pattern. Procedural stuff, I've given them advice about.
Oh, okay.
But Trustee Lightfoot thought it would be inappropriate for me to represent this board and continue to advise that board on those kind of procedural questions, which is a valid concern. So I indicated I would no longer give them any kind of advice.
Okay, I see, because in the past, you would have certainly given legal
Procedural
counsel.
stuff comes up.
Okay, I understand, okay.
How do we meet, how do we, what has to be, what can be out of the public eye, what must be in the public eye, that sort of stuff.
Okay, so which brought them back to saying, okay, since we do not have access to, you, then they're making this request. So I think it's a fair request, and I don't think I think I would second the motion.
Okay, hold on one more second. And isn't the preview of the boards, the ethics board, to provide us with updates? I have not heard of any updates.
No, but I've got a letter going out to them.
Yeah,
Now,
a
it's-
letter.
depending on what you do in the next 2 minutes, the letter going out to them will probably go to their attorney.
Oh, I see,
The letter
gotcha.
will go to their attorney.
Because they're going to.
The letter requesting a status update.
Yeah.
Will go to their attorney.
But whether or not they've given us an update or not doesn't should not prevent them from having legal representation.
So right
Particularly,
now, they have no
they
legal
have none.
representation, none.
Right, and so I think, I see, yeah,
Okay,
I think
got it.
that's fair.
And just as a note along these topics, Jeff and I, hopefully, I think Wednesday maybe, but we're going to try.
I heard from him.
I just got back earlier.
I haven't heard from him.
Just late this afternoon. Yeah,
Okay.
probably when you're on your way here. We're going to have a conversation with Monroe County about 3 o'clock on Wednesday. Specific to what does Monroe County provide. But in this instance, because it's predating that conversation and any change to the code, I mean, we got to give them representation. So I don't see any way to.
And there's no way of waiting until you have that meeting.
No, because that'll be irrelevant to this question.
Right.
Because the board has already convened and taking action, is that my understanding?
That's fine.
Okay,
Something like
so
that.
they need legal counsel, we have a
Yeah,
motion.
they've been convened and are dealing with
with something, okay.
Without
So there's a motion and a second.
motion second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Okay, I had to write down who made the motion. Trustee Marshall?
Aye.
Trustee Coe, thank you. Mayor Plummer?
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right.
Okay, I gotta grab the coffee clutch out there. Reports. Let's let Guthrie come back in. Yes. Is that Susan? Yeah, I'll make sure she gets it. Thanks.
Dorothea, look at it this way. If I didn't change the meeting time, it would be 10:20.
No.
Then we'd all be
It'll
asleep.
just keep going anyway. It'll just keep going.
We're gonna figure out a good way.
It's the gift that keeps giving.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
User friendly.
Okay. Hi, Steve. All right, so. Okay. First-
Any question on my report?
Yeah. Oh, thanks so much, Jeff.
Thanks, Jeff.
You take care. Any questions for Steve on his report? And I know you have something else for us to take a look at and
Yes.
discuss.
I have
Okay.
actually two things to discuss.
Okay.
First one is this, the fee schedule. I've taken a look at other municipalities. My take, or my charge, I think, is to protect this village in regards to permitting. This fee schedule will protect the village for any major project that would come about in the village. It is not directed at anything specifically, but in general, just to protect the village. I'm asking you each to take a look at this, and I believe we're going to bring it back at the next meeting
Yeah, on the
to be
21st.
voted on.
Great.
Yeah, and so when you say protect, you mean just financially, that we're really covering costs, all the internal things that go on?
Administration.
Yeah,
Correct.
okay, because it's been a while, and I know other municipalities,
Yeah,
kind of, and I think
this
that's,
falls in line with a number of communities in the county,
okay,
right along with their fee schedules in regard to projects. What I did is I evaluated projects compared to this and other municipalities, and we will line up with them.
okay.
And like I said, it protects the village. Like I said, that's my firm wish, is to make sure that we are covered no matter what comes at us.
Steve, help me out with some math for a minute. So $90,000 project, let's just put it at 2,000 square feet. I think that's pretty low, right?
Now, which is this, commercial or residential?
Commercial.
Commercial would be evaluation based on, or if it's 90, I don't remember the.
Let's say 90,000 is its cost.
Yep.
Times
0.008.
0.008. So now why is it 0.008 per square foot?
So it isn't, it's just purely evaluation against that value.
So
whenever, say the project was $92,000, you would
Yep.
take $92,000 multiplied by 0.008, and that is your permit.
Okay, so the 0.008 per square foot though.
No, it doesn't.
So we got to kick out the per square foot.
Take
Yeah,
some
that
of
should be,
that
you're
guy.
right.
Right, so
It's based on valuation.
Yeah.
okay, so then we got to remove the per square foot.
Yeah, we do.
And let's see. So 90,000, I'm just running some of that.
Just to kind of give you a general idea, there's been a couple recent permits that if this value, this schedule would garner the village basically twice what the permit fee was on what we normally charge. You know, because, I mean, nowadays prices, the projects that are coming in, even just a roof.
Oh, it's.
I mean, I just did a roof for 26.5.
Yeah.
I mean, it's ridiculous the amount that people are spending on, but I mean, the village should be able to cover themselves, you know, or ourselves to take care of that.
So the 450 minimum, that's a 450 minimum per unit?
Per unit.
Per unit. So if you could, where you have per unit and then underneath it, minimum 450, could you put the minimum 450 in the per unit parentheses?
I'll move it down. You mean, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, put-
So,
put-
yeah, it's clear that way, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Put the per unit
Yeah.
next
Put
to
the minimum
450.
450 per unit, right?
Just move it down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So
And
basically, if
then-
the thing is over a certain size, the per square foot charge would kick in.
Kick in.
It's the greater of the two.
Yeah, so it's just rolling up the scale.
Yes.
So if it, yeah, I don't know what that square footage is, but let's see, 450 divided by 30.3 is 1,500 square feet. So if it's greater than 1,500 square feet, the 450 will go higher.
Yes.
Okay. The additions, do we want that to be per
value? Well, yeah, and that, but this is the way other municipalities do it. They separate the additions versus the remodel.
I'm okay with that. I'm just thinking if you have, let's say the pickle factory puts in some apartments and then wants to go in and put in 6 patios. Is that one addition or is it 6? I don't know, just think about that.
That would be per unit. I mean, whatever, you know.
Okay, so then let's put in minimum 1,000 per addition. Instead of per unit, it's an addition.
Wait, where are we looking? Hang on.
Under additions. here.
Under residential, minimum 100?
Yeah, under residential new construction, minimum 100 per addition.
Oh, per addition, thank you. Okay.
Right, rather than per
Wasn't-
unit.
Yep, got you.
Okay.
So it's per
Residential
addition.
remodeling.
Yeah.
So
that's
here, cost times 0.07, that seems fine. Planning code review, construction plans, commercial/residential.
Yeah, what do you, right now, it's 55 an hour?
Yeah.
Oh, my
All
gosh.
right, so that's,
Yeah.
does that cover your, is that an appropriate amount?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's good.
No, thanks for.
Because it's in
thanks,
the
sir.
middle range, you know, we have some consultants that are up higher than that, we have some that are a little lower
Yeah.
than that.
There you go.
It to me is a fair.
You want my notes?
Thanks, Dave.
And the other item I want to bring up, I guess we need to authorize, I think as a board, in the rental, the short-term rental moratorium, I have no way of enforcing this.
Oh.
I have no teeth. I cannot tell who does what. You know what I mean? I don't know who rents, who doesn't rent, I don't, you know what I mean? So what I'm asking is, I've researched and found a few rental codes in different municipalities. I would like to give those to Jeff and have him draft a rental registration code for the village. Because without
A
that.
rental or a short-term rental?
No, total.
Oh, total.
Total. In reality, other municipalities, you register your rental units,
Yeah, we
they
should
pay a
definitely
fee
take a look
per
at
year,
Yeah.
and each of those units gets inspected once.
Yeah, you get a fire code inspection.
Fire code inspection.
Things like that.
It guarantees the property is kept up to snuff with the people who live here full-term and.
When Lake Placid put in their short-term rental moratorium, they had actually permits in place, and the
Correct.
moratorium was on new permits. So if we were to require not specific short-term rentals, but just get some
Right,
code on
right.
the books for any apartment, it gives us an understanding of where we're at,
Yes.
both short-term and long-term.
Sure.
I'm fine with that.
And on that registration will be defined, is it a.
Because then you have inspections that you have to do, don't you?
Yeah, and it'll be defined whether it's owner occupied, is it year-long
Yes,
rental, is it a short-term rental?
What's out there?
And that way I can, because otherwise how do I,
And just put intended use. I mean, it just doesn't have to be a super strict thing. You just want to know.
yes,
And it's good to know, and then you can revoke the permit. Well, no, at least then you know they're on record.
yeah, yeah.
Well,
It's easier for me to keep track, if I know that
I'd say go ahead.
X and Y are rentals, now I can
Right.
kind of look and I can, you know, because I travel the village every day. I have a
Yeah.
loop that I do, and I can start to see, you know, if there's a different car there
Yeah,
every 2 days.
that makes
You
sense.
know.
Yeah, no, I think that's good. I think we should go ahead and.
So,
have Jeff do
okay,
that.
so the action is, we'll give Jeff direction then to work with you on that, just
I'm good with
moving
that.
forward on
Yeah.
that. Does that make sense to
Yeah.
everybody?
So who's gonna reach,
Just-
are you gonna reach out to Jeff?
Yeah, I already have, like I said,
Yeah.
All right.
I researched and have a few
Yeah, that's
different
great.
ordinances from other municipalities. I'd like to be able to give them to Jeff and have him look at it.
Asked and answered, it's done, we're
Yes,
moving
thank
forward, and you and I will get together on it with Jeff tomorrow.
Yep.
How's that, we'll get it going. That's great.
All
And
right.
thanks for doing all this research.
That fee thing that we just did, do we need a motion to adopt, or?
At least to bring it back.
If everybody.
You gotta bring it back, we
Yeah,
can't
he's
motion,
No, if
can we make a motion
you
as,
can, the board can.
Well, we can
do
does it
whatever
have
you
to age, does it have to?
No, it
No.
doesn't have to do anything, it's an
Okay.
amendment to the fee schedule, if the board is good with it,
This is
we can call
administrative
it
stuff.
done.
All
and
this
get
is
it out.
higher than it was, all this is higher than it was,
Yeah.
right? All this is covering our costs better than it was.
So you can make a motion to.
I'd like to
approve
make a
as
motion
amended.
to approve as amended as discussed, provided that the final updates are sent to the board
Circulated.
and circulated.
I second.
Okay, we have a second roll call.
Trustee Marshall,
Aye.
trustee Coe,
Aye.
trustee Lampier,
Aye.
trustee Lightgev,
Aye.
Mayor Plummer,
Hi,
motion passed.
And
Thank
should we want to
you.
do anything different later, we can as well, but this is an
Correct.
improvement from what it
Yes.
was.
Correct.
At a
oh
minimum.
yeah, this really gets
Yeah.
us going, this
I
is
mean, at a
great,
minimum.
this really is, this
Okay,
brings
thanks,
us up into the
appreciate it.
new century.
No problem.
Okay. Hi, Zach. Thanks for hanging in. I know you had an incredibly long day, all of you.
No different than that in this room, sure. Sorry, I do not have a report prepared for this meeting.
Well, you've been nonstop.
Yeah, last training session that I have for code enforcement as well this week, so I've been tied up doing that 8 hours a day, so. Really, I think you guys know most of the business that we're doing right now. The drainage work on Locust, or Lisa's house. Carrying on with that as much as possible, weather providing, and then also having a breakaway to do some other stuff that is just routine maintenance. This last week, we did not mow because of the weather, just nothing was growing out there. So this week, we'll probably be back on that. Still doing a lot of training, and we've got 4 new people. So, and plus I'm the foreman, there's just, it's labor intensive trying to get everybody up to speed, being able to do this stuff that, is required of them, and making sure that they're trained properly to do so. Scanx CIPP term contract that we have expires on June 24th. I reached out to them. They said they will honor the prices that we currently have with them, which is great.
Yeah, this is the time to hear that.
It's huge. So I did not have it prepared for this evening, so I figure on Wednesday, we'll give you guys a chance to look at the contract. And basically, it's just a renewal at that point to carry on for the next year. And then we'll get them.
Yeah, there's no change.
A bunch of work, yeah. Really, it's just general.
Just business as usual.
Yeah, routine stuff.
And thanks for all you do, Zach.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And I heard from the Sam Patch folks, they sent me an email on Sunday that, the water fountain was broken right by their ticket booth. Boy, did you guys turn right around and repaired it first thing on Monday. I'm so happy.
Glad to hear that.
I know, they so appreciate it. Wow, they're so responsive, thank you.
I gotta say, right now, everybody on the crew is really responsive. And they are doing their best to.
Oh, they're great.
To do things, as well as possible.
And they really take pride in their work.
Yeah, it's
I've
not
really
just
seen that.
something to get it done, but it's just to get
Yeah.
it done and do it well.
Yeah.
And have it show as well as possible. We're in a good foot.
Yeah.
I like the direction that everybody's.
And a lot of compliments also, obviously, on the flower baskets.
Yep.
And.
I love the urns. The
Oh.
urns look
Yeah,
beautiful.
oh, yeah, we're gonna
Oh, what
do.
about the waste paper baskets? Did you ever look into that?
So, the one by the clock, I don't think has ever existed.
Yeah, no, there's the other one. The
The
one,
one that's by Chandeliers is still there.
that's that, yeah, but there's not one by
There's
the,
one by the bridal shop.
that's not there.
missing.
Yes, and then the one across the street, in
Um,
front of the Pearson.
Is that what I'm seeing as well?
Yeah.
So we're gonna be getting two out there. One of them we had at the shop that we had to repair because it was damaged.
Okay.
So that's just gotta be painted and then reset. That one's gonna be the one going by the bridal shop.
I'm going to ask a question on the bridal shop.
There is one there now.
At the bridal shop?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's one at the bridal shop.
No,
There's an urn there.
Yeah.
Isn't there? There's an urn.
Yeah, there's
There's a-
missing.
Are we talking about the urn, or are we talking
No.
about?
No,
the-
Trash.
Trash.
Garbage.
Oh, the
Garbage.
trash
Trash
bags.
bags.
This is a
Oh, yeah, they
question
gotta go back and forth.
So question,
Yeah, we're missing them.
in front of the bridal. They lost a certain amount of cornering,
Yeah.
right, when the
That's
DPW
right.
expanded that intersection. I think it's
Not the DPW.
DOT, thank you. You guys do much better work than that.
I don't know about that.
Anyway, the question is, would it be reasonable to ask Stella's Bridal if an additional trash urn in front of that space? Because it is, having two on the kitty corner where there's a little bit bigger space seems reasonable than having four. I don't know, four's okay
That
too.
corner's congested.
That's what I'm thinking. It's
Or maybe-
like with residents crossing.
Then why don't we
with-
move it down a little bit in front of the
Yeah, you move it
vacant
down.
Bank of America?
Yeah, maybe do move it down. That might be better.
And the one in front of the Joe
I
Pearson is
do
super
think we
important.
should have one on.
Yeah, that one's going back
Super
out.
important because Utility used to have one there, and they no longer do. I don't know where
Remember?
theirs went.
We thought they were
And now
working on
those
that one.
utility containers are
And
just
that's why.
hanging
they
around,
come in.
so we need something there.
Yeah, so,
Talk about the urn.
like I said, we have two, one of
We
them's
love
gonna be
the
going
urn.
back out,
Trash.
Yeah.
and then both corners.
Urn's
All right.
good, trash not so much.
Yeah, and I moved Stella's down. I like that idea.
Got it.
It's still
It's like-
congested.
Yeah,
Find a good spot for it.
all right.
Got it.
I'll have to look at it.
They're all fine.
We also want accessible, if it's, if
Yeah.
there's a notice in there, do we really need it?
So let's talk about trash bins or garbage bins as an answer to something. The northwest corner of the South Main Jefferson intersection, that, I feel so bad for that property owner who has tracks going over his lawn and on that corner, and frankly, when I stand there with my kids, I don't feel safe, right? It's awful. What if we put a firmly entrenched in the ground garbage can right on that corner?
So there used to be a street light that stood there.
Yeah,
Let's get
What-
something
I'm
else
sorry,
there.
What corner are you?
we're at Jefferson and
Northwest.
South Main.
Northwest.
So if we put the
The house
garbage
on
can
the
out there, it's just
corner,
gonna
though.
get destroyed. We're gonna be out there every day.
That's
fixing
Yeah,
it.
fixing it, I'll get
What if we
smashed.
jam it in the ground with like
You-
steel?
I mean, so the light pole that was out there is a concrete pole.
Yeah.
And it was destroyed multiple times the
Oh,
last time it was
over.
hit. I mean, you're breaking a concrete light pole. If you want anything more permanent than that, I don't know,
What do we do?
Okay, what do we do, a boulder?
All right. Another day, everybody creatively talk to residents
I know.
about solutions to that.
Well, how about the beautiful
Anyway.
steel pillars that are out in front of the gallery?
Oh, the bollards.
Yeah.
We still have a couple of those, but
Could we put
again,
two around there?
They're gonna
again,
be
we're
green.
talking about a concrete light pole that was destroyed. It was smashed.
All right, all right.
We don't wanna
Let's
kill
think-
anybody.
Let's think about it.
I was-
It's 9:30.
All
Let's
right,
think
yeah,
about it.
okay.
There's got to be something better than what's
I'm
happening.
sure there is. I know the DOT was looking into opening the radius of that corner up a
No.
little bit too.
It's not a good answer.
Well, that's what they always look at.
Yeah, let's not have that be
They're
the
always
answer.
gonna do.
The only other thing that would help that corner is to remove the stop line back farther, because what happens is the trucks come there, people are pulled up.
That's really true. It's because those, you have two state
Yeah.
roads
Right.
intersecting
Yeah, and it's-
with semis and
And
everything
truck
going
comes to
on.
try and turn, because there's somebody sitting right there, they have to.
Let's take a look at maybe moving back the stop line and let's see if we can negotiate that, because
Well-
that's at least a piece of something.
I would like to make sure nobody talks to the DOT until we have a solution to present to the DOT.
Yeah, but the stop line's a great idea.
It
That's,
may be the right.
hang on,
it's an
hear
easy-
me out, hear me out. It's something that we could probably get a win on with them, because it's easy.
Yep.
And
Start with
it's
the
not the
simple.
whole solution,
Right.
but it's a piece. And that's what traffic calming is about, and
Yeah.
safety is about. It is never the one giant thing. It is all these little things that are cumulative, whether it's the tree or the light or the, so I'm just saying, that's a good idea. Let's push that, because it'll take forever anyway.
What I want to be careful with, though, is coming to them with a problem and a solution that only marginally solves it, when they then come back and say, that's a great idea, and oh, by the way, it's a perfect time for us to expand the intersection.
I don't think they want to do that. It's been
Yeah.
So, I mean, along with the project that they're wrapping up right now, back in 2019, they also did Jefferson Road, I'm sure you recall that. And it was looked at that point, and everybody on their team felt that paint would be more effective than opening that intersection up. One other thing that they could do, because there's plenty of room on the eastbound lane on Jefferson, is shift everything over towards the southern curb in that lane too, to widen that whole area up. It's all paint, and if the DOT's doing it, they're gonna wanna do it on the cheap. They're not gonna do
Just
something.
move the line.
Push the line over, open up the turning
That's where we get
radius,
the success with them when they know.
and push the stop line back, I think would be the simplest, cheapest, easiest solution that we could approach.
You know, and add on to that, because that's what we successfully negotiated, they just threw that right in at the four corners about the stop lines. You notice some of them are bumped back for the left turn lanes, because, you know, you'd be pulled up way too close into that intersection, it'd be a giant bus coming at you. They did that like the following week after we requested it. That's why I'm saying, if we can go for a quick win, at least on some of this, I don't think it triggers anything else. I'm just, you know.
Anything else you can come up with?
I know, me too, I'm right there with you.
No, the intersection's bad.
Oh, it's terrible.
But I don't want to make it faster, because it's already going
So
faster.
in consideration of time, guys,
Yeah, we're not.
9:20, let's keep it.
Either way, okay, what else for you?
Thanks.
Report-wise, really, that's about it for now, other than the 2 employee minutes.
Okay. Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay. Treasurers.
Hi.
Hi there.
Hi there, hello there. We have our bill pay. You received an updated bill pay from Brooklyn, going from the email on June 13th. No, it was yesterday. So we have 2 different sets of vouchers. One is for last year's and one is for this current budget year. Because we're already
the one.
Yeah, we're in June, so we're in our new budget year. So I need approval on both of them. The first one was for $37,000, sorry, I can't read my phone anymore, I'm over 50. $37,021.51. And then abstract 2, what he did. Yep, he put the wrong number. Yes.
He did?
Yeah, he did.
Hang on, I have-
The first one was abstract 25. The other one's abstract 2 for $37,102.
Any questions on that? Entertain a motion?
Make a motion to approve as presented.
Second.
Okay, roll call.
Trustee Lightgev.
Aye.
Trustee Lampier.
Aye.
Trustee Coe.
Aye.
Trustee Marshall.
Aye.
Mayor Plummer.
Aye.
Motion passes. He also mentioned we had some debt payments that are coming up. We actually, you can go ahead and give me approval for the payments for the Rabo and the F-150, but due to that their official debt and the village can't walk away from it, we have to make the payment.
We have to make the
So
payment.
I'm informing you, we're making the payments.
That's fine.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you for the information.
Yep. Okay, so that's the bill pay. I also included the April financials. I know the last thing you do is want to talk financials, but I'm just going to chat a little bit. Everything's looking great. Actually, May is just about done. You're going to see that. I know you don't want to pile too much on June 21st, but I'm piling on June 21st because I have to close last year out. So I have to have certain things to our accountant, and I need final budget transfers and everything to them so we can get everything closed with those books. So you're going to see more financials on our next meeting, but right now is in great shape. Nothing too alarming. I already know pretty much the ending story. We made our revenues for the year. You're going to find out in May. It looks like we will have a minor surplus. So all good. The purchase order system is working as I wanted. It's encumbering the funds so we can carry it forward into the next budget year. So something we purchased in this year that was covered by this funds will actually be paid with these funds, even though it gets the bill next year, next budget year. Okay, so both accounts are looking, both funds are looking fine. I have a list of budget transfers. It's quite hefty because I'm also anticipating what we had spent in May and need covered as well. for salaries. You're going to see a big bump there with the Parks and Rec that was in planning of the PGA. Almost said
PGA was,
GPA.
yeah.
The PGA, so some things
We have to
there.
factor that
The
in.
other things you're going to see in the final, the negative for the Rand Creek is going to be covered. I have the appropriate journal entry to close that out, coming from ARPA. So not really a whole lot more I can tell you on that. Any questions on the financials or any concerns? So if I can have approval of the financials and also approval of the budget transfers that accompany it, so I can make those.
I'll make a motion to approve the April financials as presented.
Second?
Roll call, please.
Trustee Lightgev.
Aye.
Trustee Lampier.
Aye.
Trustee Coe.
Aye.
Trustee Marshall.
Aye.
Mayor Plummer.
Aye.
Okay, real quick, Justin, you had
The
requested,
For the transfers first, right? I made a motion to approve the financials. I don't want to skip.
Oh,
you know what, that's fine.
Good catch.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
So I guess with this one, it's too late to go into detail. Maybe in the long-term capital planning, Dave, I think you had some ideas about how we might be able to structure the transfers so that it's coming from a more descriptive area. But this is a 60, basically 60 going from it to. But I'll make a motion to approve the transfers as submitted. It's too late to talk about anything else.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a second. Roll call, please.
Trustee Lightgev.
Aye.
Trustee Lampier.
Aye.
Trustee Coe.
Aye.
Trustee Marshall.
Aye.
Mayor Plummer.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay.
Just so you know, for the May financials, when we get to April, May, every account is attackable as far as I'm concerned. If they haven't spent it, I'm taking it, especially in the May transfers, because the one good.
She's ruthless.
I am. The one thing in there is the encumbrance for the handicap chair. And the good news is I don't have to go to the fund balance. We have leftover funds in all categories that I can go and attack. So I'm going to take from those categories to cover that.
While we're on this subject, sorry to interrupt, Jeff doesn't have instruction yet on writing the language for the reserves that we funded in the budget. He just, I asked him tonight. I'm like,
No, he needs to know,
Right.
he wants particulars
Oh,
as to,
but you and Jeff are going to take a look at some of the language and bring it back.
we were supposed to look at, but things changed because we had established a slate of reserves, but when we did the budget, we amended, we kind of added additional reserves, so we really need to iron that down so we can get the money spread where it needs to go.
Now, that doesn't have to be done until we have the money left over at the end of the year. Put it.
But we need to get pieces in place.
But we might have to.
I would say that the budget committee and the group together gets together and gets this nailed out, so the board can approve it. Yeah, I would like to see it next.
I love the idea of fully functioning reserves, and that speaks to the budget transfers and all that.
That's what.
Yeah, no, that needs to happen in 6 months.
Okay, we'll get it done.
Okay.
This is good.
Okay, keep going.
ARPA report, real quick. Village received 136,000, boy, the fingers on are dropping as I talk, $136,614.96. We have spent $17,526.86. That was for Rand Creek. We have in process right now the DPW, we've got designs that are being looked for at the bathroom. We have a quote for the rug replacement.
Yeah.
The room upgrades here are going to require, this goes hand in hand with the carpeting. Everybody walking into this building knows our cabling is horrible. It's Cat 3, it needs to go to Cat 6. So we need a total recabling, and while we're pulling rugs, that's the time to start doing all that. So that goes hand in hand.
And this is part and parcel of really just getting it all done, like here we are.
That's all getting that done, so that's in process. The DPW generator, I don't know where we stand.
That was going to be included on the bathroom project.
It's included in the bathroom contract.
But I don't know if the funds will cover.
Well, we have 55,000 for the generator plus 50% for the project funded by sewer.
Okay.
No, that's generator.
That's generator.
Oh, Two separate.
Yes, two
Yes.
separate lines.
You're gonna have a $50,000 bathroom?
So Merry
No,
Christmas.
it's
I
gonna
think
be,
that's gonna cover it.
Oh,
You gotta build the building for it, right?
yeah.
Okay, and all the plumbing for
It's
it?
not just a bathroom.
You got all the
No,
plumbing?
it's a facility. I mean, it's a real,
Will we tie into existing plumbing? Hopefully to keep it as cheap as possible.
Okay, but the reason I asked is, that doesn't include the generator component, right?
The generator, I
Yeah,
think,
yeah.
is a separate.
It's separate.
Okay,
Yeah.
so, okay, good, that's all.
Can I just go back to the village hall meeting room upgrades? This is the first I've heard about this. What are we doing?
right now, we have,
$20,000?
we have piecemeal for our meetings, for the Zoom and everything going on. The sound is terrible. I get complaints, like tonight,
yeah.
camera didn't work right. I think we're just gonna have audio for most of the meeting. We kind of got a MacGyver system. So what we need to do is get rid of the screen, get an actual TV. We've got quotes for all this. It's in progress.
It's smart technology to use for our meetings because it'll be much better
So
access for
meetings, okay, I
everybody.
get that, but how
Yeah.
about that's a meeting room, all right, and then how about the rug and the?
As you've seen, the rug in our office is.
That's where the rug is, okay.
Well past. It's rotting in place.
30 years
Okay,
old.
got it, so the $20,000 is for this meeting room upgrade? Okay.
Yeah.
And rug replacement, got it, okay, all right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Where am I? Street trees, this is a question I have for Zach. You bought the street trees that were ARPA funds, correct?
No, I believe there was gonna be a pocket of trees somewhere that really.
Okay, so we need to get the trees that you wanted to do, and there's 4,000 for that.
Street trees.
Yes,
Yes.
okay.
Like, there was gonna be like a special project that you wanted to do with the street tree, right? Like a certain area?
No, there was a survey that was going to be done to see where, what?
This was you wanting some of the ARPA funds to be directed towards street trees. So
yeah.
this is where we are right now, like, we need to get that going.
We need to get it ordered, bought, and done.
We need to purchase the, decide
You
on
wanna
the
do a
trees.
survey?
Yeah, so we want to know, I want to know where our holes are, because some were taken down and never replaced.
Yep.
And I think that's what we're after, isn't it?
Yeah, you've got,
Yeah, I mean, I've got another 15 plots that we're getting ready
Yeah.
to do.
And
We
you
can
just-
either use the ARPA ones for that, or what's already budgeted.
We
if
can, well,
we-
we did, okay, what we have for ARPA funds anticipating was $4,000. We're not talking a great amount of money. I think that's like 4 trees.
This is.
Well, buying trees, not the inventory of trees, this is buying.
This is buying and making.
Exactly.
Okay,
Replacing
so
street trees.
we just had 10 trees planted for $3,400.
Right, oh, okay, that's
Yeah.
great. So,
they're not 1,000 a tree.
Good.
I'm tired.
I know.
All right, so.
I'm just saying, we need to move it along.
Yeah.
My point is that we already have money in the budget for 10 more trees. The $4,000 would be, from the ARPA funds, would be a separate batch of trees.
Which is great.
put in, yeah.
Yay, more
So-
trees.
That sounds like,
If you
yeah, a
wanna-
lot of trees to me, 20 trees maybe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah?
yeah.
Okay.
And the other thing too that I wanted to talk with you about is that when you come down Washington Road and there's the median before the intersection, those are invasive Bradford pears. And they're horrible. They look beautiful, but they're
Short lifespan, they're.
a weak tree.
Weak tree that fails quite easily.
Right, and they really outcompete natives, and they're now banned, I think, in 7 states, and New York State is probably looking to ban them as well.
They're
So,
They're fake, they're imposters.
they are, thank you.
Too bad, because everybody loved them 10 years ago.
I know, that, well,
Well,
it's
they
considered
flower,
a
they
golf
look
district.
nice.
They couldn't get enough of the Bradford.
I know, the whole Bradford pear thing, okay, but this could maybe be an opportunity to take those out and put in natives, and do something like, like a native crabapple. What was the one that Tom Santa recommended, a really beautiful
Yeah, I forgot the,
profusion or something? I don't know, it was gorgeous.
yeah.
But, maybe that's something that we can look at.
Yes. Please do.
Yeah,
And I think there's some critical places where we've lost some trees.
yeah,
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah, no, he's got that. Okay, so
Can
what
I
else?
finish?
Keep going.
Okay, we had the Arboretum, village-wide and Arboretum invasive removal. I think we're still waiting for.
Yeah, they're supposed to come back, they were supposed to meet with Prism and then come back, and we had talked about that.
Yes.
Because we can't, and I really everybody, I know you understand this, you can't just remove an invasive like an ailanthus without coming right in behind it and having that full remediation, whether it's suppression or, suppression and planting. I mean, you can't do one and say, oh, that's done. It'll just create room for more invasive. So this is where we are.
Now that we know where the Arboretum is, maybe we can put it on the agenda for the next meeting.
There you go.
Okay, and then the consultant DPW Arboretum, that never came to fruition, the bids became too high. Given where the other projects are, the money's floating among the projects, so that very well might go to other projects.
Okay.
Or if there's something, maybe fencing for DPW. The bottom line is, the clock is ticking on the use of the ARPA funds, so.
Yeah, we have to act.
So there's your update on ARPA. Village Hall renovations. Again, I noted some of the things in there. I'm just looking for board approval to go ahead and move forward with those renovations. The other part of all this, and excuse my brain because it's misfiring left and right, is our fire triggered a lot of things, unfortunately. And as one of the things also doing the rugs, getting all the things done, there's a big slate of work to be done inside the hall. So once we get the contractors lined up, we're hoping to shut the hall down for a week to have everybody come in, do the painting, do the rug, move the furniture, get everything set up.
Do the cabling.
Do the cabling. It'll be a lot easier to do it with the hall closed. A, for safety. B, it's cheaper to have them work during the week than weekends and nights. That makes sense.
Well, and also, I mean, we'll still be operational. In other words, it's sort of like being closed during COVID.
Yeah,
You know?
we'll be here, we'll be working,
Yeah.
moving desks, moving things, helping, whatever we need to do, the work that needs
It's
to be
just
done.
kind of all hands on deck
But
for a week.
the date of the closing will come as soon as I can line up everybody to try to time it, so it's
So nothing basically as far as the woodwork or anything like that
No,
is
no,
being
no,
addressed?
no. Well, there
Nothing.
might be, I'm not touching the woodwork, okay? I'm talking the desk. Jennifer needs to come and look at the whole building and the layout because of the fire. That also was a concern. The structural engineers coming in to check, make sure there's no damage with the flooring and where we've had things over the years. So it's going hand in hand where we're setting everything up. So it's a holistic view of the whole office format, everything where it is, and making sure it's functioning
Yeah,
appropriately.
and Jen Aarons from Barrow
Yeah,
is taking a
she's
look at
very
the
familiar
office
with the
layout
building.
for
Okay.
efficiency.
So that, I need approval for her, the carpet.
And also the archives upstairs, you're going to be
Right.
doing an engineering review.
Yes, the engineers
Yeah,
coming in
that
and
floor.
they're going to take a look because of where everything is upstairs. The building isn't rated for the possible weight, but we're going to get a full report. We might have to move some of the archives.
I brought that up just very quickly. It was going to be a member item, but right, you're on it. I spoke with Mike Pirro, and the Lom building over at Sutherland High School, the Lom House, that's 100% fireproof, and they don't know what to do with it. So I said, do you have like a little room or a closet for some archives? He said, yeah, let's go over and take a look. So we may be able, the archives that you just need to keep that we know we're not going to, that may be an option for us to kind of off-site.
Yeah, so we're going to look at what we can keep on site, what we need
Yeah.
to move, and what we're doing. So it's for the building.
Yeah.
Let's just be honest.
Yeah.
If I might, I just had a couple of concerns as I was looking over this. We're going into the multi-year capital planning next week, and so we're hopefully going to get a better feel for the overall finances and where the reserves will be. It seems to me that, as you said, this is going quite a bit beyond just the fire repair, and specifically, well, it does seem like things like the rugs certainly need to be addressed. It makes sense to do that. Having a structural assessment for the archives, I think, is something that we need to do. I'm wondering about the assessment for the partitions, privacy partitions, so basically partitioning out the interior office, and furniture. I'm wondering if that's going to involve like all new furniture.
No. This is giving us a plan. We need a plan where to put it, and who better to create that plan but Jennifer? I can't even put a budget number to it until we have a plan.
I would like to better understand the motivation for something like partitions. I feel like it's kind of getting added on here, and I don't know if I want to get into it tonight either, I don't feel confident going ahead with this, since it seems like the scope is quite a bit larger than just fire repair and maintenance. And I think that's really going to depend on how the reserves fall out and what our priorities are. I'd like to get this done and make things better, and I just don't want to make the scope so big that it just
I agree.
automatically assumed to be
I would like
a
to
priority.
I would like to see what happens at our meeting on Wednesday, and just kind of get a feel for what's.
I'd like to at least approve some of this, because this is everything, and we're just circling the airport. These are things that have been identified.
The engineering
for
I've
years.
authorized, we have to have that authorized. I have a whole
This is the Barrow.
barrel. The barrel
This is
is,
the $3,600 for Barrow?
yeah, just to come through and take a look, because we're pulling up the rugs, we have to move all the furniture we have. So it's asking what's the better layout for everything, where it goes back.
If we're moving it, this is an opportunity, I think, for us to
That's
really
it. I'm not
address
asking
more
for furniture, I'm
efficient
not
needs.
asking for panels. She might make some recommendations to help provide me a little more privacy in the office. That's something that would have to be reviewed by the board at a future date.
So the ask right now is for $1,300 for a Barrow assessment.
3,600 just for an assessment.
3,600 for Barrow.
Or 3,600.
To go through everything and take a look at.
And that's with the archives as well.
That's
It's kind of-
everything.
It's
Yeah.
everything.
I think we need it, It just,
I agree with Justin, I would like to hold on this, and I want to think about it, and I want to see and get a better feel for what we're doing. I mean, that, we've got structural stuff that we need to look at,
that's part of what this is for.
Yeah, but this
But
is
you know what,
internal.
okay, why
I'd
don't we
like to
do,
wait.
yep, why don't
All
we?
right,
do this?
let
Why
me
don't
go
we-
through the items, because there's things I do need approved.
Yeah.
Okay, that go hand in hand with what the board has already approved us to do, and we have quotes to move forward, so we can get these projects done. I need approval for the cabling, that has to be done.
Okay, is there a motion?
Motion approved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Roll call.
Trustee Lightgev.
Aye.
Trustee Lampier.
Aye.
Trustee Coe.
Aye.
Trustee Marshall.
Aye.
Mayor Plummer.
Aye.
Motion approved.
Okay.
I need approval for the carpeting.
Okay, is there a motion for the carpeting?
I'll make a motion to approve the carpeting.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, we have one. Roll
I'm
call.
sorry, Dave got that?
Yes.
Yeah, you say.
Trustee Marshall.
Aye.
Trustee Coe.
Aye.
Trustee Lampier.
Aye.
Trustee Lightgev.
Aye.
Mayor Plummer.
Aye.
Motion approved. The PSA contract, this is our annual contract, we're out of hours. Usually we get 50 hours and it holds us a year and a half with integrated. And it's for anything with our computers that go down, any issues we have. This has been a.
This is the tech support
It's in the
contract.
budget.
Okay, is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, roll call.
Trustee Lightgev.
Aye.
Trustee Lampier.
Aye.
Trustee Coe.
Aye.
Trustee Marshall. Mayor Plummer.
Aye.
Aye.
Did I read this right, though? Sorry. So the PSA, we just approved it, don't we have to pick a contract?
It's hours, we buy hours.
We do, so we do none.
We do
Contract.
C. We do C,
We do C, 50 hours?
50
That's
hours.
what you just said.
Okay, that's what I thought I heard, I just wanted to review.
No,
sure.
no, we do 50 hours.
Okay, keep going.
Okay,
You're on roll.
I think that now for the barrel,
Mhm.
I need there's no disagreement, I need the structural engineer. That was part of the fire damage that we're all good on. Having Jennifer come in and look at looking at the office layout, the board wants to hold off till the
Yes.
21st. Is that my understanding?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to discuss that. I'd like to better understand what the motivation is for privacy in the hall, and see if that's something that, based on our prioritization of expenses, if that's justified, right?
Okay, so let's hold that.
Okay, that's all I have.
Great.
Okay, so we're good. All right, next up. Well, let's do really quick. Are there any member items?
I have one really quick one.
Okay.
All right, guys, I just wanted some clear guidance for this control box. So the artists aren't too excited about doing something not artistic. So they've been kind of backing off a little bit. This was something that one of the artists thought that they would be willing to do. That's kind of the architectural piece. I wanted it to be a little bit less bright. She wants it to be bright, so we're playing around with that. However, something else came up, and I spoke to Zach a little bit. I've got a call from Mindy. I talked to the DOT, and they thought there might be a possibility of doing plantings.
They did?
Yes, so
Wow.
maybe instead of murals, we could do plantings that kind of will camouflage that. I'm going to work with Mindy. She's going to, her and I are together, going to try to figure out something to submit to the state so that
Can we
they can
paint
approve.
it and then do plantings? I just painted a
I'm not sure if they
green.
need 2 permits or one.
I don't know, I think it might be 2. If we wrap it with, and paint, just so it's pretty.
Just so it's
But
pretty.
maybe just the plantings may be enough to
Cool.
camouflage. So what do you guys think about moving that route?
In plain paint, and then.
Well, let's see what the plantings do, because maybe we don't even have to paint, because remember, there are.
Silver is shiny.
It does, but I looked at it today, and there are other silver air things around there. And I think if we plant, it may not.
Sure. I go paint and plants, I'm
You say
telling you.
paint and plant.
I
All right,
really
well,
do.
let me take a
Having done
look.
lot of landscaping.
I'll talk with Mindy and see if we can work up some kind of design
Yeah.
to bring to you guys for approval, and then I'll see what the state says.
Okay, so when you say design, you're saying design of plants.
Plant design.
Landscape design.
Landscapes.
Landscape design
Okay.
for plants, yeah.
Around that area.
Around
we
it.
can't,
Yeah.
we
Yeah,
can't
we
do
can
anything
do
with
it.
that.
It's like a planter that fits around the
Not
base
so
of
much a
that?
planter, but actually in the ground plants, bushes.
Yeah, just landscape it out.
And that would also be traffic calming.
Okay, and that's our property, then we can do that.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, because it's permission from the state.
yes.
Okay.
Okay, that's what I have to say.
Great, thanks.
I'll take a look at it, yeah.
Okay, any other member items?
You like
I
this?
do.
Okay, Lily.
It's my first in several meetings, I just want to put that.
Okay, so duly noted.
I didn't intend to bring this up, but a perfect opportunity presented itself this evening. And that is that when we were talking about policies and procedures for the board, there were a couple of instances at this meeting that demonstrated what I wanted to bring up to the board, and that is addressing the board, the public addressing the board, and a reminder that when the public addresses the board, they are not to address specific board members. They're not to say a name and direct their comment to that. It is to the entire board. So individual members should not be targeted and then spoken to. You're addressing the board. So that occurred this evening. I just thought it was a case in point demonstrating what I wanted to bring up regarding our interaction with the
Thank you, it's a
the
good
public. And the other is the public comment portion of our meeting. And I know we did the procedures, and I should have brought it up then, but I would like the board to consider moving that public comment segment somewhere, because it's a general, that anybody can bring up whatever they want. It doesn't have to be a specific to an agenda item. If there's something that's troubling them or they're interested in, they can bring it to the board. And so I'd like to maybe have it in the middle or someplace other than 10 o'clock at night, for instance. So I'd like the board to think about that.
Okay, no, they're all good points, thank you.
That's not a bad add-on to the idea of if we offered a public comment section in the beginning of a meeting, they could comment on agenda items that they got to review in advance and then leave, rather than wait to hear the deliberations and then comment.
Yeah, that's done in a lot of municipalities.
Right.
Yeah,
So-
it's fairly.
It doesn't have to be specific at the time, it can be all in advance, and maybe nobody wants to, and they want to wait. So,
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, not a bad idea.
All good thoughts. Any other member items?
Oh yeah, just one thing. So we often have on our agenda, right in the beginning, all these permitting type things, non-municipal applications, short-term retail applications. Don't we have a planning board? I mean, can't they do these things?
Charged by New York State village law, the trustees make.
Trustees have to do,
We have to grant the permit.
we have to do non-municipal applications.
I tried to suggest to the board several years ago that a brand-new non-municipal should come in front of the board, but if it's something like.
A repeat.
Like the
a
bills
repeat,
Like the
or the
duck
duck drop.
Right, like the duck drop, or there's a bunch of them.
There's a bunch.
Library,
Yeah.
unless it's something different or there's been a complaint,
A big change.
that it's just approved in-house, as long as we have the
It's
insurance.
approved and it's
people.
also noted, and the board is informed of that this is.
That I could just report it to the board. that
Yeah,
we approve the
yeah,
following.
and, yeah, I mean, it's far more efficient, really, way of.
Personally, I would like to task Jeff or whoever with coming up with some way to get that off of our plate every time.
Yeah, I personally don't like the short-term retail code, and that takes on something that used to be in the purview of the planning board. I'd like to just give it back to them, so I think that should be a fairly simple change, and you would get it off.
What's the short-term retail code?
That's stuff like, we use that for like approving the, what's the
Christmas
bill?
trees.
Christmas tree.
Like pop-ups, sort of pop-up.
Yeah, and they used to be
shops.
planning board stuff, and I thought they did fine with it, so I just assumed you get off our plate and do it.
Yeah, that's something else, but I hear where you're going with
Yeah.
this,
Then,
you know.
the non-municipal, the board at the time liked discussing what events that are going on in the village.
It does put it in our radar so that we know that it's occurring.
But the board would always be informed. I mean, this is what we did in Fort Lauderdale. There were just slews of administrative approvals that were done in-house. And then you would get the, they used to call it, I can't remember, it was like not the crib sheet, but it was like, it would just go out every single week. So all the board would know. Because if they're just routine things, it really does kind of tie up agendas, you know, and it also ties up people that are waiting on applications and then they have to wait and then, but do we do this every year or what, you know?
I like seeing the scouts, I really do. But the planning board did the LWRP for a major project, and we're here listening to flowers and butterflies. I love the scouts, I love the work that they're doing, it's amazing, and it's great for them to come before us, but these things, it feels like it's weighing us down.
And I also think that, again, I mean, no resident is going to get involved in our board meetings when they are 5 hours long. So we need to bring it down.
So there with you.
Yeah, so we need to, I don't know how we're going to do this, but things like that, maybe we can siphon out.
You know what, then the action item would be, let me talk to Jeff, and I know Steve had some ideas on that too, because, you know, he's on boards in Hamlin, and he's worked with other boards, and so, and also Scott Harder, Scott's been on a million boards, and he's like, oh, no, we do it this way.
And the town.
Jason Schwartz of Donegan started at 6:30. And all we did was approve things that were non-controversial, that no public commented on, that the planning board can do.
Okay, given the hour, I think we're all in agreement. Does
All right,
that
good
make
deal.
sense that, you know, we kind of,
Yeah.
we need to bring it back? Okay.
Sorry, we're not.
We need one more thing.
We
One
need
more
an
thing.
executive session.
Yes, I make,
Motion to go into executive.
But do we want to open up
Hang
to
on.
public comment? We have 2 people hanging. I
oh,
will-
sure.
Sure,
Oh my
wow, hey,
gosh.
congratulations.
Wow.
So,
Sorry to laugh.
Well, it's just, you
It's
know.
great, I love that people.
no one's commenting, so I think we're good.
Okay,
So,
okay, and you were making a motion?
Okay, motion to go into executive session to address employee-related matters.
I second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Trustee Marshall.
Aye.
Trustee Coe.
Aye.
Trustee Lampier.
Aye.
Trustee Lightgev.
Aye.
Mayor Plummer.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, we're going to hit the pause here and
Yes, that's.
you ready? Okay, I make a motion, we leave executive session. Is
I
there a
second.
Okay, roll call.
Trustee Marshall.
Aye.
Trustee Coe.
Aye.
Trustee Lampier.
Aye.
Trustee Lightgev.
Aye.
Mayor Plummer.
Aye.
Motion passes.
I'll make a motion that we give a pay increase to Mindy Barnes to $17.75 an hour, effective during the current pay period.
I second.
Oh, that was in stereo.
Okay, Trustee Lightgev.
Aye.
Trustee Lampier.
Aye.
Trustee Coe.
Aye.
Trustee Marshall.
Aye.
Mayor Plummer.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Additionally, I would like to make a motion that we change the status of Brandon Hopkins' employment to that of a permanent employee and offer him a pay increase by $1 an hour, added to his current hourly rate.
I second.
Roll call.
All right, Trustee Marshall.
Aye.
Trustee Coe.
Aye.
Trustee Lampier.
Aye.
Trustee Lightgev.
Aye.
Mayor Plummer.
Aye. I make a motion to adjourn.
I second.
Trustee Marshall.
Aye.
Trustee Coe.
Aye.
Trustee Lampier.
Aye.
Trustee Lightgev.
Aye.
Mayor Plummer.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
What if I said,
Thanks,
what if I said